Hey there, my awesome listeners. Welcome back to another epic Werewolf Shifter romance fantasy novel. This time, we're diving into a werewolf shifter romance packed with passion, secrets, and just the right amount of fantastic drama. I'm your host, as always, and I'm so pumped to see our little pack growing bigger every day. Big shout out to my loyal crew in the UK, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, Belgium, and the US. You've been with me from the start. And now a warm welcome to our new pack members tuning in from South Africa, Spain, Sweden, Argentina, Ireland, Costa Rica, Trinidad, and the Czech Republic. Seriously, it's so cool to have you all here with us. You guys keep this going. Your support means everything, like finding that one perfect scent trail in the woods. I'm beyond grateful for every single one of you jumping into these stories with me. So, let's get to it. This tale's got steamy romance, shifter magic, and twists that'll keep you howling for more. Grab a cozy spot, maybe a mug of something warm, or hey, a late night snack if you're drifting off with my voice in your ears. And let's sink our teeth into this adventure. The moon's up, the pack's ready, and the romance is about to heat up. If you are new to our channel, we invite you to subscribe and turn on the notification bell to stay updated with our daily releases of captivating werewolf romance stories. And if you enjoy our content, don't forget to leave a like to show your support. For our loyal listeners, welcome back. Excited to have you here again. Shall we begin? Chapter 1: Desperate Measures. Mia Winters ducked into the employee bathroom of the Blackwood Hotel, her fingers flying as she swapped her faded blue diner uniform for the starched charcoal housekeeping outfit. 3 minutes. She had exactly 3 minutes to transform from breakfast waitress to invisible cleaner before her shift started. The management didn't care if she worked 2 other jobs, only that she arrived looking pristine and on time. Damn it, she muttered, wrestling with a button that hung by a thread. Another thing to fix when she got home if she managed to stay awake past Lily's bedtime. Her reflection stared back at her from the harsh fluorescent lighting, dark circles under hazel eyes, her chestnut hair yanked back in a functional ponytail, skin pale from too many indoor shifts and not enough sunlight. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. She almost ignored it, but the school's number flashed on the screen, sending a spike of adrenaline through her exhausted body. Hello? Is Lily okay? The words tumbled out, her automatic response whenever the school called midday. Ms. Winters, the administrative secretary's cool voice answered. Mrs. Perkins, the woman who always looked at Mia as if her financial struggles were a moral failing rather than the result of an abusive ex who'd left her with nothing but debts and nightmares. Lily is fine, but we need to discuss the outstanding activity fees. The fall field trip deposit was due last week, and we still haven't received your payment. Mia closed her eyes, leaning against the cold tile wall. I get paid tomorrow. Can I bring it in then? A pointed silence followed. This is the 3rd extension, Miss Winters. The unspoken message rang clear. Other parents managed to pay on time, as if Mia was choosing lattes over her daughter's education, instead of choosing electricity over new shoes for herself. I understand. Tomorrow morning, first thing. Mia straightened her spine, refusing to let her voice betray how close to the edge she really was. I promise. See that you do. The children leave for the science center on Friday, and we can't make exceptions. Another pause. Again, the call ended with a click that seemed to echo in the small bathroom. Mia allowed herself exactly 3 seconds of despair before shoving her phone back into her pocket. Arranging her face into the pleasant, neutral expression expected of hotel staff, and stepping into the hallway. The gleaming marble lobby of the Blackwood Hotel mocked her with its opulence. Crystal chandeliers cast rainbow prisms across spaces larger than her entire apartment. Guests in designer clothes lounged on velvet sofas, their biggest concern which restaurant to grace with their presence for dinner. Winters! The sharp voice of her supervisor cut through her thoughts. 3rd floor needs attention. The Sapphire Suite and Mr. Blackwood's office. He has an important meeting in an hour, so be quick and thorough. Yes, Mrs. Lambert. Mia nodded, already moving toward the service elevator, pushing her cart ahead of her. The Sapphire Suite took 20 minutes of frantic cleaning, Some businessmen had hosted what looked like an impromptu party, leaving behind enough empty bottles to stock a small bar. By the time she reached Callum Blackwood's office, her back ached and the persistent gnawing of hunger reminded her she'd skipped lunch to make it to this shift on time. She knocked softly on the heavy oak door. When no answer came, she used her master key to enter. The office was immaculate as always, barely looking used despite being the domain of the hotel's notoriously exacting owner. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the mountains beyond the city, the view alone worth more than she'd make in a year. Mia moved efficiently through her routine, dusting the antique desk, polishing the gleaming surfaces to a mirror shine. Just as she was emptying the small wastebasket, voices approached from the private entrance. With no time to leave, she slipped into the adjoining file room, leaving the door cracked just enough that she could exit once they moved deeper into the main office. The results are conclusive. A deep male voice, clinical and detached. Subject 37's blood work shows the markers we've been searching for. The dormant gene is there, just waiting for activation. A second voice responded, one she recognized from the few times she'd glimpsed Callum Blackwood in the hotel, rich with authority, the kind of voice accustomed to being obeyed. And you're certain? The last two candidates proved useless once we completed further testing. The genetic markers are unmistakable. Most promising candidate we've found in the county-wide screening. If we could isolate and replicate... I don't need the scientific breakdown, doctor. I need solutions. The pack's fertility rate drops with each generation. My father's patience wears thin. Pack? Mia frowned, straining to hear better. What kind of business conversation involved packs? There's more, the doctor continued, lowering his voice. Subject 37 has a female child, 7 years old, healthy. Initial DNA sampling from the mandatory school screenings indicates she carries the recessive trait as well. 2 for the price of 1. Excellent. The satisfaction in Blackwood's voice sent a chill down Mia's spine. We'll proceed carefully. Make the necessary arrangements. Mia's leg cramped from her awkward crouching position, and she shifted slightly, accidentally nudging the door with her elbow. The hinges let out the faintest squeak. Silence fell instantly. Someone's here. Blackwood's voice turned dangerous, nearly a growl. Mia's heart slammed against her ribs as she frantically grabbed a rag and spray bottle, emerging from the file room with her best apologetic smile. I'm so sorry, Mr. Blackwood. I was just finishing up your office and organizing the supply closet. I didn't realize you had returned. The lies flowed smoothly, propelled by survival instinct. Callum Blackwood stared at her with piercing amber eyes, his tall frame filling the doorway. Despite being in his mid-30s, his presence commanded the room like a man twice his age. Dark hair swept back from a face that graced local business magazines and society pages, handsome in a predatory way that seemed to see right through her forced smile. For a moment, something almost like recognition flickered across his face. You... The single word felt like an accusation. Mia Winters, sir. Evening shift. She kept her voice steady, professional, though her pulse raced like prey before a predator. I'll come back later, if this isn't a good time. The doctor beside him, silver-haired with wire-rimmed glasses, glanced from Blackwood to Mia with sudden interest. Actually, Blackwood said, his expression shifting to something calculating, we're finished here. Please continue your work. He gestured for the doctor to follow him out, but not before Mia caught the significant look that passed between them. When the door closed behind them, she released a shaky breath she hadn't realized she was holding. What the hell was that about? The community center's fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, the sound grating on Mia's already frayed nerves. Lily sat beside her in the waiting area, swinging her legs and humming softly as she colored in a dog picture with meticulous attention to detail. Will they use a big needle, Mommy? She asked without looking up, carefully selecting a brown crayon for the dog's ear. Just a tiny one, Sweet Pea. Mia brushed back a strand of Lily's blonde hair. So unlike her own dark locks, a reminder of the man who had given Mia nothing good except this perfect child. Remember what I told you about the city's new health initiative? Everyone's getting checked this year. The mandatory blood testing had been announced 3 months ago, a public health screening program for all Silver Peak residents. Free, comprehensive blood work, ostensibly to create a database for monitoring community health trends. The fine print mentioned genetic screening for research purposes, but that was standard these days. Mia couldn't afford to turn down free medical care, especially with Lily's occasional breathing issues. "Winters?" a nurse called from the doorway, clipboard in hand. Lily hopped up, clutching her coloring book to her chest like armor. Mia gave her an encouraging smile and followed the nurse down a sterile hallway to a small examination room. "You first, Mom," the nurse said cheerfully, snapping on latex gloves. "Let your little one see there's nothing to worry about." The needle slid into Mia's vein with practiced ease, dark red blood filling 3 small vials in quick succession. The nurse labeled them efficiently before turning to Lily. "Okay, brave girl, your turn now." Lily's small hand squeezed Mia's so tightly it hurt, but she didn't make a sound as the needle pierced her skin, her only reaction a sharp intake of breath and the determined set of her jaw, a mirror of Mia's own expression when facing unpleasant necessities. "All done?" The nurse applied colorful bandages to both their arms. "The doctor will be in shortly to review your paperwork." They waited 15 minutes before a thin man with a distracted air entered, barely looking up from his tablet. "Everything appears normal," he began, then stopped abruptly, eyes widening slightly as he scrolled through whatever information had appeared on his screen. Mia noticed the shift instantly. "Is something wrong with Lily?" No. His reassurance came too quickly. "Your daughter's results are perfectly fine, healthy as a horse." He glanced at Mia with new interest. "There are just a few unusual markers in your blood work. Nothing concerning, just rare." "What kind of markers?" Mia pressed, maternal instinct flaring. After years of navigating emergency rooms and clinics on a shoestring budget, she'd developed a sixth sense for medical professionals withholding information. "Just some genetic variations we don't see often." The doctor's gaze slid away from hers. "It's purely academic interest, I assure you." Before Mia could question him further, he excused himself, stepping into the hallway with his phone already at his ear, voice too low to make out the words. When he returned 2 minutes later, his manner had changed completely, warm, attentive, asking detailed questions about her family medical history. By the time they left, Mia had been scheduled for unnecessary follow-up appointments and given vague explanations about further study protocols that might qualify her for stipends. In the parking lot, buckling Lily into her booster seat in their ancient Honda, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that something significant had just happened, something beyond routine blood work and public health initiatives. "Mommy?" Lily's voice broke through her thoughts. "Can we have pizza tonight since we were both so brave?" Mia smiled, pushing away her unease. The budget would scream, but some moments mattered more than money. "Half cheese, half pepperoni?" Lily's delighted grin was worth every penny they didn't have. But that night, long after Lily had fallen asleep, Mia lay awake replaying the doctor's strange reaction and hushed phone call. She'd been dismissed with reassurances that felt hollow, promises of follow-up that seemed too eager. Whatever those unusual markers were, she couldn't escape the certainty that someone somewhere found them very interesting indeed. Just another thing to worry about, she thought bitterly, staring at the ceiling as a car alarm wailed in the distance. As if I needed one more. She couldn't have known then how those 3 vials of blood would change everything. That in the sterile fluorescence of the community center, the countdown to the end of her ordinary life had already begun. The knock came at exactly 7:32 p.m. 3 sharp raps that cut through the tinny sound of the television where Lily was watching her allotted 30 minutes of cartoons before bedtime. Mia froze, wooden spoon suspended over the pot of mac and cheese, the fancy kind with breadcrumbs on top, a Friday night treat that stretched their food budget but delighted her daughter. No one knocked on their door after dark, no one. "Stay right there, Lily," she said, keeping her voice light despite the anxiety crawling up her spine. "Mommy needs to check something." She grabbed the baseball bat propped behind the entryway table, a habit from the days when Ryan might show up drunk and raging, and approached the door cautiously. The peephole revealed a distorted image that made her breath catch. Callum Blackwood, looking spectacularly out of place in their rundown apartment complex in his perfectly tailored suit. Mia hesitated, mind racing. How had he found her address? Why would a man worth millions be standing outside her door? The memory of his strange conversation about genetic markers and packs flashed through her mind, followed swiftly by the unusual interest in her blood work at the community center. She could pretend she wasn't home, but the glow of the television and the smell of dinner would give her away. Besides, men like Callum Blackwood didn't simply walk away when denied. Setting the bat within reach but out of sight, she unlocked the door, opening it just enough to make it clear he wasn't invited inside. "Mr. Blackwood." She struggled to keep her voice neutral. "This is unexpected." Up close, he was even more imposing than at the hotel. Broad-shouldered and tall, with an intensity radiating from him that had nothing to do with his expensive clothes or the subtle cologne that reached her even through the crack in the door. Those unusual amber eyes studied her with an almost clinical interest. "Ms. Winters?" His deep voice matched the authority in his stance. "I apologize for the intrusion, but our conversation needs to happen sooner rather than later. May I come in?" "I don't recall us having any conversation scheduled," she replied, not budging. "And I'm in the middle of dinner with my daughter." "It concerns your daughter and your future." He shifted, and she noticed the leather portfolio tucked under his arm. "5 minutes. That's all I ask." The mention of Lily sent a fresh wave of alarm through her. Before she could refuse again, Lily's voice piped up from behind her. "Mommy, the mac and cheese smells burny." Mia swore under her breath, torn between the smoking pot on the stove and the threat, because somehow she knew he was a threat standing at her door. Callum's lips curved into the faintest smile. "I'm excellent at rescuing overcooked pasta." "Fine," she snapped, stepping back to let him in, then rushing to the kitchen to salvage their dinner. By the time she'd turned off the burner and assessed the damage, not ruined, just slightly scorched on the bottom, Callum had already introduced himself to Lily, who was regarding him with the frank curiosity only 7-year-olds could muster. "Your suit looks like the ones on TV," Lily informed him seriously. "Are you famous or something?" "Not yet," he replied with surprising gentleness, "but perhaps someday." "Mr. Blackwood was just leaving," Mia interjected, wiping her hands on a dish towel and making it clear with her eyes that this wasn't a social call. "Of course." He straightened, all business once more. "But first, a proposition that won't take long." His gaze flicked to Lily, then back to Mia. "Perhaps somewhere private?" "Lily, sweetie, can you take your dinner to the living room? Special treat tonight. You can eat while watching your show." Lily's eyes widened at this unprecedented permission. "Really? Really, just this once." Once Lily was settled with her bowl and spoon, happily absorbed in animated adventures, Mia led Callum to the small kitchen table that doubled as her desk, bill-paying station, and occasionally, when Lily was asleep, her crying spot. "You have 2 minutes," she said, arms crossed defensively. "Then you need to tell me why you're really here." Callum placed the leather portfolio on the table and opened it with precise movements. Inside were file folders labeled with disturbing specificity: financial, medical, employment, relationship history. "What the hell is this?" Mia demanded, voice low to keep Lily from overhearing. He removed the top folder and opened it, revealing credit card statements, bank notices, and a detailed breakdown of her outstanding debts. $23,457.00 and counting. Most from medical bills Ryan had left her with after disappearing 3 years ago. "You work 3 jobs and still can't make ends meet," he stated without judgment. "The hotel, the diner, and weekend shifts at the grocery store. You're behind on rent, you've maxed out 2 credit cards, and Lily's school has threatened to withhold her participation in activities over unpaid fees." Humiliation burned through Mia, followed swiftly by anger. "I don't know what kind of game you're playing." "No game." He opened the next folder. "Lily has mild asthma, triggered by cold weather and pollen. Your insurance doesn't cover the specialized inhaler she should have. You've been to the emergency room twice this year when her regular medication wasn't enough." Fear replaced anger as he methodically exposed every vulnerability in her life. "How did you get this information? This is illegal." "Ryan Cooper," Callum continued, pulling out the third folder, "left when Lily was 4. 3 documented incidents of domestic violence before that, though you never press charges. He resurfaces occasionally when he needs money, makes threats, then disappears again. Last sighting was 2 months ago at your workplace. Mia's hands trembled. She glanced toward the living room, ensuring Lily remained absorbed in her show, then leaned across the table, voice dropping to a harsh whisper. I don't know who you think you are, but you need to leave. Now, before I call the police. The police won't help you, not with your ex, not with your debts, and certainly not with what's coming. Callum closed the folders and regarded her steadily. I, on the other hand, can solve all 3 problems. In exchange for what? People like you don't offer help without wanting something in return? A flicker of respect crossed his features. Correct. I need a wife. Mia stared at him, certain she'd misheard. Excuse me? I'm announcing my candidacy for state senate next month. My advisors insist I need a family image, the devoted husband and father, rather than the perpetual bachelor. You need financial security and protection. I'm proposing a mutually beneficial arrangement. The absurdity of it nearly made her laugh. You want to marry me? A hotel maid with crushing debt and a complicated ex? That's your idea of an image boost? What I want is a temporary arrangement that appears genuine. What you are is a beautiful, hardworking single mother who survived adversity. A compelling narrative for voters when properly presented. His clinical assessment made her skin crawl. The financial compensation would be significant. All debts cleared, a generous monthly allowance, college fund for Lily, comprehensive medical coverage. And Ryan would find himself facing consequences should he approach you again. The implication hung in the air. Mia shivered despite the warmth of the small kitchen. This is insane. You don't even know me. I know enough. Something shifted in his expression, a flicker of something almost hungry. The rest we can navigate as needed. He stood, moving around the table with a predator's grace that made her instinctively step back until she bumped against the counter. He stopped just inside her personal space, not threatening, but overwhelming in his sheer presence. Think of Lily, he murmured. No more choosing between medication and school activities. The best education, opportunities you could never provide alone. Why me? The question escaped before she could stop it. There must be dozens of women who would kill for this offer, women without my baggage. Callum studied her face with unsettling intensity. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his hand and brushed back a strand of hair that had escaped her ponytail. His fingers grazed her cheek, leaving a trail of heat that was completely at odds with her anger and suspicion. Let's just say you have qualities that interest me. Before she could respond, he leaned closer, his face dipping near the curve of her neck. She felt, rather than heard him inhale deeply, his breath warm against her skin in a gesture so strangely intimate it paralyzed her. Her pulse skyrocketed as some primitive part of her brain registered the action as both dangerous and inexplicably thrilling. When he pulled back, his amber eyes had darkened to a burnt gold that sent electricity sparking through her veins. You have 24 hours to decide, he said, voice rougher than before. He placed a business card on the counter beside her. My private number. I'll expect your answer by this time tomorrow. He moved away, leaving Mia clutching the edge of the counter, her body humming with a confusing mix of outrage, fear, and something else, something she refused to acknowledge. At the edge of the kitchen, he paused. One more thing. This conversation remains between us. If I discover you've discussed it with anyone at all, the offer is void. With that final quiet threat, he showed himself out, leaving Mia staring at the meticulous folders containing the details of her desperate life and the business card that promised either salvation or damnation. The Blackwood Financial Group headquarters occupied the top 8 floors of a gleaming glass tower downtown, a building Mia had only ever seen from the outside. The security guard at the lobby desk eyed her skeptically as she approached, her one decent outfit, a navy pencil skirt and cream blouse she'd worn to job interviews, suddenly feeling woefully inadequate. I have an appointment with Mr. Blackwood, she said, chin lifted slightly. Mia Winters? The guard's demeanor changed instantly. Of course, Ms. Winters. You're expected in the executive suite. He handed her a security badge. Express elevator, far right. It will take you directly to the 42nd floor. The elevator whisked her upward at a speed that left her stomach somewhere around the 20th floor. Mia used the moment of privacy to steady her nerves, repeating the mantra that had gotten her through a sleepless night. This is for Lily. Only for Lily. After 23 hours of agonizing, calculating, and one frustrating call to inform the diner she wouldn't be available for shifts indefinitely, she'd made her decision, not because Callum Blackwood's proposition was anything short of insane, but because the alternatives, watching Lily go without, living in constant fear of Ryan's next appearance, drowning in debt, were worse. A sleek receptionist greeted her with professional warmth. "Miss Winters, right this way. Mr. Blackwood is expecting you." She was led through a series of impressively appointed offices to a conference room with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the mountains. Callum stood at the far end, his back to the door as he gazed out at the view, hands clasped behind him. He turned as she entered, those unusual eyes assessing her with cool calculation. "You've decided?" he stated rather than asked. "I have conditions," Mia replied, determined to maintain what little control she could. The corner of his mouth quirked in something almost like approval. "I expected nothing less. Please, sit." A leather portfolio, similar to the one he'd brought to her apartment, lay on the polished table, alongside a crystal water pitcher and 2 glasses. Mia remained standing, needing the psychological advantage of height, even if it was marginal. Lily comes first, always. Whatever this arrangement involves, her well-being is non-negotiable. "Agreed," he said simply. "What else?" "I want the agreement in writing, including the financial terms, duration, and exact expectations of my role, and I want my own legal representative to review it." This time, genuine surprise flickered across his face. "You have an attorney?" "No," she admitted, "but I'll find one. That won't be necessary." He gestured to the door where a sharp-featured woman in a charcoal suit had appeared. "This is Eliza Harmon. She's one of the city's most respected family law attorneys and will be representing your interests exclusively in this matter. I've already paid her retainer, but she works for you, not me." The woman nodded briskly. "Ms. Winters, I've reviewed the preliminary agreement and suggested several modifications to better protect your position and your daughter's future. If you're comfortable proceeding, we can discuss the details now." Mia hesitated, thrown off balance by Callum's apparent foresight. Either he'd been very confident in her answer, or he'd prepared regardless of her decision. Neither option was particularly comforting. "Fine," she finally said, taking a seat across from Callum. "Let's hear it." For the next hour, Eliza methodically outlined the terms of what she diplomatically called a marriage of convenience with mutual benefits. The legal jargon only partially masked the cold reality. Mia would be, essentially, an employee hired to play the role of devoted wife. The financial terms were staggering. All current debts paid in full, a monthly allowance that exceeded her combined income from 3 jobs, a separate trust established for Lily's education, comprehensive health insurance that would cover even experimental treatments if needed. In exchange, she would live in Callum's family estate, accompany him to political and social functions, and present a united front to the public for a minimum of 2 years. After that period, they could amicably separate with a generous settlement, or extend the arrangement by mutual agreement. What about... Mia hesitated, uncomfortable voicing the question with others present. Eliza seemed to anticipate her concern. The agreement explicitly states that physical intimacy is not required or expected, however, public displays of affection necessary to maintain appearances, hand-holding, brief kisses, terms of endearment, are part of the arrangement. Mia nodded, relief mingling with an unexpected and unwelcome twinge of something she refused to examine. "And my daughter? What does she think I'm agreeing to?" It was Callum who answered, his voice losing some of its businesslike edge. "That's for you to decide. We can tell her whatever story you believe is appropriate for her age. That we fell in love quickly, that this is a fresh start for all of us, or the truth in simplified terms if you think that's better." The consideration surprised her. She'd expected him to dictate every aspect of the charade. "I won't lie to her," Mia said firmly, "but she doesn't need all the details. She's 7. She understands that sometimes people help each other." "Very well." Callum nodded to Eliza, who slid a thick document across the table. This is the final agreement, incorporating all the changes we've discussed. Take your time reading it. If you agree to the terms, your signature is required on pages 6, 13, 27, and 42. Mia read each page carefully, aware of Callum watching her with that unnerving intensity. The contract was exactly as described: protection and security in exchange for a performance. A business transaction, nothing more. When she reached the final signature page, she paused, pen hovering above the line. This was her last chance to walk away, to return to her struggles and independence rather than binding herself to this enigmatic, controlling man and whatever hidden agenda lay beneath his offer. Second thoughts? Callum's voice was neutral, but something in his posture suggested tension. Just making sure I'm not selling my soul. Mia attempted a light tone that fell flat. Not your soul, Ms. Winters, just 2 years of your life. His expression remained unreadable. And in return, your daughter's future. It was manipulative and effective. With a deep breath, Mia signed her name on the final line, feeling both relief and a terrible sense of being trapped. Callum took the pen from her fingers, his hand brushing against hers in the process. The unexpected contact sent a jolt through her, like static electricity, but warmer, more insistent. Their eyes met over the contract, and for a moment the room seemed to recede, leaving only that inexplicable connection humming between them. His pupils dilated slightly, and she could have sworn she heard a soft sound from the back of his throat, almost like a suppressed growl. The moment stretched, taut with something neither of them acknowledged, before Eliza's voice broke the spell. Excellent. Mr. Blackwood, your signatures. Callum pulled back, composing himself with a quickness that made Mia wonder if she'd imagined the entire strange interlude. He signed with efficient strokes, then closed the portfolio with finality. Welcome to the family, Ms. Winters. The formal words contrasted with the intensity still lingering in his gaze. I believe this arrangement will prove beneficial to us both. Mia nodded, unable to find an appropriate response. What did one say after agreeing to become a stranger's pretend wife? The movers will arrive at your apartment tomorrow morning, he continued, all business once more. Pack whatever personal items you and Lily wish to bring. Everything else will be provided. Tomorrow? That's too soon. I need to give notice at... Already handled, he interrupted smoothly. Your former employers have been informed of your change in circumstances. Generous severance packages were arranged to ensure no ill will. The high-handed presumption stoked her temper. You had no right. I had every right once you agreed to our arrangement. His tone brooked no argument. Time is of the essence. The campaign announcement is in 2 weeks, and we need to establish our relationship publicly before then. Mia bit back a retort, recognizing the futility of arguing. She'd signed the contract, she'd accepted his terms. Her pride was a luxury she could no longer afford. Fine, she said tightly. Tomorrow morning. As Eliza escorted her out, explaining additional details about the move, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that she'd just stepped off a cliff, and whether she would fly or fall remained to be seen. Behind them, Callum Blackwood watched her departure with an expression that combined satisfaction with something darker, more primal. Only when the door closed did he allow himself a small smile that would have sent chills down Mia's spine had she witnessed it. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The carrier had been secured. The future of the pack was one step closer to being insured. And if that plan now included a growing, unwelcome fascination with the woman herself, well, that was a complication he would simply have to control. Is this really all we're bringing, Mommy? Lily stood amid the small pile of boxes and suitcases that represented their entire life. Her favorite stuffed wolf, ironically named Fluffy despite its snarling expression, clutched against her chest. Mia surveyed their apartment one last time, the bare walls and empty shelves making the space seem larger, yet somehow more desolate. 7 years in this 2-bedroom walk-up and everything they owned fit into the back of a compact SUV. She wasn't sure if that was depressing or liberating. Yep, sweet pea. Mr. Blackwood said we'll have everything we need at the new house. She knelt to zip Lily's backpack, packed with treasured books and the collection of polished stones her daughter had accumulated over the years. Besides, new place means new stuff, right? Lily nodded solemnly. Like a princess moving into a castle. Something like that. Mia forced a smile, though castle felt uncomfortably accurate based on the glimpses she'd seen of the Blackwood estate in local magazines. Old money, sprawling grounds, and generations of power concentrated in one family. What the hell had she gotten herself into? The knock at the door made her jump, despite expecting it. Callum had promised discreet assistance with the move, probably meaning hired muscle who wouldn't ask questions about this bizarre arrangement. Instead, when Mia opened the door, she found Callum himself, looking starkly out of place in the dingy hallway. Today, he traded his usual business suit for dark jeans and a charcoal sweater that did nothing to diminish his commanding presence. If anything, the casual attire only emphasized the coiled strength in his tall frame. "You came yourself," she blurted, unable to hide her surprise. "I thought a familiar face might ease the transition." His gaze moved past her to Lily, who was regarding him with undisguised curiosity. His expression softened almost imperceptibly, especially for Lily. The consideration caught Mia off guard. She stepped back to let him enter, watching as he surveyed their modest belongings. "Is this everything? I told you we travel light," she bristled, reading judgment in his question. "I wasn't criticizing." His amber eyes flicked back to her, just confirming. Lily chose that moment to approach, Fluffy still clutched protectively to her chest. "Are you my mom's boyfriend now?" Mia choked on air. "Lily?" "Yes," Callum answered smoothly, crouching to Lily's eye level with surprising grace for such a large man, although fiancé would be the more accurate term. "Do you know what that means?" Lily nodded, her expression serious. "It means you're going to marry her." "That's right. Because you love her?" A heartbeat of silence stretched between them. Mia opened her mouth to intervene with the sanitized explanation they'd prepared, but Callum beat her to it. "Because I admire her very much," he said carefully. "Your mother is strong, determined, and puts you above everything else. Those are rare qualities worth cherishing." It wasn't exactly a declaration of fake love, but something in his tone, an unexpected sincerity, made Mia's cheeks warm. Lily considered this, head tilted. "Okay, but if you make her cry like Daddy did, Fluffy and I will bite you." A startled laugh escaped Mia, equal parts mortification and pride at her daughter's protectiveness. To her further surprise, Callum's lips curved into a genuine smile. "That's a fair warning. I'll keep it in mind." He straightened, gesturing toward the stuffed wolf. "Fluffy looks like a formidable defender." "He's a dire wolf," Lily informed him with the authority of a budding zoologist. "They're extinct, but they were the biggest, strongest wolves ever." "Is that so?" Something flickered behind Callum's eyes. Amusement, perhaps? Or some private joke? "Well, I'll definitely stay on Fluffy's good side then." He turned to Mia, the moment of warmth already receding behind his efficient mask. "The car is waiting. I've taken the liberty of terminating your lease and settling any outstanding obligations to the landlord." Of course he had. Another item on his checklist, another aspect of her life neatly subsumed into his control. "I need a minute," she said tightly, "to say goodbye." He nodded, understanding more than she expected. "I'll take these down." He lifted 2 boxes effortlessly, biceps flexing beneath the soft sweater. "Take your time." When the door closed behind him, Mia stood in the center of the empty living room, memories washing over her. Lily's first steps by the window, endless nights at the scratched kitchen table, bills spread out like a depressing game of solitaire, the corner where she'd slept on a pile of blankets for 3 months after giving Lily the only bedroom during a particularly lean winter. Not all good memories, but hers. A life she'd built from the wreckage Ryan left behind. "Ready, Mommy?" Lily's small hand slipped into hers, anchoring her to the present. Mia squeezed gently. "Ready, sweet pea." The Blackwood estate sprawled across 30 acres at the edge of town, where the foothills began their climb toward the mountains. A winding driveway cut through manicured grounds, ancient oaks creating dappled shadows across immaculate lawns. As they passed through ornate iron gates, Mia's stomach knotted with the irrational certainty that she was crossing a threshold in more ways than the obvious. Lily's face pressed against the window, eyes wide with wonder. "It's bigger than my school. It's been in my family for 5 generations," Callum said from the driver's seat, his profile sharp against the autumn scenery. "Built in 1887 by my great-great-grandfather." The main house emerged from behind a copse of trees, a sprawling stone mansion that somehow managed to look both imposing and elegant, with multiple wings and a central facade that reminded Mia of pictures she'd seen of English country estates. Gothic touches in the architecture added a slightly forbidding air, despite the warm golden stone. "It's beautiful," she admitted reluctantly. "It's home," he replied, a curious inflection on the word that suggested complicated feelings. "And now yours as well." The gravel drive ended in a circular courtyard fronting massive double doors of dark carved wood. A line of staff stood waiting on the steps, arranged with military precision, that struck Mia as excessive for welcoming a fake fiancé and her child. "Is this normal?" she murmured as Callum parked. "The welcoming committee? For a future mistress of Blackwood House? Yes." His expression revealed nothing of his thoughts. "Appearances matter here, Mia, more than you realize." Before she could probe that cryptic statement, he was out of the car and opening her door with old-fashioned courtesy that felt strangely natural coming from him. Lily had already scrambled out, bouncing on her toes with barely contained excitement. The staff straightened as they approached. A silver-haired butler, a severe-looking housekeeper, various uniformed individuals whose roles Mia couldn't begin to guess. Their faces were professionally neutral, but she didn't miss how several pairs of eyes widened slightly at the sight of her, gazes lingering a beat too long before dropping respectfully. "This is Mrs. Hughes, the housekeeper," Callum began introductions, resting his hand lightly at the small of Mia's back. The casual possessiveness of the gesture sent an unwelcome shiver up her spine. "And Mr. Grayson, who runs the household. They'll ensure you have everything you need." The butler bowed stiffly from the waist. "Miss Winters, Miss Lily, welcome to Blackwood House." "Thank you," Mia managed, fighting the urge to correct the presumptuous Miss with her proper Ms. Something told her etiquette here was as rigid as the butler's posture. As they moved up the steps, she caught snippets of hushed conversation from the younger staff members. "Can't believe he actually brought her here. The first outsider in decades. Does she even know what she's getting into?" And most unsettlingly, a whispered, "Whoa, the old lady will never allow this bloodline to be diluted." Callum's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly, the only indication he'd heard the comments. His hand pressed more firmly against her back, guiding her through the massive doorway into a soaring entrance hall that took Mia's breath away despite her determination to remain unimpressed. Marble floors gleamed beneath an enormous crystal chandelier. Twin staircases curved upward to a gallery overlooking the space. Hallways branched in multiple directions, hinting at wings and rooms beyond counting. The air smelled of beeswax, old books, and something else. Something earthy and primal that reminded Mia of forests after rainfall. "Whoa," Lily breathed, her head tilted back to stare at the vaulted ceiling. "Do you have a dungeon too?" The housekeeper's scandalized expression made Mia bite the inside of her cheek to keep from laughing. Callum, however, answered with perfect seriousness. "No dungeon, I'm afraid, though there are cellars that might qualify in the right light. Perhaps we can explore them later if your mother approves." Lily beamed at this unexpected alliance, and Mia felt a traitorous softening toward the man who could have easily dismissed a child's fanciful question. "Mrs. Hughes will show you to your suite," Callum continued. "I've arranged connecting rooms for you and Lily in the east wing, with a private sitting room between them. My quarters are in the same wing, 1 floor above, close enough for appearances, separate enough for propriety." The man thought of everything. "What about our stuff?" Mia asked, not seeing their boxes anywhere. "Being unpacked as we speak." The presumption bristled. "I prefer to unpack my own things, thank you." Something like respect flickered in his eyes. "As you wish. I'll have everything brought up immediately." The housekeeper stepped forward. "If you'll follow me, Miss Winters, I'll show you to your rooms." As they turned toward one of the grand staircases, a movement caught Mia's eye. A figure at a window overlooking the entrance hall from the gallery above. An elderly woman with ramrod-straight posture and silver hair pulled into an austere bun watched them with unnervingly keen eyes. Unlike the staff's curious glances, her gaze was calculating, assessing, like a scientist examining a potentially interesting specimen. Callum followed Mia's line of sight. "My grandmother," he said quietly, "Eleanor Blackwood, the family matriarch." "She doesn't look pleased about our arrival." "My grandmother rarely looks pleased about anything." A hint of dry humor colored his tone. "Don't worry. She seldom leaves her rooms these days. You'll meet her formally at dinner." The old woman's eyes met Mia's across the distance, and a chill skittered down her spine. There was knowledge in that gaze, ancient and cold. The matriarch inclined her head in the barest acknowledgement before turning away, her silhouette sharp against the leaded glass windows. "She's scary looking," Lily whispered, pressing closer to Mia's side. "Everything new seems a little scary at first," Mia reassured her, though the platitude rang hollow even to her own ears. "We just need time to settle in." As they followed the housekeeper up the curving staircase, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that they were being absorbed into something far more complex than a political marriage of convenience. Something with roots as deep and tangled as the ancient oaks guarding the estate's perimeter. Behind them, Callum watched their ascent, amber eyes following Mia's every movement with an intensity that belied his outward composure. When they disappeared down the hallway, he exhaled slowly, running a hand through his dark hair in a rare gesture of uncertainty. "Well," a gravelly female voice broke the silence. His grandmother had descended silently from the gallery, now standing in the shadow of a massive stone fireplace. "Is she the one?" "The blood tests are conclusive," Callum replied, voice lowered despite the staff having discreetly withdrawn. "She carries the markers we need." "And the child?" "Even stronger indicators, according to Dr. Mercer. The recessive gene is closer to the surface." Eleanor Blackwood's thin lips curved in a satisfied smile that never reached her eyes. "Then perhaps the pack has a future after all." "You should know," Callum added carefully, "she's stronger than we anticipated. Not just physically. She won't be easily controlled." The old woman's laugh was brittle as dried leaves. "Good. Weak blood is what's killing this family. We need her strength." She turned toward a shadowed hallway, adding over her shoulder, "Just remember why she's here, Callum. The attraction I see in your eyes is inconvenient." Callum's expression hardened. "I know my duty to the pack." "See that you remember it." His grandmother's voice drifted back as she disappeared into the shadows. "Blood calls to blood. The ritual won't wait for human sentimentality." Left alone in the vast entrance hall, Callum stared up at where Mia had vanished, conflict evident in the tight set of his shoulders. Whatever game he was playing, the rules were becoming dangerously complicated. Upstairs, unpacking a pathetically small collection of clothes into a closet bigger than her old bathroom, Mia paused as a strange sensation washed over her. A certainty that she was being watched, evaluated, measured, against some standard she couldn't begin to comprehend. What have I gotten myself into? The question hung in the air, unanswered, as autumn sunlight slanted through mullioned windows and shadows lengthened across the ancient floors of Blackwood House. Chapter 2. Playing Pretend. Absolutely not. Mia crossed her arms, staring down the petite woman who'd just suggested cutting 6 inches off her hair. "The clothes I agreed to. New makeup, fine, but my hair stays as is." "Yvette?" The stylist who'd introduced herself as the personal image consultant to Silver Peak's elite, pursed her crimson lips in disapproval. Behind her, 3 assistants exchanged glances that clearly communicated this was not going according to plan. "Miss Winters," Yvette began with strained patience, "the current length lacks sophistication. For the campaign appearances, it's Miss Winters," Mia corrected, "and I don't recall agreeing to be completely reinvented." After 3 days at Blackwood House, the novelty had worn off, replaced by the unsettling reality of her situation. Lily had adjusted with the resilience of childhood, delighted by her princess-worthy bedroom and the endless grounds to explore under the watchful eye of Mrs. Hughes. Mia, meanwhile, felt increasingly like an actress who'd been handed a script for a role she hadn't auditioned for. And now this A complete style overhaul scheduled without her knowledge or consent? The bedroom suite Callum had assigned her had been invaded at dawn by this squad of fashionable commandos rolling in racks of clothing and enough beauty products to stock a department store. The message was clear. Mia Winters wasn't quite good enough for public consumption as she was. Yvette sighed dramatically. Mr. Blackwood was very specific about the image requirements for his fiancée. Was he? Mia arched an eyebrow. Then Mr. Blackwood can grow his own hair and cut it however he likes? A deep chuckle from the doorway made all 5 women turn. Callum leaned against the frame, arms crossed over his broad chest, amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. How long he'd been watching their standoff was anyone's guess. "I see you're getting acquainted," he observed, his gaze traveling from the racks of designer clothing to Mia's defiant stance. "Your image consultant seems to think I need a complete personality transplant along with new clothes." Mia didn't bother hiding her irritation. "Were you planning to consult me at any point, or just present the finished product?" Something shifted in Callum's expression. A flicker of respect, perhaps. "Yvette, give us a moment." The stylist nodded crisply and herded her assistants from the room, the door closing with a soft click behind them. Callum crossed to where Mia stood amid the chaos of designer offerings, his movements carrying that predatory grace she was beginning to recognize as uniquely his. Today's impeccably tailored charcoal suit emphasized the breadth of his shoulders, the lean strength of his frame. "This isn't about changing who you are," he said, stopping closer than social norms dictated, just near enough that she had to tilt her chin up to maintain eye contact. "It's about presenting the right image to a particular audience." "Politicians' wives all need identical highlights and boring haircuts?" Mia shot back. His lips quirked. "Not identical, no. But there are expectations. Your grandmother already looks at me like I'm something the cat dragged in. I'm not giving her more ammunition by pretending to be someone I'm not." "My grandmother looks at everyone that way," Callum countered. "Even me?" The unexpected confession startled a laugh from Mia. 3 days under the same roof, and this was the first personal detail he'd volunteered. He studied her for a moment, amber eyes thoughtful. "Keep your hair, but the rest? The clothes, the media training, those aren't negotiable. The announcement happens in 10 days and we need to be convincing." Mia sighed, anger deflating into resignation. "Fine, but I draw the line at anything that makes me look like a Stepford wife." "Noted." His gaze dropped to the designer dresses laid across the bed. "Though I suspect you'd look remarkable in anything." "Or nothing." Heat flooded her cheeks at the unexpected compliment/provocation. Before she could formulate a suitably scathing response, he turned and opened the door, beckoning the stylist back in. "Yvette, Miss Winters will retain her current hair length. Focus on wardrobe and appropriate styling techniques she can maintain herself. Nothing too severe." The stylist's face registered professional disappointment, but she nodded. "Of course, Mr. Blackwood." The next 2 hours passed in a blur of measurements, fabric swatches, and impromptu fashion shows. To Mia's surprise, once the hair battle was conceded, Yvette proved both knowledgeable and occasionally musing, her commentary on certain fashion trends drawing reluctant laughs from Mia. "This one," Yvette declared finally, holding up a midnight blue evening gown with a subtle shimmer to its fabric. "For the campaign launch. It conveys sophistication without trying too hard." Mia eyed it skeptically. The dress was undeniably beautiful, but its plunging back and figure-hugging silhouette seemed designed for someone with far more confidence than she possessed. "It's a bit revealing. It's perfect," Yvette insisted. "Trust me, with your bone structure and coloring, you'll stop traffic." Doubtful but exhausted from arguing, Mia allowed herself to be maneuvered behind a dressing screen. The gown felt impossibly soft against her skin as Yvette helped her into it, the weight of fine fabric settling like water around her curves. "Now, step out and see for yourself," the stylist urged, satisfaction evident in her tone. Mia emerged hesitantly, unprepared for the collective gasp from the assistants. She turned toward the full-length mirror and froze, momentarily unable to reconcile the image before her with her mental self-portrait. The woman in the mirror looked elegant, poised, Nothing like the overworked single mother who'd spent years prioritizing practical over pretty. The gown's deep blue made her hazel eyes appear more green than brown, while the cut-enhanced curves she typically disguised under practical clothing. "Holy shit," she breathed, then winced at the unladylike expletive. Yvette smirked triumphantly. "Told you. Now hold still while I pin the hem." The stylist knelt with pins between her teeth, making minute adjustments while her assistants hovered with measuring tapes and fabric markers. So absorbed was their collective focus that none of them noticed the door opening again until a charged silence fell over the room. Mia looked up to find Callum standing frozen in the doorway, his expression transformed. The cool control she'd come to expect had vanished, replaced by something raw and hungry that sent a jolt of electricity down her spine. His gaze traveled slowly from her face down the length of the gown, lingering on the curves it accentuated, the skin it revealed. When his eyes returned to hers, they had darkened to a burnished gold that reminded her of a predator's gaze in firelight. "Mr. Blackwood," Yvette acknowledged, oblivious to the sudden tension crackling between them. "Perfect timing. We've just found the ideal gown for the announcement gala." Callum entered the room with deliberate steps, circling Mia as though she were a rare artwork he was considering acquiring. She fought the urge to fidget under his intense scrutiny, lifting her chin instead in silent challenge. "The back needs taking in slightly," he observed, voice deeper than usual. Without warning, he moved behind her, close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from his body. His reflection appeared over her shoulder in the mirror, dark and imposing against her newly polished image. Their eyes met in the glass, an unspoken current passing between them. "May I?" he murmured, though his hands were already rising toward the back of her gown. Mia nodded mutely, a strange breathlessness overtaking her as his fingers brushed the exposed skin of her upper back, ostensibly adjusting the fabric where it draped. But there was nothing clinical in his touch. His fingertips lingered along her shoulder blade, tracing the curve with unnecessary deliberation that sent shivers cascading down her nerve endings. "Here," he said, voice pitched low enough that only she could hear. The fabric should follow this line. His finger drew a slow path along her spine, the whisper-soft contact leaving goosebumps in its wake. Mia's pulse hammered in her throat. She knew she should step away, remind him that their arrangement didn't include whatever this was. Instead, she remained still, trapped in the heated gaze that held hers in the mirror. One of the assistants cleared her throat awkwardly, breaking the spell. Callum's hand fell away, though the phantom sensation of his touch lingered like a brand on Mia's skin. "Perfect choice," he said, addressing Yvette, while his eyes remained fixed on Mia's reflection. "Have it ready for Thursday's interview." With that, he turned and left the room, his departure as abrupt as his entrance. Only when the door closed behind him did Mia realize she'd been holding her breath. Yvette's knowing smirk said she'd missed nothing of the charged exchange. "Well," the stylist remarked, "I'd say the gown has the desired effect." Mia's cheeks burned, but she couldn't disagree. "The key is to keep your answers brief but warm," Callum instructed as their town car glided through Silver Peak's oak-lined streets toward the local television station. "Let me lead when politics come up, but feel free to speak about how we met, your impressions of me, that sort of thing." "Our fictional meet-cute at the hotel charity gala that never happened, you mean?" Mia smoothed an invisible wrinkle from the emerald silk blouse that had been deemed appropriate for daytime television. "Don't worry, I've memorized our cover story." "It's not entirely fictional," he countered. "You did work at the hotel." "Yes, scrubbing toilets, not attending galas." She couldn't quite keep the edge from her voice. A week of intensive media training had left her raw and irritable, especially since Lily had been enrolled in Silver Peak Academy, an elite private school that cost more per semester than Mia used to make in a year. The distance from her daughter, however well-intentioned, only heightened her sense of having traded one form of entrapment for another. Callum studied her with that unnerving focus he seemed capable of, even while discussing something else entirely. "You're nervous." Brilliant deduction. Mia's hands twisted in her lap. "I'm about to lie on camera to help your political aspirations. What could possibly make me nervous?" Instead of the sharp retort she expected, Callum surprised her by covering her fidgeting hands with one of his own. The unexpected gesture stilled her movement, warmth seeping through her skin. "Think of it this way," he said, voice gentler than she'd heard from him before. "You're playing a role, like an actress. The real you isn't on display, just the character we've created together." Mia glanced at his hand over hers, then up to his face. "Is that how you see it? Just playing a character?" Something complicated flickered in his expression. "It's simpler that way." Before she could probe that revealing statement, the car pulled up to the station's entrance, where a production assistant waited with a clipboard and an overly caffeinated smile. "Mr. Blackwood, Miss Winters, we're so excited to have you. Monica is absolutely thrilled to get the exclusive on your engagement." The words tumbled out as she ushered them through glass doors into the controlled chaos of a television studio. The next hour passed in a blur of sound checks, powder being dusted over Mia's face, and last-minute coaching from a producer who kept emphasizing how natural and relaxed they should appear, directives that achieved precisely the opposite effect. "3 minutes, people," someone called as they were positioned on a cozy-looking set designed to resemble a living room. Mia perched on the edge of a blue sofa, hyper-aware of the cameras and lights aimed their way. Callum sat beside her, one arm stretched casually along the back of the sofa behind her shoulders, the picture of confident ease. "Breathe," he murmured close to her ear. "You look like you're facing a firing squad." "Easy for you to say. You probably practiced smiling in the mirror as a child." His low chuckle surprised her. "My father actually made me do exactly that. A Blackwood always controls how others perceive him, one of his many cheery life lessons." The glimpse into his childhood caught her off guard, but before she could respond, Monica Chen, Silver Peak's most popular news anchor, swept onto the set in a cloud of designer perfume and professional warmth. "Callum, it's been too long." The striking woman air-kissed both his cheeks with practiced precision. Her gaze shifted to Mia, assessing and curious. "And this must be the mystery woman who's captured our most eligible bachelor. Monica Chen, delighted to meet you." "Likewise," Mia managed, accepting the anchor's perfectly manicured handshake. "Though I'm not sure about the mystery woman part." "Oh, but you are." No one even knew Callum was dating someone, and suddenly, engagement announced. Everyone's dying to know how you managed what half of Silver Peak's socialites couldn't. The slightly barbed comment was delivered with such a brilliant smile that Mia almost missed the implication. "Almost. Perhaps they were trying too hard," she replied sweetly. "Some things happen when you least expect them." Monica's eyebrows lifted appreciatively at the gentle pushback. "I can see why you like her, Callum. She's got spirit." "Among many other qualities," he agreed, his hand coming to rest lightly on Mia's shoulder in a gesture that appeared affectionate but felt oddly protective. 30 seconds, the floor director called. Monica settled into her chair, transforming from sharp-eyed journalist to America's best friend in the blink of an eye. "Just relax and be yourselves. We'll have a lovely chat and everyone will fall in love with your love story." If only there was one, Mia thought. The red light on the camera blinked on and Monica launched into her introduction with polished enthusiasm. "Silver Peak, do we have a surprise for you today? Joining us exclusively is Callum Blackwood, whose family has shaped our community for generations," with some very special news. Callum is here with his fiancée Mia Winters for their first interview since announcing their engagement. Welcome to both of you. "Thank you, Monica." Callum's public voice carried just the right blend of authority and approachability. "We're delighted to be here. Now, I have to say, this engagement has taken everyone by surprise. Callum, you've been Silver Peak's most sought-after bachelor for years. How did Mia manage to change your mind about settling down?" Callum smiled, his hand finding Mia's with practiced ease. "It wasn't a matter of changing my mind. It was about finding the right person." His thumb stroked over her knuckles, the casual intimacy making her pulse skip. "When you know, you know." Monica turned her megawatt smile toward Mia. "And you, Mia? What was your first impression of Callum? Was it love at first sight?" The rehearsed answer dissolved on Mia's tongue as she glanced at Callum's profile. The strong line of his jaw, the amber eyes that could shift from cold calculation to smoldering intensity in moments. Truth, she decided, might serve better than complete fiction. "Honestly, I thought he was intimidating," she admitted. "There's a presence about him that fills a room. But then I saw how he interacted with my daughter, Lily, and I realized there was much more beneath the surface. Callum's slight stiffening beside her suggested this deviation from script had caught him off guard. Good. Two could play at this game. Yes, your daughter. Monica leaned forward with practiced interest. Callum, how has it been stepping into a ready-made family? Enlightening, he answered after a moment's pause. Lily is extraordinarily perceptive. She asks questions most adults wouldn't think to ask, sees things they might miss. A genuine smile softened his features. Yesterday she asked if I could hear better than most people because I noticed the delivery truck before it turned onto the property. Mia blinked in surprise. She hadn't heard about this exchange. Out of the mouths of babes, Monica laughed. And speaking of perception, our viewers will want to know, when did you realize this was serious? Was there a moment when you just knew? The question hung in the air, loaded with expectations. Mia waited for Callum to deliver another smooth, practiced response from their pre-approved script. Instead, he turned to look at her directly, something unreadable shifting in his gaze. There was a moment, he said slowly. Mia was working late at the hotel. I came in after a difficult meeting and found her straightening the conference room. She was humming something under her breath, completely unaware of being observed. Mia's breath caught. This wasn't their rehearsed story. This was something that had actually happened, though not the romantic encounter he was framing it as. She dropped a stack of papers, he continued, and swore in a way that would make a sailor blush. His lips curved in amusement at the memory. Then she saw me standing there and didn't apologize or get flustered. She just looked me in the eye and said, "If you're planning to stand there, you might as well make yourself useful and help pick these up." Monica gasped in theatrical shock. "You didn't." "I absolutely did," Mia confirmed, remembering the incident with perfect clarity, though she'd had no idea he'd even registered it as significant. In my defense, it was past midnight, and I'd been on my feet for 14 hours. "And did he help?" the anchor asked, clearly delighted by this unscripted moment. "He did," Mia acknowledged, looking at Callum with new curiosity. "That's what surprised me. Most executives wouldn't have bothered." "That's when I knew," Callum said, his eyes never leaving Mia's face. "Someone who valued her dignity over my position was refreshing." The genuine note in his voice caught me off guard. Was this performance for Monica's benefit, or was there a grain of truth in his words? The uncertainty left her momentarily speechless. Monica, sensing television gold, pressed forward. "And the proposal? We're all dying to hear how that happened." Callum smoothly picked up their rehearsed narrative, describing a fictional sunset proposal on the grounds of the estate. Mia contributed appropriate nods and smiles, her mind still caught on the unexpected revelation of a real memory twisted into their false romance. "Well, I think I speak for all of Silver Peak when I say you make a stunning couple," Monica declared as the interview wound down. "Before we go, I understand there's been speculation about Callum's potential run for state senate. Any comment on that?" "We'll have an announcement about my political plans very soon," Callum replied diplomatically. "But today is about celebrating our engagement, not politics." "Fair enough," Monica laughed. "But our viewers would love to see a little affection from Silver Peak's new power couple before we sign off. How about a kiss for the cameras?" Mia froze, panic flaring bright and hot in her chest. They hadn't discussed this possibility, hadn't prepared for such a public display. Her eyes darted to Callum, finding his expression equally caught off guard, though he masked it better. For a heartbeat, she thought he might deflect the request. Then his hand came up to cup her cheek, turning her face toward his with gentle pressure. His eyes asked a silent question, giving her the option to pull away. Pride and the awareness of rolling cameras kept her in place as he leaned in, his intention clearly to brush his lips briefly against hers. A chaste, camera-friendly moment that would satisfy without crossing boundaries. But the instant his mouth touched hers, something electric sparked between them. What should have been perfunctory ignited into something else entirely as his lips softened against hers, warm and unexpectedly tender. A current of sensation raced from the point of contact down to Mia's toes, her body responding with a mind of its own. Her hand came up instinctively to rest against his chest, feeling the strong, rapid beat of his heart beneath expensive fabric. The kiss lasted only seconds, but when they parted, the look in Callum's eyes had transformed. Pupils dilated, a flush of color high on his cheekbones. For one unguarded moment, he looked as shaken as she felt. "Absolutely adorable," Monica cooed, her voice seeming to come from a great distance. "Ladies of Silver Peak, it seems our most eligible bachelor is well and truly off the market." The red light on the camera blinked off, and the spell shattered. Callum straightened, composure sliding back into place like a mask, though a muscle ticked in his jaw. "Lovely segment," he told Monica, with practiced ease that betrayed nothing of the moment they'd just shared. "Thank you for having us." But as they were escorted from the set, Mia noticed his hand at the small of her back trembled slightly, his fingers curling into a fist before dropping away entirely. Whatever had just happened between them, it seemed neither had been prepared for it, and neither quite knew what to do about it now. Sleep eluded Mia. Again. 2 weeks into her new life at Blackwood House, and she still couldn't adjust to the absolute silence that descended after dark. No distant sirens, no neighbors' muffled arguments, no rattling pipes, just the occasional creak of ancient timbers settling and the soft whisper of wind through the massive oaks outside her windows. The digital clock on her nightstand glowed an accusatory 2:17 a.m. Sighing, she threw back the ridiculously luxurious sheets and slid her feet into the plush slippers that had mysteriously appeared in her closet 3 days after her arrival. Just one of many necessities that materialized without discussion, reinforcing the message that Mia Winters needed improving. She pulled on a silk robe, another unsolicited upgrade from her worn flannel, and slipped into the hallway. Moonlight filtered through tall windows, casting elongated shadows across the corridor's polished floors. During daylight hours, the house hummed with activity, staff moving efficiently between tasks, Lily's laughter echoing as she explored her new domain, Callum's occasional commanding presence sweeping through rooms with purpose. Night transformed it into something else entirely, ancient and watchful, filled with whispers of secrets held within its walls. Mia padded silently toward the East Wing's grand staircase, planning to raid the kitchen. Mrs. Abernathy, the iron-fisted head cook, guarded her domain during waking hours with the vigilance of a military commander. But Mia had discovered that the woman made divine chocolate chip cookies that she stored in the blue ceramic jar behind the flour canisters. As she descended the stairs, a thin line of light beneath the closed door of Callum's study caught her attention. Who else was awake at this hour? She hesitated, then changed course. Perhaps Callum was working late. He often did, disappearing into conference calls or mysterious meetings that she wasn't privy to. Their paths had crossed infrequently since the television interview 3 days earlier, an arrangement Mia suspected was deliberate on his part. That unexpected kiss had shifted something between them, creating a tension neither seemed eager to acknowledge. She'd nearly reached the study door when a sound from within stopped her cold, a low, guttural groan that held nothing of pleasure and everything of pain. Concern overrode hesitation. She knocked once, sharply. "Callum?" No response, but another stifled sound of distress carried through the heavy wood. Mia pushed open the door without further preamble. The study lay in half-darkness, illuminated only by a single desk lamp and the dying embers in the fireplace. Callum sat slumped in the leather armchair near the hearth, head bowed, one hand clenched white-knuckled around a crystal tumbler of amber liquid. "Callum?" she repeated, softer this time. His head jerked up, eyes flashing with something feral and unfocused before recognition dawned. "Mia, what are you—" He broke off as a spasm of pain contorted his features, teeth clenching visibly. She crossed the room in quick strides, medical mom instincts kicking in. "What's wrong? Should I call someone?" "No." The word emerged as a command, sharp enough to halt her approach momentarily. He drew a ragged breath, moderating his tone with visible effort. "No, doctors. It will pass." Now that she was closer, Mia could see the unnatural flush across his cheekbones, the sheen of sweat at his temples despite the room's chill. His usual immaculate appearance had deteriorated, tie loosened, collar unbuttoned, dark hair disheveled, as though he'd repeatedly raked his hands through it. "You're ill," she stated, concern rapidly displacing their usual wariness. A bitter smile twisted his mouth. "An old condition. It flares occasionally." He attempted to straighten, but another wave of pain bowed his shoulders. The tumbler slipped from his grasp, landing on the thick carpet with a muted thud, whiskey soaking into the fibers. Without thinking, Mia closed the distance between them, crouching beside his chair. Up close, the heat radiating from him was alarming, far beyond normal fever temperatures. Instinctively, she pressed her palm to his forehead, the way she'd checked Lily's temperature 1,000 times. The contact jolted them both. Beneath her fingers, his skin burned with impossible heat, but that wasn't what made her breath catch. The moment she touched him, something electric arced between them, a current of awareness so intense it nearly vibrated in the air. Callum went utterly still, his eyes locking with hers, pupils expanding until only a thin rim of gold remained. Neither moved, neither breathed. The connection hummed between them, primal and undeniable. Then, Callum's hand rose to cover hers, not removing it from his forehead, but holding it there with surprising gentleness. The gesture contained a vulnerability she'd never witnessed in him before. "You're burning up," she whispered, voice unsteady. "This isn't normal. It's genetic," he replied, equally quiet. "My father experienced the same episodes, as did his father before him. What is it? What can I do?" The questions emerged before she could consider their implications. That she cared, that his suffering affected her in ways that transcended their business arrangement. Something softened in his expression. Nothing to be done except wait it out. "It won't kill me," a wry twist of his mouth, "though it occasionally makes me wish it would." Mia sank back on her heels, her hand slipping from beneath his to rest on the chair's arm. "How often does this happen?" "Increasingly frequent," he exhaled slowly, leaning his head back against the leather. "Always has been worst around the full moon. Old family curse, you might say." The casual reference to the lunar cycle sent an inexplicable chill down her spine, reminiscent of the strange conversation she'd overheard at the hotel. Before she could probe further, Callum reached for a crystal decanter on the side table, hands trembling slightly as he poured another measure of whiskey. "That won't help if you're running a fever," she admonished. "It dulls the edges." He took a measured sip, then regarded her over the rim. "Why are you awake at this hour?" The deflection was obvious, but she allowed it, settling more comfortably onto the carpet beside his chair. "The house is too quiet. I'm used to city noise, neighbors fighting at midnight, cars backfiring. Here, there's just nothing." "You miss it?" Genuine curiosity colored his tone. "The apartment, your old life?" Mia considered the question, surprised by her own answer. "Not exactly. I miss the independence, knowing I built something for Lily and myself, however modest. But I don't miss the constant worry, the juggling act of bills and jobs and never having quite enough." "You had dignity in your struggle," Callum observed, an unexpected note of admiration in his voice. "More than most in your position would have maintained. Pretty words from the man who's never had to choose between paying rent or buying antibiotics," she retorted, though without real heat. His expression shifted to something more somber. "We all have our cages, Mia. Some are just gilded more convincingly than others." The statement, delivered without self-pity, hinted at depths she hadn't considered, constraints and expectations that might bind even someone of his position and power. Before she could respond, another spasm gripped him, muscles tensing visibly beneath his tailored shirt. Acting on instinct, Mia reached for his free hand, offering simple human contact as he rode out the pain. His fingers clutched hers with bruising strength, yet she didn't pull away. When the tension finally ebbed, he stared at their joined hands as though baffled by the connection. "Sorry," he murmured, loosening his grip but not releasing her entirely. "Does it help?" she asked softly. "Having someone here?" The question seemed to catch him off guard. "I wouldn't know. I've always dealt with these episodes alone." The admission struck Mia with unexpected force. The image of him suffering in solitude, year after year, maintaining the Blackwood facade of strength even in private. Despite everything, something tender unfurled in her chest. Well, now you don't have to, she said simply, settling more comfortably against the chair. They remained that way until dawn, speaking occasionally of inconsequential things, hands loosely linked in a truce neither acknowledged directly. When the first gray light filtered through the windows, Callum's fever had broken, leaving him exhausted but clear-eyed. As Mia rose to return to her room before the household stirred, he caught her wrist gently. "Thank you," he said, the words obviously unfamiliar territory for him. "Your discretion about this would be appreciated." She nodded, understanding passing between them. "Your secret's safe with me." It wasn't until she reached her door that she realized they'd shared more truth in those quiet night hours than in all their previous interactions combined, and that the wall she'd carefully constructed between them had developed its first significant crack. "Why do I have to wear this itchy dress? It's just dinner." Lily tugged at the collar of her navy blue velvet dress, nose scrunched in displeasure as Mia attempted to tame her daughter's blonde curls into something resembling order. "Because we're meeting Mr. Callum's family tonight, Sweet Pea. It's important to make a good impression." Mia secured a final pin and stepped back to assess her handiwork. "There, you look beautiful, but I met his grandmother already, and she's scary. She looks at me like I'm a science experiment." Mia stilled, brush halfway back to the vanity. "When did you meet Mrs. Blackwood?" "Yesterday in the garden. I was looking at the roses, and she asked me to come closer so she could assess my features. Then she said I had good bone structure, but my eyes were the wrong color." Lily shrugged with the resilience of childhood. "She's weird." A chill skittered down Mia's spine. In the 3 weeks they'd been at Blackwood House, she'd glimpsed the formidable matriarch only from a distance. The thought of the woman evaluating her 7-year-old daughter made her maternal hackles rise. "If anyone makes you uncomfortable, you tell me immediately," she said, crouching to meet Lily's eyes. "Promise?" "I promise. But Mrs. Blackwood wasn't really scary, just regular old person scary." Lily hopped off the stool, dress promptly wrinkling. "Do you think they'll have cake for dessert? Sophia at school said rich people always have fancy desserts." Mia smiled despite her unease. "Let's go find out." As they descended the grand staircase, Callum appeared in the entrance hall below, deep in conversation with a man who could only be his father. The same imposing height and breadth of shoulder, though silver had replaced the dark hair, and lines of authority were etched more deeply around eyes that held none of Callum's occasional warmth. Both men looked up at their approach, conversation halting abruptly. Something unspoken passed between father and son before Callum stepped forward, extending his hand to Mia as though they were partners in truth rather than convenience. "Right on time," he said, voice carrying a warning she couldn't quite decipher. "Father, may I present my fiancée Mia Winters and her daughter Lily." Lawrence Blackwood subjected them to an assessment so thorough it bordered on invasive, nostrils flaring slightly as though scenting the air. "Ms. Winters," he acknowledged with cool civility. His gaze lowered to Lily, sharpening with sudden interest. "And the child. Stronger markers than expected in one so young." Before Mia could question the bizarre statement, Callum's hand pressed against her lower back, urging her forward. "The others are waiting in the dining room." "Others?" she murmured as they moved down the corridor. "My Aunt Victoria and Uncle Gerald, along with their son James. Extended family visits are rare occurrences." His voice lowered further. "Stay close to me tonight. My family can be overwhelming." The warning proved immediately justified. The Blackwood dining room resembled a museum exhibit of old-world opulence. A massive mahogany table gleaming beneath a crystal chandelier, ancestral portraits lining wood-paneled walls, silver service laid out with military precision. But it was the occupants rather than the decor that commanded attention. Eleanora Blackwood presided at one end of the table, her silver hair arranged in the same severe style Mia had glimpsed from afar. Beside her sat a woman who could only be Callum's aunt, equally elegant but with a vulpine quality to her narrow features. The uncle, a barrel-chested man with a booming laugh, rose as they entered, while a younger man around Callum's age, presumably James, regarded them with undisguised curiosity. "At last we meet the woman who has conquered our Callum's famous self-control," Victoria declared, making no move to rise. We were beginning to think you were a convenient fiction. Reality often exceeds fiction, Mia replied with a pleasant smile that concealed sudden wariness. Every instinct screamed that she was being evaluated, and not merely as a potential in-law. Introductions flowed with practiced formality, but beneath the social niceties, Mia couldn't shake the feeling of having wandered into a pack of predators sizing up potential prey. Lawrence gestured imperiously for service to begin. I trust the accommodations have been satisfactory, he addressed Mia, the question carrying a weight beyond simple hospitality. More than satisfactory. Your home is remarkable. Our home has stood for generations, he corrected pointedly. The Blackwood bloodline has occupied this valley since before the town existed. Continuity and strength are our legacy. The emphasis on bloodlines sent an echo of Callum's overheard conversation rippling through her memory. Before she could formulate a neutral response, Lily piped up. Is that why there are so many wolf pictures everywhere? Because of your family's legacy? A charged silence fell over the table. Mia tensed, sensing she'd missed some significant subtext, but Lily continued blithely. I counted 23 wolf paintings and statues so far. My favorite is the big stone one in the garden. He looks sad, though. Why is he sad? To Mia's astonishment, Eleonora answered, her voice surprisingly gentle compared to her forbidding appearance. What makes you think the wolf is sad, child? Lily considered this with 7-year-old gravity. His eyes. They look like Callum's when he thinks nobody's watching. The observation landed like a stone in still water, ripples of reaction passing around the table. Callum's jaw tightened while his cousin James failed to suppress a startled laugh. Perceptive little thing, isn't she? James remarked, earning a sharp glance from his mother. Indeed, Eleanor's keen gaze shifted between Lily and Mia with renewed interest. The statue depicts Lycaon, the first of our line. Legend holds that he sacrificed much to ensure our family's survival. Like what? Lily pressed, genuinely curious. His humanity, some would say. The cryptic answer came from Lawrence, delivered with such weight that even Lily sensed the conversation had veered into complex territory. Callum smoothly redirected, asking James about recent business ventures, and the dinner progressed with surface civility. But Mia couldn't ignore the oddities that accumulated as the evening wore on. The roast arrived bloody rare, prompting appreciative murmurs from the Blackwoods, while she discreetly cut Lily's portion into well-done edges. Victoria and Gerald seemed to communicate through subtle shifts in posture and expression rather than words. Lawrence cocked his head toward sounds Mia couldn't detect until moments later, a car arriving, a distant door closing, and all of them watched Lily with an intensity that made Mia's protective instincts flare. Most disconcerting was their apparent ability to scent things. Gerald commented on the gardener changing aftershave brands. Victoria noted the particular vineyard of their wine before the bottle was presented, and Lawrence, most alarmingly, remarked that Mia's cycle was approaching, an observation so inappropriately intimate that she nearly choked on her water. Beneath the table, Callum's hand found hers as Lawrence continued. The timing could be advantageous for the initial... Father! Callum's interruption carried quiet authority. Perhaps we could discuss matters of business after dinner. Lawrence's eyes narrowed fractionally, challenge evident in his posture. The girls should know what's expected. The full moon is in 3 days, and preparations will proceed according to tradition, Callum finished firmly. But tonight is for welcoming Mia and Lily into our home. Protocol dictates hospitality before business. The invocation of protocol seemed to carry weight. Lawrence inclined his head in reluctant acquiescence, though displeasure radiated from him like heat from a banked fire. Through it all, Callum's hand remained clasped around Mia's beneath the table, his thumb tracing small circles against her palm. A gesture that felt bizarrely protective rather than romantic. When she glanced at him questioningly, the intensity in his gaze conveyed a clear message. Trust me, follow my lead. She squeezed his hand once in acknowledgement, surprised by how naturally the silent communication flowed between them. As dessert was served, elaborate chocolate confections that delighted Lily, Victoria leaned forward, addressing Mia directly. Tell me, how are you finding the transition? It must be quite an adjustment from your previous circumstances. The delicate emphasis conveyed volumes of condescension. Before Mia could respond, Lily jumped in. Our apartment was small, but it was cozy, and Mom made it nice, even when we didn't have much money. She painted my room yellow all by herself and made curtains from old sheets with butterflies on them. Her matter-of-fact defense of their former life contained not a hint of shame. Mia's chest swelled with fierce pride. She might have entered this strange new world feeling outmatched. But her daughter possessed a natural dignity no finishing school could teach. Resourcefulness is an admirable trait, Eleanor observed, surprising everyone. The ability to adapt and survive demonstrates strength of character, perhaps more important than an accident of birth. The comment, delivered while staring pointedly at her son, suggested currents of family politics Mia couldn't begin to navigate. Lawrence's expression darkened, while Callum's grip on her hand tightened momentarily. As the interminable dinner finally concluded, Mia noted with relief that Lily was fading, her earlier animation giving way to the heavy-lidded look that preceded imminent collapse. "I should get her to bed," Mia said, rising. "It's been a long evening for a 7-year-old. Of course." Callum stood immediately, clearly recognizing the escape opportunity. "I'll accompany you." They made their polite farewells, Lily managing drowsy but impeccable manners that drew approving nods even from Victoria. As they reached the doorway, Lawrence's voice halted them. "Callum, my study, once the child is settled." Not a request, but a command. Mia felt Callum tense beside her, though his expression revealed nothing. "Of course, Father." Only when they were safely upstairs, Lily tucked into bed and already drifting toward sleep, did Mia turn to him in the hallway outside their rooms. "What the hell was that?" she demanded in a fierce whisper. "The comments about bloodlines, the weird sniffing thing your uncle did, my cycle? Do you people have any boundaries at all?" Callum ran a hand through his hair, a rare gesture of frustration. "My family can be archaic in their perspectives. Bloodlines and tradition hold enormous importance." They were evaluating Lily like a show pony. And what was all that about the full moon and protocols? Something shuddered in his expression. "Old family traditions. Nothing for you to worry about." "That's not good enough, Callum, not when it involves my daughter." He stepped closer, voice dropping. "I won't let anything happen to either of you. You have my word." The promise carried weight beyond the words themselves, but before she could press further, the grandfather clock at the end of the hall chimed 9. "I need to meet with my father." He hesitated, then brushed his knuckles lightly against her cheek, a gesture so unexpected it stilled her questions. "Lock your door tonight, Mia." With that cryptic warning, he turned and strode away, leaving her in the hallway with more questions than answers, and the unsettling certainty that she'd glimpsed only the surface of the Blackwood family's secrets. The Silver Peak Conservation Society Gala had been the premier social event of the season for generations, an opportunity for the town's elite to display their wealth, cement alliances, and subtly reinforce the social hierarchy while nominally raising funds for environmental preservation. Hosted in the grand ballroom of the historic Westbrook Hotel, the Black Tie Affair represented Mia and Callum's first major public appearance since the television interview 2 weeks earlier. It also served as the unofficial launch of Callum's Senate campaign, with key political figures and potential donors in attendance. The stakes couldn't be higher, a fact Callum had emphasized during their preparation session that afternoon. "Senator Reynolds and his wife will likely approach early. He chairs the committee I'll need for the environmental legislation package." Callum had paced the library, reviewing notes while Mia tried to memorize a seemingly endless list of names and connections. The Fosters control significant media interests. Judge Whitaker is retiring, but his endorsement carries weight with the legal community. "I'm beginning to think I should have flashcards," Mia had muttered, massaging her temples. He'd paused then, studying her with unexpected perception. "You're nervous. What gave it away, the cold sweat or the look of abject terror?" His lips had quirked in that almost smile that had become increasingly frequent. "You'll be fine. Just be yourself." "Myself got you a 10% approval bump in the latest poll," she had reminded him, referencing the surprisingly positive public response to their television appearance. What if I can't recreate that magic with all of Silver Peak society watching? Callum had crouched beside her chair, his expression more open than she'd grown accustomed to seeing. You don't need magic, Mia. You have something better. Authenticity. These people have spent their lives detecting falsehood. Give them the truth, just not all of it. The advice echoed in her mind now as she descended the sweeping staircase into the hotel ballroom, Callum's steady hand beneath her elbow. The midnight blue gown from her makeover session flowed around her like liquid shadow, while the diamond pendant at her throat, a campaign prop from the Blackwood vault, caught the light with every breath. Conversations paused as they entered, gazes tracking their progress across the marble floor. Mia forced herself to stand tall, channeling confidence she didn't entirely feel. Beside her, Callum projected his usual commanding presence, enhanced by a bespoke tuxedo that emphasized his powerful frame. Ready, he murmured, just before they reached the first cluster of guests. As I'll ever be. The next 2 hours passed in a blur of introductions, carefully calibrated small talk, and the delicate navigation of social currents Mia was still learning to read. To her surprise, she found herself increasingly at ease, her natural directness providing a refreshing contrast to the practiced charm that dominated such gatherings. Senator Reynolds' wife, a formidable woman with impeccable taste and a razor-sharp mind, declared her a breath of fresh air after Mia diplomatically deflected a loaded question about welfare reform. Judge Whitaker chuckled appreciatively when she admitted to knowing nothing about golf, but offered to discuss his recent opinion on water rights instead, a subject she'd researched specifically after Callum mentioned the judge's passion for environmental law. As the evening progressed, Mia became aware of Callum watching her with something like amazement when he thought she wasn't looking. During a brief moment alone while he spoke with a campaign advisor, she raised an eyebrow in silent question. "You're remarkable," he said simply, the genuine admiration in his voice warming her more than the champagne ever could. "You sound surprised." "Not surprised, impressed." His gaze lingered on her face. "You've won over half the room in less than 2 hours, including people who've snubbed political spouses with far more prestigious backgrounds." Before she could respond, a sharp female voice cut through their moment. "Callum Blackwood, finally emerging from your self-imposed isolation." They turned to find an elegantly dressed woman with calculating eyes and a smile that never reached them. Recognition dawned. Diana Wakefield, daughter of Callum's primary political rival. Diana. Callum's tone cooled noticeably. "I wasn't aware you'd be attending tonight." Daddy sends his regrets, last-minute strategy meeting. Her gaze shifted to Mia, assessment barely concealed beneath social niceties. And this must be the mysterious fiancé we've all been hearing about. Quite the whirlwind romance, wasn't it? The implied skepticism hung in the air between them. Mia met her gaze steadily. "The best kind, don't you think? Life rarely gives us warning before changing completely." Deanna's smile thinned. "Indeed, though I've always found that hasty decisions often leave room for regret. Some risks are worth taking," Callum interjected smoothly, his hand coming to rest at the small of Mia's back, a gesture that had become increasingly natural between them, particularly when the reward is so evident. The possessive touch and warm words sent an involuntary shiver down Mia's spine. For a heartbeat, the pretense felt dangerously close to reality. "How poetic," Deanna replied, skepticism evident. "I'm sure your family shares your enthusiasm. Lawrence has always been so particular about bloodlines." The pointed reference made Mia stiffen, recalling the strange dinner conversation. Callum's expression hardened imperceptibly. "If you'll excuse us," he said with cool finality, "I believe they are announcing dinner." As they moved away, Mia leaned closer to murmur, "Friend of yours?" "Hardly. Her father and mine have been rivals for decades, politically, financially, and in ways most of Silver Peak knows nothing about." His jaw tightened. "The Wakefields are dangerous, Mia. Diana especially. She collects information like others collect art." "Duly noted. I'll add her to my growing list of people to avoid." The warning cast a brief shadow over the evening, but as dinner progressed, Mia found herself genuinely enjoying aspects of the elaborate. The 8-course meal featured local delicacies prepared with extraordinary skill. The wine, selected from the Blackwood cellars, drew appreciative murmurs even from hardened critics. And throughout it all, Callum remained attentive in ways that increasingly seemed less performative and more genuine. When the orchestra struck up after dinner, couples gradually filled the dance floor. Mia watched from their table, admiring the elegant movements of people who had clearly grown up attending such events. "Dance with me," Callum said suddenly, extending his hand. "I don't know how to waltz," she admitted. "My formal dance education consisted of exactly one high school prom where the DJ played mostly hip-hop." Amusement warmed his amber eyes. "I'll lead, just follow." Before she could protest further, he drew her onto the floor, one hand settling at her waist, the other clasping hers with confident pressure. The proximity sent her pulse skittering. They'd maintained careful physical boundaries since the interview kiss, as though by mutual unspoken agreement. "Relax," he murmured, guiding her into the first steps. "It's just movement with structure, like most things in high society." To her surprise, Mia found herself adapting quickly, her natural grace compensating for lack of formal training. Callum proved an excellent teacher, anticipating her movements before she made them, his firm guidance making the complicated patterns seem almost intuitive. "Not bad for a beginner," he observed as they completed a full circuit of the floor. "You're a quick study." "I've had to be." She glanced up to find him watching her with unusual intensity, something unreadable shifting behind his eyes. "What?" "Nothing." But the slight shake of his head belied the dismissal. "It's just, sometimes I forget this isn't real." The admission, voiced so quietly it barely carried over the music, caught her off guard. Before she could respond, the waltz ended, polite applause rippling through the ballroom. As couples began to disperse, a photographer from the local paper approached. "Mr. Blackwood, a photo for tomorrow's society page?" Callum glanced at Mia, silently asking permission. At her slight nod, he drew her closer, posing with practiced ease. "Perfect," the photographer enthused. "Maybe one with a kiss for the romantics? The town's been buzzing about your engagement." A heartbeat of hesitation passed between them, then, mindful of watching eyes and the campaign's needs, Callum cupped Mia's cheek with careful deliberation, telegraphing his intentions clearly enough that she could pull away if desired. She didn't. His lips met hers with what should have been calculated restraint, a public display calibrated for maximum political effect. But the moment of contact shattered those careful boundaries. Something electric sparked between them, just as it had during the interview, but intensified by the weeks of growing connection. Mia's hands found their way to the lapels of his jacket, steadying herself as the kiss deepened beyond what propriety dictated. Callum's fingers tangled in her hair, cradling her head with surprising tenderness even as his mouth claimed hers with increasing hunger. When they finally broke apart, both were breathing unevenly, the performance having transformed into something neither had anticipated. Around them, delighted murmurs and a smattering of applause suggested the display had achieved its purpose, even as it left them staring at each other with mingled confusion and want. "That ought to silence the skeptics," Callum managed, his voice rougher than usual. Mia nodded mutely, willing her racing heart to steady. "I need a moment," she whispered. "Powder room." He released her immediately, understanding in his eyes. "Of course, I'll be here." The opulent ladies' lounge provided momentary sanctuary. Mia leaned against the marble vanity, struggling to regain her composure. What was happening to her carefully constructed defenses? Every interaction with Callum seemed to chip away at the wall between obligation and emotion, leaving her increasingly uncertain where pretense ended and truth began. First time at the conservation gala, Mia straightened to find a woman perhaps a decade her senior watching with knowing eyes. Elegant but understated, she possessed the quiet confidence of old money, though Mia couldn't recall meeting her earlier. "Is it that obvious?" Mia attempted a smile. "Only to those who've navigated these waters before." The woman moved closer, voice dropping despite them being alone. "You've made quite the impression tonight. The Blackwoods rarely invite outsiders into their inner circle." Something in her tone raised Mia's guard. "Callum and I connected rather unexpectedly." "I'm sure you did." The woman's gaze sharpened. "But do you know what they really want from you?" The question, delivered with quiet urgency, sent ice through Mia's veins. "Excuse me?" "The blood tests at the community center weren't random." The Blackwoods have been searching for someone with your genetic markers for generations. She glanced toward the door, lowering her voice further. Ask yourself why Lawrence suddenly accepts a commoner into the family he's guarded so jealously. Why they're so interested in your daughter. Alarm bells clanged in Mia's mind, echoing the strange conversations she'd overheard, the family's odd behaviors, their unusual interest in Lily. Who are you? Someone who escaped what they're planning for you. The woman reached into her clutch, extracting a business card that she pressed into Mia's hand. When you're ready for the truth, call this number, but tell no one, especially Callum. The full moon comes in 2 days. After that, it may be too late. The door opened as another guest entered, and the mysterious woman moved away with practiced social grace, leaving Mia clutching the card and a growing sense that she'd stepped into something far more dangerous than a political marriage of convenience. When she returned to the ballroom, Callum immediately noticed her disquiet. What's wrong? Mia slipped the card into her evening bag, forcing a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Just tired. It's been a long evening. He studied her with the uncanny perception that sometimes made her wonder if he could read her thoughts. We can leave now if you'd like. We've made the necessary appearances. The genuine consideration in his offer only deepened her confusion. This man who treated her with increasing kindness and whose kiss still burned on her lips, could he truly be part of whatever sinister purpose the stranger had hinted at? Please, she said quietly. Let's go home. As their car wound through the moonlit streets toward Blackwood House, Mia gazed out at the waxing moon hanging heavy in the sky. 2 days until it reached fullness. 2 days to unravel whatever secrets the Blackwoods were keeping before something irrevocable occurred. Beside her, Callum reached across the seat to take her hand, the gesture becoming alarmingly natural between them. You did wonderfully tonight, he said softly. Better than I could have hoped. She turned to study his profile in the shifting shadows, the strong line of his jaw, the unusual amber eyes that sometimes seemed to glow in certain light. Everything about him both attracted and unnerved her. The card from the mysterious woman burned in her evening bag like a live coal. Callum, she began hesitantly, what happens during the full moon? His hand tightened fractionally around hers, posture stiffening before he controlled it. An old family tradition, nothing for you to worry about. The evasion confirmed the stranger's warning more effectively than any confession could have. Whatever the Blackwoods were hiding, it centered around the lunar cycle, and somehow, impossibly, involved her and Lily. As the gates of the estate loomed ahead, Mia made a silent vow. She had entered this arrangement believing she was simply playing a role. Now she knew there were greater stakes at play. Before the moon reached fullness, she would discover exactly what the Blackwoods wanted from her, even if it meant confronting the growing feeling that her pretend fiancé was becoming dangerously real to her heart. Chapter 3, Cracks in the Faca. Mia startled awake, heart hammering against her ribs. The digital clock glowed 11:47 p.m., red numbers stark in the darkness of her bedroom. Something had woken her, a sound perhaps, or simply the heightened awareness that had plagued her since the gala 2 nights ago. Outside her window, clouds scudded across the nearly full moon, casting shifting shadows through the leaded glass. She lay still, listening. The house creaked and settled around her, its ancient bones whispering with the night wind, and something else. Voices. Low, urgent, moving past her door. Mia slipped from bed, the mysterious woman's warning at the gala echoing in her mind. The full moon comes in 2 days. After that, it may be too late. Tomorrow night would bring that full moon, and the Blackwoods had been increasingly secretive, exchanging cryptic glances over meals and conducting hushed conversations that ceased the moment she entered a room. Even Callum had grown distant, their fragile connection seemingly severed after the kiss at the gala. She'd barely seen him yesterday, his absence explained away with vague references to campaign preparations. Wrapping herself in the thick robe that hung beside her bed, Mia crept to her door and eased it open. The hallway stretched empty and silent, but a shadow moved at the far end, a tall figure she recognized even in silhouette. Callum, fully dressed despite the late hour, disappearing down the servants' staircase. Curiosity battled briefly with caution before winning decisively. If she wanted answers about the Blackwood secrets, following Callum might be her best opportunity. She slipped back into her room long enough to exchange the robe for a dark sweater and jeans, then stepped into soft-soled boots that wouldn't announce her movements on the wooden floors. After checking that Lily slept soundly in her connecting room, Mia slipped into the hallway and followed Callum's path to the narrow servants' stairs. The steps creaked beneath her weight, each sound magnified in the midnight silence, but no one appeared to investigate. The rear entrance to the mansion stood ajar, a crack of moonlight slicing across the black and white checkered floor of the mudroom. Through the window, Mia spotted multiple figures moving across the lawn toward the dense woods that marked the eastern boundary of the estate's formal gardens. She counted at least 6 silhouettes, Callum's distinctive height among them, along with what appeared to be his father, aunt, uncle, and perhaps others she couldn't identify. All moved with purposeful strides, their destination clearly predetermined. Mia slipped through the door and into the shadows, keeping to the tree line as she paralleled their path. The night air carried a sharp chill that pierced her sweater, but adrenaline kept her warm as she ducked from shadow to shadow, grateful for the sporadic cloud cover that occasionally dimmed the revealing moonlight. The group disappeared into a thicker section of forest, where ancient oaks gave way to towering pines that blocked the silver light entirely. Mia hesitated at the edge of the true woods, the darkness within seeming absolute and forbidding. "Turn back," whispered a primitive instinct. "This isn't your world." But the thought of Lily, of the strange interest the Blackwoods had shown in her daughter, steeled her resolve. She needed to know what threat they might pose, what plans they harbored. Pulling out her phone, she activated the flashlight just long enough to identify the path they'd taken, then plunged into the woods, one hand extended to feel her way around trunks and branches. She'd gone perhaps 100 yards when an amber glow appeared between the trees ahead, not the harsh white of electric lights, but the warm flicker of open flame. As she drew closer, moving with exaggerated care to avoid snapping twigs, voices carried on the night air. "Absolutely necessary that the ritual be performed under the full moon." Lawrence Blackwood's authoritative tone brooked no argument. "The carrier's blood potency peaks with the lunar cycle." "The preparations are incomplete," Callum responded, tension evident in his voice. "Rushing this endangers both the carrier and our objective." "We've waited generations for a genetic match this strong," Victoria cut in. "Lawrence is right. We cannot afford delay." Mia crept closer, crouching behind a massive oak as the scene revealed itself through gaps in the foliage. A natural clearing had been transformed into some kind of ceremonial space. Torches on tall stakes formed a perfect circle, illuminating an altar-like stone at the center. The Blackwoods stood around this formation, Lawrence at what appeared to be the head position, the others arrayed according to some hierarchy she couldn't discern. All wore dark clothing, not the ceremonial robes she might have expected from such a scene, but there was nothing casual about their assembly. Each stood with perfect posture, faces solemn in the flickering light. "The child shows even stronger markers," Lawrence continued. "Testing confirms dormancy, but the potential exceeds anything in our records." The reference to Lily sent ice through Mia's veins. She leaned forward, straining to hear more clearly. "Both carriers must be prepared," Lawrence declared. "The mother first, then, the child is not to be touched." Callum's interruption carried such vehemence that even his father paused. "That was our agreement." "Agreements change when circumstances demand it," Lawrence replied coldly. "The pack's survival supersedes individual preferences." "Pack?" The term struck Mia as odd, the same reference she'd overheard in Callum's office weeks ago. "Our bloodline weakens with each generation," Victoria added. "The carrier's genetic material could reverse centuries of decline. One child is a small price for the salvation of our kind." "Lily is 7 years old," Callum growled, and Mia meant growled, the sound more animal than human in its fury. "She will not be subjected to the ritual. The mother has agreed to cooperate. That should suffice." Mia's heart stuttered. Agreed to cooperate? She'd agreed to no such thing, unless... A sickening realization dawned. The contract, the marriage arrangement, the focus on bloodlines, had it all been orchestrated to gain access to her, to Lily? Some bizarre genetic experiment disguised as a political marriage? A twig snapped beneath her shifting weight. The sound, barely audible to her own ears, nonetheless caused every head in the clearing to whip toward her position with unnatural precision. "Someone's there," Lawrence hissed, his posture changing in a way that sent primal fear shooting down Mia's spine. For a heartbeat, she could have sworn his eyes glowed in the darkness. Callum moved with shocking speed toward the tree line. "Spread out, circle back," he commanded, and the others melted into the woods with practiced efficiency. Panic surged through Mia. She scrambled backward, abandoning stealth for speed as she fled toward the mansion. Branches clawed at her clothes. Roots threatened to trip her in the darkness, but terror lent her grace as she sprinted through the trees. Behind her, movement through the underbrush signaled pursuit, frighteningly swift and nearly silent. They were herding her, she realized with horror. No matter which way she turned, sounds from either side guided her path, keeping her moving in what she belatedly recognized was not the direction of the house at all. She broke from the tree line into a small secondary clearing and froze. Standing directly in her path, silver hair gleaming in the moonlight like a beacon, was Eleanora Blackwood. The family matriarch showed no surprise at finding Mia wild-eyed and breathless at the edge of the woods. Instead, she raised one imperious hand toward the trees behind Mia, a clear command to whoever pursued. "Enough," she called, voice carrying effortlessly through the night. "The girl is with me." Silence fell, broken only by Mia's ragged breathing. After a long moment, the sense of being hunted receded, though she couldn't have explained how she knew the others had withdrawn. "Curiosity is both a virtue and a liability, Ms. Winters." Eleanora's keen eyes assessed her with disturbing thoroughness. "In your case, perhaps both." "What are you people?" Mia demanded, fear giving way to anger now that immediate danger had passed. "What was that ritual, and what do you want with my daughter?" "Questions better answered indoors," Eleanora replied calmly. "The night has ears, and not all belong to our family. I'm not going anywhere with you until I get some answers." The old woman's lips curved in what might have been amusement. "Yes, I see why Callum finds you intriguing. Backbone is undervalued in modern women." She gestured toward a path that wound around the edge of the grounds. "My quarters. Neutral territory, you might say. I believe we're overdue for a conversation." Mia hesitated, weighing her options. Fleeing seemed pointless. She was on their property, surrounded by woods she couldn't navigate in darkness, and despite her fear, the opportunity to finally get answers pulled at her. "Lead the way," she said finally, keeping a cautious distance as she followed Eleanora along the moonlit path. Neither spoke as they circled the mansion's east wing, entering through a small side door that Mia hadn't noticed before. The narrow corridor beyond led to a part of the house she'd never explored, an older section where the architecture felt more medieval than Victorian, stone walls replacing wood paneling. Eleanora moved with surprising agility despite her age, ascending a spiral staircase without hesitation and unlocking an ornate door at its top. The room beyond defied Mia's expectations. Rather than the austere space she'd imagined for the intimidating matriarch, Eleanora's quarters exuded warmth and history. Tapestries depicting forest scenes, comfortable furniture worn smooth by generations of use, walls lined with books whose spines bore titles in languages Mia couldn't identify. A fire already burned in the hearth, as though the old woman had anticipated their meeting. Eleanora gestured toward a chair beside it. "Sit!" "You're chilled to the bone." Mia remained standing. "I saw them in the woods. I heard what they said about carriers and rituals. What are you planning to do to me, to Lily?" Eleanora sighed, lowering herself into a high-backed chair with regal grace. "So much fear when there should be wonder." She fixed Mia with that penetrating gaze. "Tell me, child, have you noticed changes in yourself since coming here? Enhanced senses, perhaps? Unusual strength or stamina? Dreams of running beneath the moon?" The question struck uncomfortably close to experiences Mia had dismissed as stress or imagination. The way food seemed more intensely flavored lately, how she'd lifted a heavy box with surprising ease yesterday, the recurring dreams of forest pursuit that left her breathless upon waking. Her silence was apparently answer enough for Eleanora. "I thought as much. The proximity to others of your kind has begun the awakening. Others of my kind? Mia echoed, unease coiling tighter. What exactly do you think I am? Not what you think, Eleonora said cryptically. At least, not yet. She gestured once more to the chair. Please, this conversation requires both time and fortification. Despite her misgivings, Mia sank into the indicated seat, the adrenaline crash leaving her suddenly exhausted. I want straight answers, no more riddles or evasions. Eleonora reached for a crystal decanter on the side table, pouring amber liquid into 2 small glasses. She handed one to Mia, who eyed it suspiciously. If I wished you harm, there are far simpler methods than poison, the old woman remarked dryly. The Blackwood 20-year reserve. You'll find nothing finer in Silver Peak. Mia set the untouched glass aside. Start talking. The Blackwood bloodline carries certain unique qualities, Eleonora began, sipping her whiskey with appreciation. Qualities that have both blessed and cursed our family for centuries, like glowing eyes and superhuman hearing. Mia challenged, recalling the unnatural way Lawrence and the others had detected her presence in the woods. Eleonora's gaze sharpened. You've noticed more than you've let on. I'm observant. Your family doesn't eat garlic. You all prefer meat nearly raw. Everyone seems to know when someone enters the house before they're visible. And let's not forget the obsession with moon phases and bloodlines. Mia leaned forward. What are you, some kind of cult? A startled laugh escaped the matriarch. A cult? No, child. Something far older. Something you carry within yourself, though dormant until now. Stop dancing around it, Mia snapped, patience fraying. Whatever you think I am, whatever genetic marker has you people so interested in my daughter and me, just say it plainly. Eleonora studied her for a long moment, then nodded as though reaching a decision. Very well. The Blackwood family carries what could be called a genetic mutation, passed through blood and activated during puberty. This mutation affects every aspect of our physiology. Enhanced strength, accelerated healing, extended lifespan, heightened senses. In medical terms, you might call it a comprehensive alteration of human DNA. That's not possible, Mia said automatically, though the evidence she'd witnessed undercut her skepticism. I'm 117 years old, Eleonora stated without inflection. My husband lived to 162 before a hunting accident took him. Impossible exists only until evidence proves otherwise. Mia stared, searching the woman's face for signs of advanced age that should have been present. The silver hair and lined face suggested perhaps 70 years, but nowhere near a century. If that's true, she said cautiously, why the secrecy? Why not publish your genetic makeup and revolutionize medicine? Because there are side effects to our condition, vulnerabilities and requirements that would make us targets if widely known. Eleonora set her glass down with deliberate care. And because with each generation, our bloodline weakens. Fertility rates have plummeted, infant mortality has risen. Those children who survive often lack the full spectrum of abilities their ancestors possessed. And you think I can help with this because of some genetic marker? We know you can. The certainty in Eleonora's voice sent a chill through Mia. The community blood screening program has run for decades, searching for compatible genetic profiles. Yours was the first perfect match we've found in 50 years. The puzzle pieces clicked into place with sickening clarity. The blood test at the community center. That wasn't a public health initiative at all, was it? It was a screening program for your family. For our survival, Eleonora corrected. Your blood contains markers identical to those in our earliest ancestors. Markers that could revitalize our declining bloodline. And Lily shows even stronger indicators. The combination of your genetics with her father's produced something remarkable. A natural strengthening that we've been unable to achieve through selective breeding within established bloodlines. The clinical assessment of her daughter made Mia's stomach turn. So this whole arrangement, the marriage proposal, the political campaign, it was all just to get access to our blood? Callum was tasked with securing your cooperation, yes. Eleonora's blunt confirmation stung more than Mia expected. Though I believe the method was his own initiative. Lawrence would have preferred more direct approaches. Like kidnapping? Mia suggested bitterly. It has happened before, the old woman acknowledged without a hint of remorse, but Callum argued that voluntary participation would yield better results, and politically, a suitable wife addressed multiple objectives. The betrayal cut deep, despite Mia's attempts to remind herself that their arrangement had always been a business transaction. She'd known Callum didn't love her, but to discover she was nothing more than a genetic resource to be harvested was another level of dehumanization entirely. What exactly does this participation involve? She asked, steeling herself for the answer. A ritual performed during the full moon when your blood's properties are at their peak. A small amount is drawn and processed according to methods passed down through generations. The resulting serum is administered to selected family members to strengthen failing genetic sequences. Blood magic, Mia said flatly. You're talking about blood magic. Eleonora's lips curved in amusement. Science often appears as magic until understood, but yes, there are ceremonial elements that modern medicine might find unorthodox. And if I refuse? If I take Lily and leave? The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. That would be unwise. The contract you signed contains provisions you may not have fully appreciated, and Lawrence is not known for his patience or mercy. The threat, however veiled, ignited Mia's protective instincts. If anyone touches my daughter, no one will harm the child, Eleonora interrupted, unexpected sincerity in her tone. On that point at least, Callum and I stand united. The ritual requires minimal blood drawn under controlled conditions, no more invasive than a standard medical procedure. Except for the part where it's performed by a cult under the full moon, Mia shot back. Eleonora sighed, looking suddenly weary. Your skepticism is natural, but time grows short. Tomorrow night the moon reaches fullness. Preparations are already underway. And if I don't cooperate? Then measures will be taken to ensure you do. Lawrence believes the family's survival justifies any means necessary. The old woman leaned forward, voice dropping. But I am offering you a choice, and information Callum should have shared from the beginning. The revelation that even among the Blackwoods there existed factions and disagreements caught Mia's attention. Why are you telling me this? Why not let Lawrence and Callum handle it their way? Something complex flickered across Eleonora's features. Because I recognize in you something beyond mere genetic compatibility. The same fire that burned in our founding matriarch. The same defiance. She extended her hand suddenly. Give me your palm. Mia hesitated, wariness warring with curiosity. I mean no harm, Elora assured her, but there are things about yourself you should know before tomorrow night. Reluctantly, Mia placed her hand in the old woman's surprisingly warm grasp. Eleonora turned it palm up, fingers tracing the lines with meticulous attention, her touch feather-light but somehow resonant, as though the contact created some subtle current between them. Extraordinary, she murmured, fingertip following what Mia vaguely recalled was called the heart line. I've not seen such clarity in decades. Her nail traced a different path, one that curved from Mia's wrist toward her index finger. And here, your moonline. So pronounced, so strong. Moonline? The term seemed too appropriate given the night's revelations. In palmistry, it suggests intuition, psychic ability. In our lineage, it indicates potential for the full transformation. Eleonora's eyes lifted to meet Mia's, something like excitement kindling in their depths. You were born during a full moon, weren't you? The question startled her. Yes. How did you... Because it marks you as more than a carrier. Eleonora released her hand, sitting back with an expression of profound satisfaction. You're a potential Luna, a true mate for an alpha. The terms meant nothing to me, yet they sent an inexplicable shiver down her spine. I don't understand. No, you don't, not yet. Eleanor's gaze grew distant, calculating. Lawrence believes you're merely a genetic resource, blood to be harvested, perhaps a brood mare for future generations. But I've suspected from the beginning you might be more. This confirms it. More what? Mia demanded, frustration mounting. Eleonora fixed her with that penetrating stare again. Tell me, what did you hear my son and the others call themselves in the woods tonight? What term did they use? Mia frowned, recalling Lawrence's words. He said something about the pack's survival. The pack, Eleanor repeated with emphasis. Not the family, not the bloodline, the pack. She leaned forward, voice dropping as though sharing a dangerous secret. Have you ever wondered why the Blackwood crest bears a wolf? Why our family celebrates the full moon? Why we possess strength and senses beyond human norm? A chill crawled up Mia's spine, her rational mind rejecting the implication even as pieces clicked into place. The raw meat preferences, the territorial behaviors, the heightened senses, the obsession with bloodlines and moon phases. It was too absurd, too impossible. You're trying to tell me you're, what, werewolves? The word emerged as half question, half incredulous laugh. Lycanthropes is the term we prefer, though shifters is acceptable in casual conversation. Eleanor delivered this outrageous statement with the same tone she might use to discuss the weather. Mia stared, waiting for the punchline, the rational explanation. When none came, she stood abruptly. You're insane, all of you. You've seen the evidence with your own eyes. Eleanor replied calmly. Smelled it, heard it, sensed it. Your body knows the truth even if your mind rejects it. I'm leaving. Tonight. Lily and I are done with this madness. Mia turned toward the door, but Eleonora's next words froze her in place. You carry the gene too, Mia. Dormant, yes, but present, as does Lily. Why do you think your daughter has such an affinity for Fluffy the wolf? Why does she dream of forests she's never seen? Why have your senses sharpened since arriving here? The old woman's voice softened. You belong here, not as a blood source, but as one of us. Mia turned slowly, fear and fascination warring within her. If, and this is a massive, impossible if, any of this were true, what happens tomorrow night, during this ritual? A simple blood drawing, as I said, but performed under the full moon when the properties we need are strongest. And my role would end there? Eleonora hesitated fractionally. For this moon cycle, yes. Meaning you'd want more later. Periodic donations would be necessary, yes, but in return, you'd gain knowledge of your heritage, access to abilities you've never imagined, protection for your daughter as she approaches the age when dormant genes typically activate. The offer dangled before her, simultaneously tempting and terrifying. And if I believe none of this, if I still want to leave, Eleanor's expression hardened. Then I cannot protect you from Lawrence's methods. He sees only the pack's survival, not the individual's worth. He would take what he needs by force if necessary. The threat hung in the air between them. Mia's mind raced, calculating options, escape routes, possibilities. If even half of what Eleonora claimed were true, simply fleeing might be impossible. You said Callum argued for voluntary participation, she said finally. Does that mean he opposed forcing me? Something knowing flickered in Eleonora's eyes. My grandson walks a complex path. He serves the pack as his father demands, yet he carries his mother's conscience. He was tasked with securing you, yet he created terms that offered genuine benefit to you and your daughter. She studied Mia's face carefully. His conflict grows more pronounced with each day in your presence. The observation stirred uncomfortable questions Mia had been avoiding. The increasing gentleness in Callum's interactions with her, the protective stance he'd taken regarding Lily, the heat in his eyes when they'd kissed. Had it all been manipulation, or was Eleonora suggesting something more genuine had developed? I need time to think, she said finally. Time is the one luxury we lack. Eleonora rose, moving to a carved wooden chest near the far wall. She withdrew a small velvet pouch and returned, pressing it into Mia's palm. Wolfsbane and silver dust. Mixed with water and applied to the skin, it will temporarily repel those who would track you. Mia stared at the pouch, then at Eleonora. You're helping me escape? I'm giving you a choice my son would not. By dawn, you must decide. Flee and be hunted, or stay and negotiate terms that protect both you and Lily. The old woman's eyes held unexpected compassion. The third option, which you have not considered, is to embrace your heritage, to become what you were born to be. Which is what exactly? Lawrence believes you are merely a genetic match. I believe you are a Luna Prime, a female alpha capable of leading in her own right. If I am correct, tomorrow's ritual will awaken more than Lawrence anticipates. Eleonora's lips curved in what might have been satisfaction. And that, my dear, would change everything. The cryptic statement hung in the air as Mia clutched the velvet pouch, mind reeling from revelations that shattered her understanding of reality. Werewolves, genetic mutations, secret rituals, and somewhere in this madness, the suggestion that she herself carried the potential to become something beyond human. Dawn, Eleonora reminded her gently. By then, you must choose your path, for yourself and for Lily. Mia nodded numbly, turning toward the door with the weight of impossible choices bearing down upon her. Whether Eleonora's fantastical claims were delusion or truth, one thing remained certain. Her time at Blackwood House had entered a dangerous new phase, and nothing would ever be the same again. And here we have the candidate himself and his lovely fiancée, the museum director gushed, ushering Callum and Mia toward a cluster of potential donors. Mr. Blackwood has been instrumental in our preservation efforts. Mia smiled automatically, the expression now second nature after 2 weeks of non-stop public appearances. The Silver Peak Natural History Museum fundraiser marked their 5th event of the week, a relentless schedule that left little time for private conversations about blood rituals, genetic mutations, or the fact that her future in-laws apparently howled at the moon. 4 days had passed since her midnight confrontation with Eleonora, the dawn decision deadline arriving with Mia still torn between fleeing and facing the madness head-on. In the end, practicality had won. She'd hidden the wolfsbane pouch beneath a loose floorboard in her closet and resolved to gather more information before making any irrevocable choices. The full moon had risen that night as promised, but the dreaded ritual hadn't materialized. Instead, most of the family had disappeared for the evening, leaving Mia and Lily with the housekeeper and a vague explanation about campaign obligations. When they'd returned the next morning, Callum had appeared unusually relaxed, almost buoyant, while Lawrence had watched Mia with renewed calculation in his gaze. Since then, she'd been swept into a whirlwind of public appearances, fundraisers, and photo opportunities. The campaign had officially launched, and suddenly Callum and Mia were everywhere. Local news segments, newspaper profiles, social media posts crafted by the PR team. Somewhere amid the chaos, a strange new dynamic had emerged between them. A partnership neither had anticipated when forming their original arrangement. Mr. Blackwood's environmental platform emphasizes sustainable practices while balancing economic needs, Mia explained to an elderly donor who'd questioned the campaign's position on local mining interests. The Bull believes responsible stewardship creates opportunities rather than obstacles. The man nodded, clearly impressed by her articulate response. As they moved to the next group, Callum leaned close, his breath warm against her ear. "You've been studying my position papers," he murmured, surprise evident in his tone. "Know thy enemy," she replied, keeping her smile firmly in place for watching eyes. "Is that what I am? Your enemy?" His question carried more weight than their light exchange warranted. Before she could respond, they were swept into another conversation, this time with the mayor and his wife. Mia fielded questions about educational initiatives while Callum discussed infrastructure funding, their responses complementing each other with increasing synchronicity. Later, as they circulated among medieval armor displays, Callum's hand found the small of her back, a touch that had become so familiar she no longer tensed beneath it. "You're a natural at this," he observed quietly. "Better than most career politicians' spouses I've known." "I'm good at reading people," she replied, survival skill from the service industry. "It's more than that." His amber eyes studied her with that intensity that still made her pulse quicken. "You genuinely connect with them, even the insufferable ones." Mia shrugged, uncomfortable with his admiration given what she now knew about his initial motives. "Just playing my part." The flash of genuine hurt in his expression caught her off guard. Before she could analyze it, a museum docent approached, eager to show the potential future senator their newest paleontological exhibit. The pattern repeated across days and venues. The homeless shelter where Mia's genuine compassion had volunteers offering their phone numbers for future collaboration, the elementary school where she'd expertly redirected a child's awkward question about why Mr. Blackwood's eyes look funny sometimes, the Chamber of Commerce luncheon where she'd smoothly mediated a tense exchange between Callum and a business leader opposed to his regulatory proposals. Through it all, she felt Callum watching her with growing respect and something deeper, more complicated, something that mirrored her own conflicted emotions toward him. Meanwhile, the changes Eleonora had hinted at accelerated within Mia's body. Food tasted different, more intense, with layers of flavor she'd never detected before. Whispered conversations across crowded rooms reached her ears with unsettling clarity. Twice she'd caught herself lifting furniture that should have required 2 people, the effort seeming negligible until she noticed Callum's startled expression. And the dreams. Every night now, she ran through moonlit forests on 4 legs, exhilaration and freedom coursing through her veins as she tracked scents and sounds with preternatural precision. Each morning, she woke breathless, heart pounding, the phantom sensation of wild power lingering in her muscles. The campaign event at Riverview Park marked their 12th public appearance in 10 days, an outdoor town hall followed by a riverside picnic designed to showcase Callum's environmental platform. Mia had just finished charming the president of the local teachers' union when the first raindrops fell. "Typical Silver Peak weather," Callum sighed, glancing at the rapidly darkening sky. "Perfect sunshine until the exact moment we plan outdoor activities." Within minutes, the scattered drops transformed into a downpour. Campaign staff scrambled to save materials, while attendees fled to their vehicles. Mia found herself helping elderly attendees toward shelter, heedless of her silk blouse and tailored pants becoming soaked in the process. "Mrs. Henderson, let me get that for you," she offered, taking the woman's folding chair and massive purse despite protests that they were too heavy. "Such a dear," the older woman patted her arm. Callum finally found someone with both beauty and substance. About time. By the time she'd ensured the last stragglers reached dry haven, Mia stood alone beneath the pavilion's edge, rain drumming on the metal roof while campaign workers dismantled sodden displays in the distance. She closed her eyes, inhaling the petrichor rising from warm concrete meeting cool rain, the scent sharper and more complex than she'd ever experienced before. "You're soaked." Callum's voice behind her held a note of concern she was still adjusting to. She turned to find him watching her, his own clothing plastered to his body, dark hair glistening with raindrops. "So are you." Something caught in her throat at the sight of him. Powerful frame outlined by wet fabric, water tracing paths down the strong column of his throat. She swallowed hard, blaming her reaction on the amplified senses Eleonora had warned about. He stepped closer, eyes darkening as they swept over her rain-drenched form. "You saved the day back there." "Henderson's endorsement carries weight with the over 60 demographic. We've been pursuing him for weeks." "His wife was the one to convince." Mia shrugged. "She mentioned their grandson has asthma. I shared some management strategies I used with Lily." "That's exactly what I mean." Callum moved closer still, leaving barely a handspan between them. "You see people really see them, beyond their political utility. You've connected with voters I've been trying to reach for months." The genuine admiration in his voice penetrated the wall she'd carefully maintained since learning the truth. "Part of the job description, isn't it? Supportive political spouse?" "It's more than that." His hand rose to brush wet strands of hair from her face, the gentle touch belying the strength she now knew he possessed. "You're more than I expected, Mia Winters. More than I deserve after how this began." The oblique reference to his deception hung between them. For weeks she'd wondered if he knew she'd discovered the truth, or at least part of it. Now, reading the regret in his eyes, she had her answer. "How much do you know?" she asked quietly. "About what I've learned?" His expression tightened. "Grandmother mentioned your conversation. I wanted to explain to tell you myself, but your father ordered otherwise." The pieces clicked together. His increased protectiveness, the canceled ritual, his careful distance whenever Lawrence was present. It's complicated. Frustration flashed across his features. The pack has traditions, hierarchies. Challenging my father directly would have consequences beyond just me. Consequences for Lily and me, you mean? His hand dropped from her face, clenching at his side. I would never let him harm either of you. Despite what you must think of me now, that much is true. Rain continued to fall around them, creating a private world of white noise and silver sheets. Mia studied his face. The sincerity in his eyes, the tension in his jaw, the conflict evident in every line of his powerful body. I don't know what to think anymore, she admitted finally. Werewolves, Callum? Genetic mutations? Blood rituals? It's insane, and yet you're still here. He stepped closer, gaze searching hers. Why didn't you run? Grandmother gave you the means. The question pierced through her defenses. Why hadn't she fled that night? The practical reasons she'd given herself, nowhere to go, insufficient funds, Lawrence's reach and power, weren't the whole truth. I couldn't risk Lily, she said finally. Better to know the threat than flee blindly from it. Is that the only reason? The question hung between them, loaded with possibilities neither had acknowledged. Rain drummed on the pavilion roof, the sound amplified by her heightened senses until it felt like the beating of her own treacherous heart. What do you want from me, Callum? She asked instead of answering. Beyond my blood and genetic material, beyond the political advantage. What do you want? Something shifted in his eyes, molten gold in the storm-darkened afternoon. With deliberate slowness, he closed the remaining distance between them, one hand rising to cradle her cheek, while the other settled at her waist. This, he murmured, and his lips found hers. Unlike their previous kisses, the television interview's surprising spark, the gala's public performance, this held nothing of calculation or restraint. Callum kissed her with hunger barely leashed, his body curving around hers as though he could absorb her into himself. Heat exploded between them, igniting a response Mia was powerless to control. Her hands found his chest, intending to push him away, but instead clutching the wet fabric of his shirt, pulling him closer as the kiss deepened. His growl of approval vibrated against her lips, the sound more animal than human and sending shivers cascading down her spine. She tasted rain and something wild beneath it, something that called to the changes awakening in her own blood. When they finally broke apart, both were breathing hard, staring at each other with matching expressions of shock and hunger. Callum stepped back suddenly, confusion and something like fear flashing across his features. I shouldn't have, he began, then stopped, seeming at a loss for words. Why did you? Mia pressed, her lips still tingling from his touch. Because I can't stop thinking about you, he admitted roughly. Because every time we're together, the line between pretense and reality blurs further. Because whatever this began as, it's becoming something else entirely. He raked a hand through his wet hair, frustration evident in every line of his body. This wasn't supposed to happen. What wasn't? Feelings. The word emerged like it had been torn from him. Real ones. The simple confession landed like a physical blow. Mia stared at him, heart hammering against her ribs with a rhythm that felt new and ancient simultaneously. The car's waiting, he said abruptly, retreating behind the mask of efficiency she'd come to recognize as his defense mechanism. We should get you into dry clothes before the evening reception. Just like that, the moment shattered. Mia nodded, gathering her composure around her like armor as they made their way through the rain to the waiting town car. But as they drove in silence toward Blackwood House, she caught him watching her reflection in the window, his expression raw with confusion and want that mirrored her own complicated emotions. Whatever game they'd begun as political convenience and supernatural manipulation had evolved into something neither had anticipated, something that threatened both their careful arrangement and their guarded hearts. These poll numbers are encouraging. Callum spread the data sheets across his study desk, satisfaction evident in his voice. 57% favorability, up 8 points from last month. The education platform resonated with parents, Mia observed, leaning over his shoulder to examine the demographic breakdowns. After 3 weeks of intensive campaigning, she'd developed a surprisingly sharp political instinct, and your environmental proposals pulled in younger voters who normally skip midterms. Your youth outreach deserves credit for that. His approval warmed her despite her best efforts to maintain emotional distance. The college registration drive exceeded projections by 30%. They'd fallen into an unexpected rhythm since the rain-soaked kiss at Riverview Park. Professional partnership during daylight hours, careful avoidance of personal topics after dark. Neither mentioned the moment of vulnerability they'd shared, though Mia caught him watching her when he thought she wouldn't notice, hunger and confusion warring in his gaze. Meanwhile, the changes in her body accelerated. Scents carried stories now. She could smell anxiety, excitement, even deception emanating from those around her. Sounds reached her from impossible distances, forcing her to develop conscious filtering techniques to maintain sanity. And her strength had increased to the point where she'd accidentally snapped a metal spoon while stirring coffee yesterday morning. Eleonora's cryptic predictions haunted her, especially during the vivid forest dreams that now visited her nightly. The old woman had taken to watching Mia with barely concealed anticipation whenever they crossed paths, while Lawrence's calculating gaze carried growing impatience. "We should rework the closing statement for Thursday's debate," Callum suggested, pulling Mia back to the present. "Something more personal to counter Wakefield's fifth-generation local narrative." Before she could respond, Mrs. Hughes appeared at the study door, her normally impassive expression disrupted by obvious discomfort. "Excuse me, Mr. Blackwood. Mr. Wakefield is here. He insists on speaking with you immediately." Callum straightened, surprise flickering across his features. "Harold Wakefield? Here?" "Yes, sir, he's quite adamant." Mia and Callum exchanged glances of equal confusion. Harold Wakefield, father of Diana and Callum's chief political rival, had built his campaign around portraying the Blackwoods as elitist and out of touch. His appearance at their home was unprecedented. "Show him in," Callum decided after a moment's consideration. "And Mrs. Hughes, alert security discreetly." The housekeeper nodded understanding and withdrew. Moments later, heavy footsteps approached, and Harold Wakefield strode into the study without waiting for a formal announcement. Tall and broad-shouldered, despite his 60-plus years, he carried himself with the confidence of old money and deeply entrenched power. Today, that confidence veered toward smug satisfaction. "Blackwood," he acknowledged with minimal civility before his gaze shifted to Mia. Assessment barely disguised as social courtesy. "And the famous fiancé, how quaint. What brings you to our home, Harold?" Callum's tone remained neutral, though Mia sensed the tension coiling through his body. "Champagne headquarters would be the conventional venue for political discussions." "Oh, but this isn't conventional politics." Wakefield settled, uninvited, into one of the leather chairs, his smile reminiscent of a shark scenting blood. "This is something far more personal." Warning bells clanged in Mia's mind. Something in the man's manner, the barely suppressed glee, the confidence bordering on arrogance, suggested he held cards he believed would win whatever game he was playing. "I'll give you privacy," she offered, starting toward the door. "No, please stay, Ms. Winters. After all, you're central to the matter at hand." Wakefield's smile widened. "Or should I say the arrangement at hand?" Ice slid down Mia's spine. Beside her, Callum went perfectly still, only the slightest narrowing of his eyes betraying his alarm. "I'm not following you, Harold," he replied evenly. Wakefield reached into his jacket, extracting a slim folder which he placed on the coffee table between them. "Payment records, bank transfers, cleared debts, quite the generous package for a hotel maid you supposedly fell madly in love with." Mia's mouth went dry. Callum's hand found the small of her back, the touch grounding her even as panic threatened to rise. "Financial arrangements between engaged couples are hardly scandalous," Callum countered smoothly. "Particularly given the difference in our circumstances, perhaps," Wakefield shrugged, "but combined with the original contract, complete with performance metrics, appearance schedules, and compensation terms, it paints a rather mercenary picture, doesn't it?" The blood drained from Mia's face. The contract. Their original agreement, with its clinical language and transactional nature, laid bare for political exploitation. "How did you get that document?" Callum's voice had dropped to a dangerous register that raised the fine hairs on Mia's arms. "Let's just say someone inside your operation has concerns about your family's unusual private activities." Wakefield's emphasis carried unmistakable menace. activities that extend beyond mere political theater into areas the voting public might find deeply disturbing. The implication hung heavy in the air, not just the fake engagement, but something more. Knowledge of the Blackwoods' true nature? Mia glanced at Callum, reading the same fear in the sudden tension of his jaw. What exactly do you want, Harold? The question emerged with deceptive calm. Simplicity itself. Wakefield spread his hands. Withdraw from the race. Cite personal reasons, health concerns, whatever fiction suits you. End your campaign by week's end, and these documents, along with certain other observations my sources have collected, remain private. And if I decline? Then by Monday morning, every voter in the district receives proof that their up-and-coming candidate purchased himself a pretty fiancé to boost poll numbers. Wakefield's gaze shifted to Mia, cold assessment in his eyes. I imagine the tabloids would pay handsomely for an exclusive with the woman who sold herself to the Blackwood heir. Rage flashed, hot and sudden in Mia's chest. Not just at the insult, but at the casual cruelty of a man who would destroy lives for political advantage. Something unfamiliar surged beneath her skin, a pressure building behind her eyes that momentarily blurred her vision. You have 24 hours to announce your withdrawal, Wakefield continued, seemingly oblivious to the danger gathering in the room. After that, the information goes public. He rose, adjusting his jacket with the satisfaction of a man who'd just won a significant victory. I'll see myself out. Your housekeeper seems otherwise occupied calling your security team. At the doorway, he paused for a final twist of the knife. Oh, and Callum, my sources mentioned something about your unusual interest in Ms. Winter's blood work. Perhaps the DEA might find that avenue worth investigating. The door closed behind him with quiet finality. For several heartbeats, neither Mia nor Callum moved or spoke, the magnitude of the threat expanding to fill the room. He knows, Mia finally whispered, not just about our arrangement. He knows something about your family. Callum nodded grimly, crossing to a cabinet where he extracted a crystal decanter of amber liquid. Wakefield's family has been in Silver Peak nearly as long as mine. There have always been rumors. Why now? Why use this against you when he could have exposed your family's secret years ago? Politics is just the visible battlefield. Callum poured 2 generous measures, offering one to Mia. Our families have opposed each other for generations over territory, resources, power. The Senate seat is simply the current prize. Mia accepted the drink, the rich aroma of aged whiskey intensified by her enhanced senses. So, what do we do? The simple question, we, not you, hung between them, significant in ways neither acknowledged directly. Callum sank into his chair, fatigue briefly overcoming his usual composure. If it were just the contract, we could weather it. Spin it as an unorthodox courtship that evolved into genuine feeling. The media cycle would move on eventually. He rubbed his temples, frustration evident. But if he truly has evidence of our family's nature, the consequences extend far beyond a lost election. Mia paced the length of the study, mind racing. I mentioned a source inside your operation, someone close enough to access sensitive documents and observe unusual activities. Who has that kind of access? Staff? Campaign team? Household employees? Callum frowned, considering. But accessing the contract would require breaking into either my private safe or the secure server at the family's legal offices. Not necessarily. Mia stopped pacing, a thought taking shape. Your lawyer, Eliza Harmon. She handled my side of the negotiations, remember? She would have copies of everything. Callum straightened, eyes widening. Eliza has worked with my family for 15 years? Which makes her betrayal perfect cover. Who would suspect your trusted family attorney? It fits, he acknowledged, reaching for his phone. I'll have her communications and access records reviewed immediately. As he made the call, issuing terse instructions to his security team, Mia continued processing the threat from new angles. Even if we identify the leak, we still have Wakefield's ultimatum to address, she pointed out when he finished. He's backed you into a corner. Withdraw and abandon your political goals or risk exposing your family's secret. Callum's expression darkened. My father will want a third option. Wakefield entering our territory with threats crosses lines beyond politics. The implication sent a chill through Mia. You can't seriously be suggesting— I'm not, he interrupted firmly. But Lawrence operates by older rules. We need to develop an alternative solution before he takes matters into his own hands. The night stretched before them, filled with calls to trusted advisors, reviews of security protocols, and strategic planning sessions that gradually evolved from disconnected panic to coherent counter-strategy. Campaign staff came and went as needed, but as midnight approached, the study emptied until only Mia and Callum remained, surrounded by notes and contingency plans. The press conference is our best option, Mia concluded, summarizing their emerging strategy. Beat Wakefield to the punch by disclosing a version of the truth ourselves. Control the narrative. It's risky, Callum observed, rubbing his eyes. Once we admit the relationship began unconventionally, we invite deeper scrutiny. People love redemption stories, she countered, gathering scattered notes into organized piles. Practical arrangement evolves into genuine connection? That's practically a Hallmark movie. Is that what's happened? The quiet question contained layers of meaning neither had confronted directly. Mia faltered, suddenly acutely aware of their solitude, of the late hour, of the tension that hummed between them like a plucked string. Before she could formulate a response, pain lanced through her neck and shoulders, the cumulative result of hours hunched over documents and tense with worry. She rolled her shoulders, wincing as tight muscles protested. Callum noticed immediately, rising from behind his desk. "You're in pain?" he observed, moving to stand behind her chair. "May I?" The question hung between them, weighted with potential interpretations. After a heartbeat's hesitation, Mia nodded. His hands settled on her shoulders, strong fingers finding knotted muscles with unerring precision. His touch began professionally enough, working methodically to release tension. But as seconds stretched into minutes, the nature of the contact subtly transformed. Thumbs traced the curve where her neck met her shoulders, pressure firm but gentle against sensitive skin. His fingers worked upward into her hairline, then down along her upper spine, each movement sending cascades of sensation through nerve endings that seemed newly awakened to his touch. A small sound escaped her, half sigh, half something more primal, and Callum's hands stilled momentarily before continuing with increased gentleness. Mia found herself leaning into his touch, head tilting to grant better access, boundaries blurring in the intimate darkness of the late-night study. "Better?" he murmured, voice rougher than usual. "Yes," she admitted softly. "Thank you." Neither moved to break the connection. His hands remained on her shoulders, no longer massaging but simply maintaining contact, thumbs tracing small circles against her skin through the thin fabric of her blouse. The simple touch felt more intimate than a kiss, acknowledging something neither had been willing to name. "We'll find a way through this," Callum said finally, his voice low in the quiet room. "Together." Mia reached up, covering one of his hands with her own, the gesture communicating what words could not. For several heartbeats, they remained frozen in that tableau of unexpected connection. His strength supporting her, her acceptance, offering something he'd never thought to find in their arranged beginning. Outside the study windows, clouds parted to reveal a waning moon hanging in the night sky. Within 2 weeks, it would complete its cycle and return to fullness, bringing with it challenges neither could yet foresee. But in this moment, with his hands warm on her shoulders and determination binding them in common purpose, the future's uncertainties seemed less daunting. Whatever had begun as cold transaction had undeniably evolved, forging something neither had expected, a partnership that transcended the contract that had brought them together, and perhaps something deeper still that neither yet dared to name. The nightmare jolted Mia awake, heart hammering against her ribs. This time, she hadn't been the wolf running through moonlit forests. She'd been the prey. She sat up, sheets tangled around her legs, the sour taste of fear coating her tongue. The digital clock on her nightstand read 2:17 a.m. Outside her window, clouds parted to reveal the perfect silver disk of the full moon, its light spilling across her bed like liquid mercury. Something felt wrong. The air itself seemed charged, vibrating with energy that set her teeth on edge. She pressed her palms against her temples, trying to quiet the strange humming sensation beneath her skin. The silence struck her next. profound and unnatural. No distant sounds of nocturnal staff, no creaking timbers, no wind in the eaves. The massive house held its breath around her. "Lily," she whispered, a mother's instinct blaring warning bells. Mia slipped from bed and padded to the connecting door that led to her daughter's room. She eased it open, expecting to find Lily's tousled blonde head on the pillow, stuffed wolf clutched to her chest as always. The bed was empty. "Lily?" she called softly, scanning the shadowed corners. "Sweet pea, are you hiding?" No answer. No giggle from behind the curtains or under the desk where her daughter occasionally built midnight blanket forts. Mia flicked on the light switch, illuminating the undisturbed Lily-less bedroom. The abandoned covers had been thrown back as though the child had gotten up, but Fluffy the wolf still sat propped against the pillow, something Lily never willingly left behind, even for bathroom trips. The first tendril of genuine fear curled through Mia's chest. She checked the ensuite bathroom, closet, and window seat, nothing. "Okay, don't panic," she muttered, pulling on her robe. She's probably sleepwalking again. But even as she formed the rationalization, deeper instincts rejected it. Lily had occasional sleepwalking episodes, but never beyond their apartment's living room. And something about tonight, the oppressive stillness, the moon's perfect roundness, the strange electricity in the air, heightened Mia's alarm. The mansion's hallways stretched eerily silent as she stepped out of their suite. "Lily?" she called louder now. "Lily, where are you?" Her enhanced hearing strained for any response, but caught only the distant tick of the grandfather clock and the subtle hum of the house's ancient heating system. She moved toward the grand staircase, checking rooms along the way. The ballroom, rarely used and draped in ghostly furniture covers, empty. The library, still smelling of Callum's distinctive cologne from their earlier strategy session, empty. The morning room, where silvery moonlight rendered familiar furnishings into otherworldly sculptures, empty. Each vacant space ratcheted Mia's anxiety higher. She descended the sweeping staircase, bare feet silent against the polished wood, calling Lily's name with increasing urgency. As she reached the main floor, a sound finally caught her attention. Faint, but unmistakable to her heightened senses. A child's laughter, followed by adult murmurs, emanating from below. The basement. Mia had explored most of Blackwood House during her month in residence, but the lower levels remained off-limits, the entrance door always locked. Mrs. Hughes had explained it away as storage areas and outdated mechanical systems, but the housekeeper's averted gaze had suggested more significant secrets. She followed the sounds to a heavy oak door tucked beneath the servants' staircase. As expected, the ornate handle refused to turn under her grasp. But now, with her ear pressed against the wood, she could clearly hear Lily's voice among others. Lawrence's commanding tone, Victoria's sharp reprimands, and another voice that struck her like a physical blow. Callum. Down there. With them. With her daughter. Memories crashed together with devastating clarity. Lawrence's comments about Lily's stronger genetic markers. The ritual she'd witnessed in the woods. Eleonora's warnings about the full moon. The Blackwoods hadn't abandoned their plans at all. They'd simply changed tactics, targeting Lily when Mia's guard was lowered. Red tinged her vision as rage surged through her veins, hot and foreign and frighteningly powerful. She rattled the door handle with increasing force. "Open this door," she shouted, abandoning all pretense of calm. "Lily, Lily, can you hear me?" Abrupt silence fell below, followed by hurried footsteps approaching the stairs. Mia stepped back, frantically searching for something to break down the door. Before she could move, the lock clicked and the door swung open. Callum stood in the opening, blocking her view of whatever lay beyond. His normally immaculate appearance had been replaced by disheveled casualness. Barefoot, wearing only a loosely buttoned shirt and drawstring pants. As though he'd dressed hastily. But it was his expression that stopped her momentarily. Guilt and resignation warring with something else. Something like anticipation. "Where is she?" Mia demanded, trying to push past him. "Where is my daughter?" "Mia, wait." His hands caught her shoulders, surprisingly gentle despite their immovable strength. "Lily's fine, I promise you." "Don't." She wrenched away from his touch, betrayal burning like acid in her throat. "Don't touch me. Don't speak to me, just get out of my way and let me see my daughter." Instead of moving, he stepped forward, forcing her to retreat or be pressed against him. The door swung shut behind him, the lock engaging with a soft click that might as well have been a gunshot. "I can explain," he said, hands raised placatingly, "but I need you to calm down first." "Calm down?" Incredulous laughter bubbled from her lips. "You and your family kidnapped my sleeping child in the middle of the night for some twisted blood ritual, and you want me to calm down?" His brow furrowed in genuine confusion. "Blood ritual? Is that what you think is happening?" "I heard you in the woods. I know about the carriers and extraction and the pack survival." The words tumbled out, propelled by fear and fury. "Whatever sick genetic experiment you're planning stops now. Get out of my way, Callum. I won't ask again." Something shifted in his expression. Realization, followed by what almost looked like relief. "You've misunderstood, yes. There's a ritual happening, but not what you're thinking." He ran a hand through his already disheveled hair. "We're shifting, Mia. All of us. It's the full moon." "Shifting?" She repeated flatly. "Yes. Into our wolf forms. It's celebratory, communal, especially for young ones experiencing their first awareness." He stepped closer, his voice dropping to that gentle tone that had begun to breach her defenses over recent weeks. "Lily woke an hour ago, drawn by instincts she doesn't yet understand. She followed the calling down here on her own." The explanation was so far from what she'd expected that Mia momentarily faltered. "She's 7 years old. She doesn't have instincts like that." "She does. It's in her blood, just as it's in yours." Another step closer, his eyes shifting from their usual amber to a more luminous gold as he studied her face. "You've felt it too, haven't you? The changes. Enhanced senses, strange dreams, bursts of strength or speed that surprise even you." The accuracy of his assessment sent a chill down her spine. "That doesn't explain taking my daughter without my knowledge or consent. We didn't take her. She came herself, guided by her awakening heritage." His expression softened further. "She's having the time of her life, Mia. Lawrence is showing her how young cubs play fight. It's all perfectly safe." "Cubs?" she echoed, the weight of what he was implying finally sinking in. "You're seriously trying to tell me my daughter is part werewolf?" "Not part. She is werewolf, as are you." He closed the remaining distance between them, one hand rising to brush a strand of hair from her face with such tenderness that her anger momentarily faltered. "The dormant genes are waking, accelerated by proximity to the pack. That's why we had to bring you here, why the contract was necessary. Not to harvest your blood, but to reunite you with your heritage." The sincerity in his eyes made her doubt her worst fears, if not the absolute insanity of his claims. "Prove it," she challenged. "Show me what's happening down there." "I will," he promised. "But there's something I need to do first." Before she could question him, Callum closed the final distance between them. One arm snaked around her waist, while his other hand cradled the back of her head. His mouth claimed hers with startling intensity. Nothing of their previous kisses, hesitation, or restraint. This was possession, pure and primal. His lips demanding a response she was helpless to deny. Heat exploded through her body, radiating outward from where they connected. His scent surrounded her, forest and spice and male, triggering something ancient and instinctual deep in her brain. Her hands rose to push him away, but somehow ended up fisted in his shirt, pulling him closer as the kiss deepened into something feral and hungry. His teeth grazed her lower lip, the slight edge of pain sending a shock of pleasure down her spine. Her answering growl, a sound she'd never made before in her life, seemed to drive him further, his grip tightening as he backed her against the nearby wall. One of his hands slid beneath her thin nightshirt, palm scorching against the sensitive skin of her lower back. Somewhere in the back of her mind, warning bells clanged. He was distracting her, deliberately, using her body's inexplicable response to him to delay whatever was happening to Lily. With monumental effort, Mia tore her mouth from his, shoving him back with a strength that surprised them both. "Nice try," she panted, wiping her kiss-swollen lips with the back of her hand. "But I'm still going down there." Callum stood frozen, desire and frustration warring in his expression. He looked different somehow, features sharper, canines visibly elongated, eyes glowing with unearthly gold fire. For the first time, Mia glimpsed the wolf beneath the man's skin. "You don't understand," he said, voice rougher and deeper than she'd ever heard it. The first time witnessing a full shift can be disturbing for those unprepared. I was trying to spare you. I don't need sparing, I need the truth. She straightened her shoulders, gathering her courage around her like armor. Open the door, Callum. Now. For a moment, she thought he might refuse. Then resignation flashed across his features, followed by something that looked almost like anticipation. "Remember, you asked for this," he said quietly, turning to unlock the massive door. It swung open to reveal steep stone stairs descending into soft amber light. The sounds that had been muffled now reached her clearly, voices interspersed with noises no human throat could produce, low growls and yips that raised the fine hairs on her arms. Callum stepped aside, allowing her passage. "Stay close to me," he advised. "Some may be territorial during the changing." Ignoring her instinct to flee, Mia began the descent, one hand trailing along the cool stone wall for balance. The stairway curved downward into what appeared to be a massive underground chamber, far larger than she would have guessed existed beneath the mansion. The space opened before her, a cathedral-like cavern with soaring natural rock formations and smooth stone floors polished by generations of use. Ancient tapestries depicting hunting scenes and forest landscapes adorned the walls, illuminated by dozens of wrought iron sconces holding real flame rather than electric lights. What seized her attention, however, were the occupants. Nearly 20 people, some she recognized, others strangers, gathered in small clusters throughout the space. Lawrence and Victoria stood near the center, beside what appeared to be a natural stone dais. Eleonora occupied an ornate chair carved directly from the living rock at the chamber's far end. And among them all, laughing with delight as she chased a ball thrown by a teenage boy Mia vaguely recognized as a distant Blackwood cousin, was Lily. Relief flooded through her at the sight of her daughter, whole and apparently unharmed. "Lily," she called, starting forward. Her daughter turned, face lighting up. "Mommy, you came. Uncle James is teaching me to catch with my eyes closed. I can smell the ball coming." Before Mia could respond, Lawrence stepped forward, his usual impeccable appearance replaced by a loose robe that left his chest bare. Intricate tattoos covered his torso, spiraling patterns that seemed to shift in the flickering light. "So you've joined us after all," he observed, something calculating in his gaze as it moved between her and Callum. Earlier than expected, but perhaps that's for the best. The child adapts quickly. "What have you done to her?" Mia demanded, moving protectively toward Lily. "Nothing that wasn't already in her blood," Lawrence replied. "The moon merely awakens what sleeps." As if summoned by his words, Lily suddenly froze mid-step, a strange expression crossing her small features. She tilted her head as though listening to something only she could hear, then looked at her own hands with fascination. "Mommy," she said, voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "Something's happening. I feel all tingly." Before Mia could reach her, several things happened simultaneously. Lawrence threw back his head and released a sound no human throat should produce, a howl that resonated through the chamber like a physical force. Around them, others took up the call, their voices blending into a primal chorus that vibrated in Mia's bones. Beside her, Callum dropped to one knee, his body shuddering as though in the grip of tremendous pain. When he raised his face to hers, it had changed. Features elongating, teeth sharpening, ears extending to pointed tips. But most shocking of all was Lily. Her daughter's eyes had changed from their usual blue to a brilliant amber gold gleaming with reflected torchlight. Her small hands curled into claws as she laughed, actually laughed with delight rather than fear. "Look, Mommy," she exclaimed. "I'm like Fluffy." Across the chamber, transformations accelerated. Victoria's elegant form contorted, bones audibly realigning as dark fur rippled across her skin. The teenage boy who'd been playing with Lily dropped to all fours, his body flowing like liquid into a sleek gray wolf that shook itself once before bounding toward the center of the room. One by one, human forms gave way to lupin ones, some with the smooth grace of long practice, others with more evident struggle. Within minutes, more than half the gathering had completed the change, massive wolves of various colorations padding around the chamber with evident satisfaction. Lawrence remained partially transformed, caught deliberately between forms in a terrifying hybrid that showcased both human intelligence and bestial power. He approached Lily with surprisingly gentle movements, reaching out one clawed hand to ruffle her hair. "The young one shows remarkable aptitude," he observed, voice distorted by his altered vocal cords. "She carries the ancient bloodline strongly." "Get away from her," Mia warned, maternal protective instincts overriding her shock. She rushed forward, placing herself between her daughter and Lawrence's imposing form. To her surprise, he stepped back, head inclining slightly in what appeared to be grudging respect. "The mother's instincts awaken as well," he noted, addressing the room rather than her directly. "The calling runs true in both carriers." A hand closed around Mia's arm. Callum, still partially transformed but recognizably himself in the amber eyes that met hers. "It's all right," he assured her, speech slightly slurred around elongated canines. "No one will harm Lily. This is a celebration, not a sacrifice. Look at her. She's not afraid." And indeed, Lily showed no signs of terror. Instead, she watched the transformed Blackwoods with fascination, giggling when a smaller russet wolf, possibly James's younger sister, playfully circled her. "This can't be real," Mia whispered, though the evidence surrounded her. "Werewolves don't exist," says the woman whose eyes are currently glowing gold, Callum remarked, a hint of his usual dry humor breaking through the surreal moment. Mia's hands flew to her face. "What?" He produced a small silver pocket mirror from somewhere, holding it before her. The reflection that stared back struck her like a physical blow. Her own features, but with eyes burning the same luminous gold as the transformed Blackwoods. As she watched in horror and fascination, her pupils elongated slightly, taking on a more oval shape than human eyes should possess. "The change begins." Eleanor's voice carried across the chamber as she approached, still fully human but moving with the fluid grace of someone far younger than her apparent years. "Slower in you than the child, but progressing nonetheless." "This isn't possible," Mia insisted, even as her senses registered details that defied human capability. The individual heartbeats of every person in the room, the distinct sense of excitement and curiosity emanating from the wolves circling them, the subtle vibrations of movement through stone beneath her feet. "Yet here we stand," Eleanor countered calmly. "Your heritage awakens, Mia Winters. The question is no longer whether you believe, but what you will do with the truth." Lawrence approached again, his hybrid form somehow more disturbing than the fully transformed wolves. "The ritual may proceed now that both carriers are present. The extraction will—" "There will be no extraction," Callum interrupted, moving to stand beside Mia. Despite his partial transformation, his authority filled the chamber. "We agreed. Voluntary participation only. And only after full disclosure." Lawrence's distorted features contorted with anger. "The pack's survival cannot depend on the whims of—" "The pack's survival depends on respecting its newest members," Callum cut in, voice dropping to a growl that vibrated through the stone beneath their feet. "Or have you forgotten the ancient laws, father?" Something unspoken passed between them. A power struggle Mia couldn't fully comprehend but felt in the sudden electric tension that filled the air. Around them, the transformed wolves grew still, watching the confrontation with unnervingly intelligent eyes. Finally, Lawrence inclined his head in what appeared to be reluctant acquiescence. "The ancient laws stand," he acknowledged. "The carriers choose their path freely." His altered gaze fixed on Mia with predatory intensity. "Choose wisely, human. The moon's influence wanes with dawn." With that cryptic warning, he turned and loped toward the far end of the chamber, where several of the larger wolves gathered in what appeared to be a council of sorts. Lily tugged at Mia's nightshirt, seemingly unbothered by the supernatural drama unfolding around them. "Can I play with the wolves, Mommy? They said they'll teach me how to track scents." Mia crouched to her daughter's level, searching her face for any signs of distress or coercion. She found only excitement and that strange new amber glow in her eyes. "You're not scared, Sweet Pea?" Lily shook her head emphatically. "It's like my dreams. I always dream about running in the woods with wolves. Mrs. Blackwood says that's because the wolf inside me wants to come out and play." The simple acceptance in her daughter's voice pierced Mia's defenses. Children often adapted to the impossible with ease that adults couldn't match, their worldviews still flexible enough to incorporate magic and wonder. "Stay where I can see you," she finally conceded. "And no shifting without talking to me first." Lily beamed and scampered off toward the young russet wolf, who play-bowed with tail wagging before leading her toward what appeared to be a training area of sorts. Several adult wolves followed, forming a protective circle around the child that somewhat eased Mia's anxiety. Left alone with Callum, whose features had gradually returned to mostly human, Mia finally allowed the full weight of revelation to wash over her. She sank onto a nearby stone bench, legs suddenly unable to support her. "Werewolves," she said flatly. "Actual, literal werewolves." "Technically lycanthropes," he corrected, settling beside her at a cautious distance. "Werewolf implies a curse or affliction. What we are is genetic, inherited. And you think I am too, that Lily is? I know you are, both of you." His expression softened as he watched her struggle with the impossible truth. "Your blood work showed the markers clearly. Dormant but present. We've suspected for generations that certain bloodlines carried potential even without active expression. Your family must have branched from an original lycanthrope line centuries ago." Mia's mind raced, recalling her grandmother's strange superstitions about the full moon, her mother's uncanny hearing that doctors could never explain, her own inexplicable comfort in forests when she should have been afraid of the dark. "This is why you arranged our marriage," she said, pieces clicking together. "Not for my blood as a resource, but for my genetic heritage, to bring dormant bloodlines back into the pack." Callum nodded, watching her face carefully. "Initially, yes, your genetic profile showed extraordinary compatibility with our failing line. My father saw you as breeding stock, nothing more." His jaw tightened momentarily. "I argued for a more humane approach." "The contract," she filled in. "Financial security for me, a political wife for you, and access to our genetics for your family. A business arrangement." "That was the plan," he acknowledged, something shifting in his expression. But plans change. The weight of implication hung between them. Before she could pursue it, a commotion near the chamber's entrance drew their attention. The massive black wolf that had been Lawrence suddenly raised his head, ears pricked forward in evident alarm. A moment later, Mia's enhanced hearing caught what had alerted him. Footsteps approaching from above, multiple sets moving with purpose rather than stealth. Callum stood, tension radiating from his powerful frame. "We're not expecting anyone else tonight." The implications clicked immediately. Wakefield's threat, the leaked information, the mysterious inside source. Mia rose beside him, instinctively moving toward where Lily played with the younger wolves. Could Wakefield have followed through already? Exposed your family? "Impossible," Callum growled, though uncertainty flickered in his eyes. "He gave us 24 hours. The footsteps grew louder, accompanied now by the metallic sound of equipment being readied. Mia's newly enhanced senses detected the acrid smell of gun oil and something chemical that burned her nostrils. "Everyone needs to shift back," she urged, sudden understanding dawning. "If they're caught in wolf form." But it was already too late. The heavy door at the top of the stairs burst open, flooding the stairwell with harsh artificial light that spilled down into the chamber. "Department of Wildlife Services," a commanding voice shouted. "We have reports of illegal exotic animals being kept on these premises." As armed officers began descending the stairs, Mia faced the terrifying reality that had replaced her ordinary life. In a matter of minutes, she'd discovered that werewolves existed, that she and her daughter carried their genetics, and that Callum's political rival had apparently decided to expose the Blackwood family's secret in the most dangerous way possible. And now, surrounded by transformed werewolves who couldn't possibly revert to human form before discovery, she had to make a choice that would determine not just her future, but the fate of everyone in the chamber, including the daughter she'd sworn to protect at any cost. The truth had shattered her world's foundations. What she built upon the ruins would define everything that followed. Chapter 4. Revelation and Betrayal. "Wildlife Services, my ass," Callum growled, pacing the confines of his study like the predator he apparently was. Wakefield's people, using fake credentials, had to be. Dawn had broken over Blackwood House 2 hours ago, illuminating a mansion in chaos. Somehow, a story involving Eleanor's quick thinking, secret passages, and Lawrence's sizable donations to local officials, the pack had avoided disaster. The authorities had found nothing more incriminating than empty chambers and some admittedly strange decorative elements, leading to profuse apologies and hasty departures. Mia sat rigid in the leather wingback chair, Lily dozing against her shoulder. The child had finally crashed from her supernatural adrenaline high, but not before displaying alarming new abilities. Advanced hearing, amber-flecked eyes, and tiny claws that had emerged briefly when she'd thrown a tantrum about leaving her new wolf friends. Eleanora perched on the settee opposite, watching Mia with that unnervingly perceptive gaze. Lawrence stood by the fireplace, his human form restored but rage still evident in the tense set of his powerful shoulders. Various other Blackwoods had filtered in and out, seeking instructions or delivering updates, their cautious glances at Mia suggesting her status had shifted significantly since the night's revelations. "They'll be back," Lawrence stated flatly, "with better documentation and warrants next time. Wakefield wouldn't risk exposure without ensuring follow-through." "Which is why we need to accelerate everything," Victoria added from her position near the window. "The carriers must undergo the ritual immediately, before the carriers have names," Mia interrupted, voice low but steady. "And one of them is a 7-year-old child who still believes this was all an elaborate game of dress-up." Victoria's lips thinned in annoyance. "Sentiment is a luxury we cannot afford. The pack's survival—" "Enough." Callum's command silenced the room. He stopped pacing, turning to face Mia directly. "Everyone out, I need to speak with Mia alone." Lawrence straightened, challenge evident in his posture. "This concerns the entire pack, and she deserves explanations before decisions are made." Callum's tone left no room for argument. "You've all had decades to adjust to what we are. She's had less than 6 hours." Something passed between father and son. A silent battle of wills that Mia could almost physically feel in the air between them. Finally, Lawrence inclined his head in what appeared to be grudging acquiescence. "Only 1 hour," he conceded. "Then we convene the full council to determine next steps." His gaze shifted to Mia, cold assessment in his amber eyes. "Choose wisely, Ms. Winters. Your daughter's future depends on it." The implied threat sent ice through Mia's veins, but she met his stare steadily, refusing to show fear. One by one, the Blackwoods filtered out, until only Eleanora remained, her weathered hand resting briefly on Mia's shoulder as she passed. "Remember what I told you about your potential," the matriarch murmured. "You have more power here than you realize." When the door closed behind her, silence settled over the study, broken only by Lily's soft breathing and the subtle tick of the grandfather clock, marking precious seconds of their granted hour. Mia gently shifted her sleeping daughter to lie more comfortably on the settee, brushing blonde curls from her forehead, before turning to confront the man who had fundamentally altered their existence. "Werewolves," she stated flatly. "Actual fucking werewolves." The crude language, something she typically avoided, seemed the only appropriate response to the absurdity of their situation. Callum didn't flinch. "Yes. And I'm supposed to be one too? Lily as well? Your bloodline carries the genetic markers. Dormant until now, but awakening through proximity to active carriers." He moved closer, stopping when her expression warned against further approach. "It's why the community blood testing was established, to identify compatible lines that might strengthen the pack. So this was all a setup from the beginning." The betrayal cut deeper than she wanted to admit. The contract, the political marriage, all of it, just to get access to our supposed werewolf genes. "Initially, yes." His honesty surprised her. "Lawrence identified your blood work as a potential solution to our declining fertility rates. The plan was to bring you into the pack, explain our nature gradually, and eventually request your voluntary participation in revitalizing our bloodline." "By harvesting my blood? Breeding more little werewolves?" The words tasted bitter on her tongue. "By creating a genetic bridge." Callum raked a hand through his already disheveled hair. "Our family has intermarried too extensively over generations, trying to preserve pure bloodlines. The result has been increasing infertility, failed transformations, weakened abilities. Your genetics contain markers from one of the original bloodlines that branched away centuries ago, developing separately but maintaining key compatibility factors. And Lily shows even stronger markers. The combination of your recessive genes with her father's DNA created an ideal expression of the dormant traits. Mia stiffened. Ryan was a werewolf too? No, but he likely carried recessive markers from a different branch. Callum leaned against his desk, watching her with those unsettling amber eyes that now made terrifying sense. It happens occasionally. Two carriers producing offspring with enhanced potential, despite neither parent actively expressing the traits. Exhaustion and surreality threatened to overwhelm her. Less than 24 hours ago, she'd been worried about campaign strategies and political rivals. Now she was discussing werewolf genetics while her daughter occasionally growled in her sleep. "This can't be real," she whispered. Though the evidence surrounded her, the memory of transformed bodies, the lingering scent of something wild that clung to everyone in the household, the strange new awareness of her own body's changes. And yet it is. No mockery colored his tone, only understanding that somehow made it worse. "I know it's overwhelming. I wasn't supposed to happen this way. How was it supposed to happen?" she demanded, anger flaring. "Some ceremonial reveal after we were legally bound? A surprise honeymoon where you suddenly sprout fur and fangs? I was supposed to gain your trust first." The raw honesty in his voice caught her off guard. "Show you the benefits of joining our family before revealing the more unconventional aspects. You mean manipulate me into emotional dependency before dropping the werewolf bomb?" He winced. "When you put it that way, it sounds worse than intended." "Because it is worse." She stood, pacing now herself, too agitated to remain still. "You lied to me, manipulated me, used my financial desperation to trap me in this supernatural nightmare, and now expect me to just accept it because what, I supposedly have the same furry gene?" "You saw Lily last night," he countered quietly. She wasn't afraid. She recognized something in herself that's always been there, waiting. Haven't you felt it too? The dreams, the enhanced senses, the connection to something primal inside you? The accuracy of his assessment sent uncomfortable prickles down her spine. The forest dreams, the inexplicable physical changes, that strange sense of rightness she'd felt watching the wolves move together in synchronized harmony, all pointed to a truth she wasn't ready to accept. "Feeling different doesn't make me a werewolf, no, but this might convince you." Callum straightened, rolling his shoulders as though preparing for something physically demanding. "Try not to scream. I'd rather not wake Lily." Before Mia could question the cryptic warning, he closed his eyes in concentration. The change began subtly, a slight elongation of his features, cheekbones becoming more pronounced, jaw shifting to accommodate enlarged canines that gleamed white against his lips. His hands transformed next, fingers extending as nails thickened into deadly-looking claws. When he opened his eyes, they blazed with that unearthly gold fire she'd witnessed in the underground chamber, pupils elongated to vertical slits that contracted in the study's bright morning light. Mia stumbled back, instinct screaming danger, even as another, deeper part of her responded with inexplicable recognition. Her heart raced, but not entirely from fear. Something more primal surged through her bloodstream, a corresponding wildness that made her skin prickle with awareness. "This is the mid-form," Callum explained, his voice rougher and deeper than his human tone. "Partial transformation, useful when full shifting would be impractical." She should have been terrified, should have grabbed Lily and run screaming from the room. Instead, she found herself stepping closer, morbid fascination overriding common sense. "Does it hurt?" The question emerged unbidden. The first few times, yes. Eventually, it becomes as natural as stretching after a long stillness. He remained perfectly motionless as she approached, allowing her inspection with surprising patience. "Your turn will come soon, if the changes continue accelerating." That pulled her up short. "My turn? You think I'm going to turn into that?" "I think you already are, in small ways." His clawed hand gestured toward the ornate mirror hanging on the study wall. "Look at your eyes, Mia." Reluctantly, she turned toward the reflection, breath catching at what she saw. Her usual hazel eyes had taken on an amber cast, not the full supernatural glow of Callum's, but undeniably altered. As she watched in horrified fascination, the color flared brighter in response to her emotional spike. "What's happening to me?" The whispered question held all the fear she'd been fighting to contain. "You're awakening." Callum stepped closer, still maintaining that partial transformation. The dormant genes activating after generations of silence. It would have happened eventually, but proximity to an established pack accelerated the process. "And Lily?" "Children adapt more easily. She'll likely experience a full shift before you do." The thought of her daughter transforming into a wolf sent a fresh wave of panic through Mia. This can't be happening. There has to be a way to stop it, to reverse it. There isn't. No apology softened the blunt truth. This is your heritage, Mia. Your birthright. Even if your family lost knowledge of it generations ago. She sank back into the chair, legs suddenly unable to support her. "So, I'm just supposed to accept that I'm turning into a mythological creature, that my entire concept of reality was wrong, that my daughter will grow up howling at the moon?" To her surprise, Callum's features began shifting back toward human, the claws retracting and fangs receding until only his eyes retained that unearthly glow. He crossed to where she sat, crouching before her so they were at eye level. "You're supposed to recognize that you've been given an extraordinary gift," he said quietly. "Enhanced strength, accelerated healing, heightened senses, extended lifespan, the ability to experience the world in ways humans can only dream of." "And the cost?" she challenged. "There's always a cost. Secrecy, careful control, loyalty to pack above almost all else." His honesty continued to surprise her. "Monthly transformations that can't be denied, though they can be managed with practice. Certain instinctual drives that affect relationships, territory, hierarchy." The clinical explanation helped somewhat, giving structure to the chaos of revelation. Mia clung to practical questions, using them to anchor herself against the surreal tide. "The political campaign, was that just cover for all this?" "No, that was always genuine." His expression softened slightly. "The Blackwoods have guided this region for generations, protecting supernatural residents while ensuring human prosperity. The Senate seat continues that tradition in modern forms." "And Wakefield? He knows what you are?" His family has suspected for centuries, but lacked proof. "They've been our rivals in both human and supernatural realms, though they lack our abilities." Callum's jaw tightened. "The raid last night suggests they've finally gathered enough evidence to move against us openly." A terrible thought occurred to her. "Is Lily in danger from them? From you? From this whole situation?" "Yes to all three, in different ways." His blunt assessment shocked her, almost as much as his transformation had. "Wakefield would use her as leverage without hesitation. My father sees her as a genetic resource to be exploited. And the transformation itself carries risks, especially for one so young." Fear and fury collided in Mia's chest, maternal instinct overriding everything else. "Then we're leaving? Today? Now? Whatever magical werewolf bullshit is happening, I won't let her become a pawn in your family's supernatural politics." She rose, intending to collect Lily and start packing, but Callum's hand caught her wrist, gentle despite the strength she now knew he possessed. "Running won't stop the changes," he said quietly. "They've already begun. Without guidance, without understanding what's happening to her, Lily faces greater dangers than anything here." "Don't." Mia jerked her arm free. "Don't pretend your concern is for her welfare when you've been lying to us since day one." Something flashed in his eyes. Hurt, perhaps? Or frustration? "Not everything was a lie, Mia." The words hung between them, loaded with implications neither seemed ready to address directly. Before she could respond, Lily stirred on the settee, small face scrunching as she emerged from sleep. "Mommy," she called, voice thick with lingering drowsiness. "I had the best dream. I was playing with wolves, and they told me I could be one too." Reality crashed back with brutal force. This wasn't just about Mia's feelings of betrayal or Callum's supernatural revelations. This was about her daughter, her bright, beautiful daughter who somehow carried the genes of creatures Mia had believed existed only in fiction until hours ago. "That sounds like a wonderful dream, Sweet Pea," she managed, moving to stroke Lily's tousled hair. "How are you feeling?" "Hungry. Like, super hungry." Lily stretched, reminding Mia uncomfortably of a puppy. Can I have pancakes with extra bacon? The mundane request amid extraordinary circumstances nearly broke Mia's composure. Of course. Why don't you go find Mrs. Hughes and ask her to start breakfast? I'll be right there. Seemingly satisfied, Lily hopped from the settee with her usual morning energy, pausing only to give Callum a bright smile. Are you coming too? Mrs. Hughes makes your bacon extra crispy, just like you like it. Something softened in Callum's expression. I'll be along shortly. Save me some blueberry syrup. When the door closed behind her, Mia turned back to him, determination hardening her resolve. I need time to process all this. Time to decide what's best for Lily without everyone hovering and making demands. Lawrence won't wait much longer, Callum warned. The raid last night pushed everything to a crisis point. If Wakefield proves what we are, everything changes. That's not my problem. It became your problem the moment your blood test matched our genetic profile. He sighed, running a hand through his disheveled hair. But I'll buy you as much time as I can. Take the day. Think. Ask questions. I'll hold off the council until evening. The concession surprised her, as did the genuine concern in his expression. Despite everything, despite the lies and manipulation that had brought them together, something had formed between them. A connection neither had anticipated when signing their calculated contract. Thank you, she said stiffly, unwilling to acknowledge the confusing emotions churning beneath her anger. I'll give you my decision at sunset. As she turned to leave, his voice stopped her at the threshold. Mia. The single word carried layers of meaning she wasn't ready to examine. Whatever choice you make, remember that Lily's nature won't change. She is what she is, what we both are. She'll need guidance from someone who understands. The implicit offer hung in the air, his knowledge, his support, despite whatever rift now existed between them. Mia nodded once, not trusting herself to speak further, and left to find her daughter. Behind her, Callum remained motionless in the study, watching her departure with eyes that still held traces of supernatural gold, and something far more human in their depths. Mia watched the digital clock on the dashboard tick from 2:59 to 3:00 p.m., the green numbers mocking her with each passing minute that brought them closer to Blackwood House. Beside her in the passenger seat, Lily hummed contentedly, oblivious to her mother's mounting tension. Can we get ice cream before we go back? She asked, swinging her feet against the seat. Mrs. Hughes said there's going to be a special dinner tonight because of the full moon party. Mia's hands tightened on the steering wheel. 4 hours of careful normalcy. Breakfast with the household, pretending nothing extraordinary had happened, a trip to Lily's school to collect forgotten art projects, even a stop at the mall for new shoes. All to establish a pattern of routine that wouldn't trigger suspicion. We're not going back, sweet pea, she said quietly, checking the rearview mirror for the dozenth time. So far, no sign of pursuit. We're going on a little adventure instead. Lily's eyes widened. Like a vacation? Does Callum know? Is he coming too? The innocent questions twisted something in Mia's chest. In just 1 month, Callum had become a fixture in her daughter's life. Reading bedtime stories when his schedule allowed, teaching her chess with infinite patience, listening to her endless questions about everything from stars to sea creatures with genuine interest. Not this time. Mia forced brightness into her tone. Just us girls, like before. Lily's expression fell slightly, but curiosity quickly replaced disappointment. Where are we going? Will they have wolves there too? I really liked the wolves. The reminder of last night's revelations strengthened Mia's resolve. 3 hours of internet research at the library while Lily colored nearby had yielded nothing but folklore and fiction about werewolves. No scientific explanations, no medical treatments, no rational framework for understanding what was happening to them. Only one source had offered anything resembling practical information. An obscure cryptozoology blog mentioning a researcher in Colorado who studied genetic anomalies with lupine characteristics. The site had been taken down minutes after she'd found it, the digital trail vanishing as though it had never existed. It was thin hope, but the only lead she had. Colorado was 8 hours east. If they drove through the night, they could reach the university town by morning. We'll see lots of interesting things, she promised vaguely, turning onto the highway that would take them out of Silver Peak, maybe even other special people like us. The admission, acknowledging their changing nature rather than denying it, felt like surrender, but Lily's immediate brightening made it worthwhile. People who can hear super good and smell things from far away? She asked excitedly. Like me and you and Callum? Maybe, Mia accelerated as they passed the city limits sign, a weight lifting from her shoulders with each mile that separated them from Blackwood House. But this is our secret adventure, okay? We don't tell anyone where we're going. Not even Callum? Lily's brow furrowed. He'll be sad if we leave without saying goodbye. The observation, so perceptive from a 7-year-old, threatened Mia's composure. Would he be sad, or merely frustrated that his genetic goldmine had slipped through his fingers? He'll understand, she lied, checking the gas gauge, 3/4 full. Enough to reach the state line before needing to stop. Sometimes grown-ups need space to figure things out. Lily seemed to accept this explanation, attention shifting to the landscape rolling past outside her window. Mia allowed herself a cautious breath of relief. They'd done it, slipped away during routine errands without raising alarms. By the time the Blackwoods realized they weren't returning, they'd be halfway to Colorado. The plan had formed during breakfast, watching Lawrence's calculating gaze follow Lily around the room, Victoria's clinical interest in how quickly the child adapted to heightened senses, Eleonora's knowing smile when Lily unconsciously mimicked wolf behaviors. Whatever supernatural heritage they shared, the Blackwoods viewed Lily as a resource first, a child second. Mia wouldn't allow her daughter to become an experiment in werewolf genetics. So she'd played the part, the overwhelmed but coping mother, requesting space to process while showing signs of reluctant acceptance. She'd ask questions about lycanthropy that suggested resignation to their new reality, mentioned plans to organize Lily's room for longer-term comfort, even scheduled a meeting with Lawrence for the following morning to discuss options, all while mentally cataloging the essentials packed in the trunk. Clothes, medications, important documents, emergency cash, and plotting routes out of Silver Peak that avoided main thoroughfares. The first 40 minutes of their escape proceeded without incident. Lily dozed in the passenger seat, the excitement of the previous night and day finally catching up with her. Mountains rose on either side of the winding highway, spring greenery giving way to higher elevation pines as they climbed toward Granite Pass, the natural boundary that separated Silver Peak Valley from neighboring counties. Mia's phone had been turned off and the battery removed, preventing any GPS tracking. The Blackwood credit cards remained in her wallet, unused since breakfast. She'd withdrawn cash the previous week under the guise of shopping for Lily's school supplies. Not enough to raise eyebrows, but sufficient for gas and motels until they reached Colorado. It was a solid plan, born of the same resourcefulness that had helped her survive Ryan's abandonment years earlier. She'd rebuilt from nothing once before. She could do it again, supernatural complications notwithstanding. The first sign of trouble came as they rounded a sharp curve 3 miles from the summit. A fallen tree blocked the rightmost lane, forcing traffic to merge left. Orange cones and a temporary sign suggested routine road maintenance, but something about the setup triggered Mia's newly enhanced instincts. Too convenient, too perfectly positioned at a point where the roadside offered no escape routes, steep cliffs rising on one side and falling away on the other. She slowed, scanning for alternate options, when movement in her rearview mirror caught her attention. A black SUV accelerating rapidly from behind, closing the distance with alarming speed. "No," she whispered, knuckles whitening on the steering wheel. "Not already." The SUV drew alongside, tinted windows preventing identification of its occupants. For one hopeful moment, Mia thought it might be coincidence. Another driver impatient with the lane closure. Then the passenger window lowered, revealing James Blackwood's grim expression. "Pull over," he mouthed clearly, gesturing toward a small turnout ahead. Mia's response was to accelerate, swerving around the fallen tree barrier despite the hazard lights and cones. The Honda's tires bumped over rough ground, then reconnected with asphalt on the other side, engine protesting as she floored the gas pedal. Lily jerked awake at the sudden movement. "Mommy, what's happening?" "Just a little detour, sweet pea." Mia forced calm into her voice, despite the adrenaline flooding her system. "Put your seatbelt on extra tight for me, okay?" In the rear-view mirror, the SUV executed its own off-road maneuver with considerably more grace, powerful engine roaring as it gave chase. Worse, a second vehicle appeared from around the bend ahead, a sleek black sedan strategically positioned to block potential escape routes. They'd anticipated her flight, had probably been watching the whole time, allowing her the illusion of freedom until she reached this perfect interception point with limited options. "Damn it," she hissed, rapidly calculating alternatives. The road ahead narrowed as it approached the pass, with few turnoffs and no intersecting routes for another 12 miles. The vehicles were faster, more powerful, and likely driven by people with decades more experience with enhanced reflexes. But she had one advantage: they wouldn't risk harming Lily. Whatever their plans, the child's genetic value ensured her safety. Mia, on the other hand, was potentially expendable now that they'd confirmed Lily carried the werewolf genes. The sedan ahead slowed, clearly intending to force her to stop. Mia checked her mirrors again. SUV still behind, cliff walls to the right, guardrail, and steep drop to the left. No good options. Making a split-second decision, she wrenched the wheel hard right as they approached the sedan, aiming for a narrow maintenance access road she'd spotted cutting up the mountainside. The Honda lurched onto the unpaved track, suspension groaning as it bounced over ruts and embedded rocks. "Hang on, Lily," she called, fighting to keep control as the vehicle fishtailed on the loose surface. "It's going to be bumpy." The access road climbed steeply, switchbacking up the mountainside through dense pine forest. Designed for maintenance trucks rather than passenger cars, it barely accommodated the Honda's width, branches scraping against the windows as they ascended. In the rearview mirror, Mia saw the SUV attempt to follow, its wider body immediately encountering difficulty with the narrow passage. The sedan had disappeared from view, but she harbored no illusions. They were likely circling to find another intercept point higher up the mountain. "Mommy, I'm scared," Lily whimpered, clinging to the door handle as they bounced over a particularly rough section. "Why are we driving so fast?" "It's okay, sweet pea." Mia reached over to squeeze her daughter's knee reassuringly, even as she navigated another sharp turn. "We're just playing a little game of chase." "With Uncle James?" Lily twisted in her seat, peering through the rear window. "I saw him in the black car." The casual identification confirmed Mia's suspicions. Yes, with Uncle James. But we don't want to be caught just yet, do we? Lily considered this with 7-year-old logic. Like, hide and seek? Are we winning? "We're doing great." The hollow encouragement tasted like ash as Mia checked the fuel gauge, now dipping below half. The rough terrain and steep climb were decimating their gas mileage. Even if they evaded immediate capture, they wouldn't get far without refueling. The access road abruptly leveled out, emerging onto what appeared to be an abandoned fire lookout point. An aging wooden structure perched at the clearing's edge, offering expansive views of the valley below, including, with terrible clarity, the sedan navigating a lower section of road that would intersect with their position in minutes. "End of the line," Mia murmured, bringing the Honda to a stop. They'd gained perhaps 15 minutes at most, not nearly enough to formulate a new escape plan. Decision time. They could barricade themselves in the lookout tower, a temporary solution at best, try to continue on foot through the forest, futile with a 7-year-old against pursuers with enhanced tracking abilities, or face the Blackwoods directly and attempt to negotiate terms that would protect Lily from exploitation. The choice was made for her as the SUV emerged from the access road behind them, effectively blocking retreat. James stepped out, followed by 2 Blackwood cousins Mia recognized from the full moon gathering. All 3 moved with the fluid grace she now recognized as characteristic of their supernatural nature. "Stay in the car, Lily," Mia instructed firmly. "No matter what happens, stay buckled in your seat until I come get you." "But Uncle James is here, and Aunt Victoria's car is coming too." Lily pointed toward the road below, where the sedan had indeed begun its ascent. "Are we having a picnic on the mountain?" The innocence of the question nearly broke Mia's heart. "Not exactly, Sweet Pea. Just stay put for now." Steeling herself, she exited the car, leaving the engine running in case an opportunity for escape miraculously presented itself. James approached with hands raised in a gesture of non-aggression that failed to reassure her. "That was quite a chase, Ms. Winters," he remarked almost admiringly. Most humans wouldn't have spotted the roadblock for what it was. I'm not entirely human anymore, am I? She countered bitterly. Thanks to your family's interference, James shrugged, unapologetic. You were never entirely human to begin with. We just helped you recognize your true nature. By kidnapping my daughter in the middle of the night? By lying about everything from day one? Technically, Lily came downstairs on her own, he corrected. And as for lying, well, how exactly does one break the werewolf news tactfully? Pass the salt, and by the way, we all grow fur and fangs once a month? Despite everything, a reluctant laugh escaped her. You could have tried honesty before manipulation. That was Callum's position as well. James glanced toward the sedan now visible on the lower switchback. Unfortunately, he was overruled by those with more traditional perspectives. The mention of Callum sent an unwelcome pang through Mia's chest. Had he known of her escape attempt? Was he part of this pursuit? Or had his promise of time to consider been genuine, now undermined by his father's intervention? As if summoned by her thoughts, the sedan pulled into the lookout point, dust billowing around its polished exterior. Lawrence Blackwood emerged from the driver's side, his imposing figure radiating cold fury that was palpable even at a distance. Victoria exited the passenger seat, her calculating gaze fixed on the Honda where Lily's blonde head was visible through the window. From the back seat emerged Callum, his expression thunderous as he stalked toward his father. This wasn't the agreement, he growled, the sound carrying clearly across the clearing. You promised her time to decide. She decided, Lawrence replied dismissively. She chose to flee with the child, risking exposure of our entire pack to outsiders. The council's patience is exhausted. Callum's attention shifted to Mia, something complicated flashing in his amber eyes. Anger, certainly, but also concern and perhaps a hint of admiration at her daring. Are you both all right? The mountain roads can be treacherous. The question, prioritizing their welfare over recriminations, caught her off guard. We're fine. No thanks to your family's ambush tactics. Taking the maintenance road was clever, he acknowledged. Most humans wouldn't have noticed it, especially at that speed. As James helpfully pointed out, I'm not entirely human anymore. Lawrence interrupted their exchange, striding forward with the confidence of absolute authority. Enough pleasantries. The child returns with us immediately. Your status, Miss Winters, depends on your cooperation from this point forward. The threat ignited Mia's protective instincts. She moved to position herself between Lawrence and the Honda, knowing it was futile but unable to do otherwise. You're not taking my daughter anywhere. Your options are limited, Victoria observed coolly, joining her brother. Cooperation ensures comfort and status within the pack. Resistance, she shrugged elegantly. Well, there are protocols for handling uncooperative carriers. Victoria. Callum's voice carried a warning that his aunt pointedly ignored. The council has decided, Lawrence stated with finality. The child's genetic potential is too valuable to risk. She will be properly trained in pack ways, with or without maternal involvement. Understanding dawned with sickening clarity. They weren't just tracking her escape. They were prepared to separate her from Lily if she refused to comply with their demands. The realization sent a surge of something primal through Mia's body, a protective rage that transcended human limitations. Try to take her, she challenged, voice dropping to a feral growl that surprised even her. See what happens. Lawrence's expression darkened. With deliberate slowness, he began to shift. Not the full transformation she'd witnessed in the underground chamber, but the partial form Callum had demonstrated earlier. Claws extended from his fingertips, face elongating slightly as fangs descended. You are outnumbered, outmatched, and operating on instinct rather than training, he stated, voice roughened by the change. This display of defiance, while admirable, is ultimately pointless. He stepped forward, clearly expecting her to retreat. Instead, Mia held her ground, something hot and powerful surging through her bloodstream. Her vision sharpened, colors intensifying as sounds and scents suddenly amplified around her. She felt her own canines lengthen, pressing against her lower lip as her hands curled into claws. Lawrence's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Fascinating. The dormant gene expresses under sufficient threat stimulus, his clinical observation reducing her maternal protection to a scientific footnote. shattered the last of Mia's restraint. With a sound no human throat could produce, she lunged at him, newly formed claws slashing toward his face. The attack caught him off guard, not enough to land, but sufficient to force him back a step. Before she could press her advantage, James and another cousin moved to flank her, their own partial shifts rippling across their features. Enough! Callum's roar froze everyone in place. He inserted himself bodily between Mia and his father, back to her as he faced Lawrence. This ends now. Stand aside, Callum. Lawrence's command carried the weight of alpha authority. The council has ruled. The council ruled on ritual participation, not forcible separation of mother and child. Callum's shoulders bunched with tension, his stance protective as he shielded Mia from the others. You overstep. For several heartbeats, father and son remained locked in silent confrontation, power crackling almost visibly between them. Around them, the other Blackwoods watched with varying expressions. James with fascination, Victoria with calculation, the cousins with uncomfortable uncertainty. Finally, Lawrence's features shifted back toward human, though his eyes retained their supernatural glow. Your attachment to the carriers clouds your judgment. The pack's survival must take precedence over individual preferences. The pack's survival depends on willing participation, not forced compliance, Callum countered, maintaining his protective stance. Coercion will only ensure their resistance at every turn. The standoff might have continued indefinitely if not for the car door opening behind them. Lily, ignoring her mother's instructions as only willful 7-year-olds can, hopped out and surveyed the tense gathering with innocent curiosity. Why is everyone making angry faces? She asked, skipping toward them as though approaching a family picnic rather than a supernatural confrontation. And why did Grandpa Lawrence have pointy teeth? Was he showing me more wolf tricks? The childish questions diffused the immediate tension, though Mia quickly moved to pull Lily against her side. Lawrence's expression softened fractionally as he regarded the child, genuine affection warring with calculated interest in a way Mia found equally concerning. Yes, little one, wolf tricks. He crouched to Lily's level, voice gentling in a way Mia hadn't believed him capable of. Your mother and I were having a disagreement about your training. She wants to take you away from the pack, but that would be very dangerous for you. Mia bristled at the manipulation, but Lily was already responding with 7-year-old directness. Why dangerous? Mommy keeps me safe. Of course she does, Lawrence agreed smoothly. But the changes happening in your body need special guidance. Without proper training, you might shift at the wrong time, at school perhaps, or in public. Imagine how frightened your friends would be. Lily's eyes widened. I could turn into a wolf at school? Not if you learn control, Lawrence assured her. Which is why returning to Blackwood House is so important. We can teach you to manage your gifts. Stop it, Mia hissed, pulling Lily closer. Don't use her fears to manipulate her. I'm simply explaining reality, Lawrence replied coldly. A reality you were attempting to flee rather than face. Callum's hand settled on Mia's shoulder, the unexpected touch sending warmth through her despite her anger. Perhaps we should continue this discussion somewhere less exposed, he suggested, gaze scanning the surrounding forest. Wakefield's people could be anywhere after last night's raid. The reminder of external threats shifted the dynamic immediately. Lawrence straightened, issuing crisp orders to secure the perimeter, while Victoria made calls to ensure their absence hadn't been noticed by campaign staff or media. Amid the controlled chaos, Callum guided Mia and Lily slightly apart from the others, his voice dropping to ensure privacy. I had nothing to do with this, he said quietly. I meant what I said about giving you time. Mia studied his face, searching for deception and finding only genuine regret. But you knew I'd run. I suspected you might. A hint of that almost smile touched his lips. Self-preservation is a powerful instinct, especially in mothers. And yet here you are, helping to drag us back. I'm trying to prevent a worse outcome. His hand remained on her shoulder, thumb tracing small circles that seemed to calm both of them. My father was prepared to separate you, if necessary. The fact that you partially shifted in Lily's defense may have actually improved your position. It confirms genetic compatibility beyond what blood tests showed. The explanation should have angered her further, reducing her maternal protection to a scientific data point. Instead, exhaustion was setting in as the adrenaline ebbed, leaving barely enough energy to stand upright, let alone continue fighting supernatural politics. "What happens now?" she asked, watching Lawrence organize their return convoy with military precision. "We go back to Blackwood House. You and Lily participate in basic health assessments to establish baselines for your transformations. The council convenes to determine next steps." His fingers squeezed gently before releasing her. "I'll advocate for your autonomy, but Lawrence holds significant influence, and if I refuse to cooperate with these assessments," Callum's expression tightened, "don't give him reason to separate you from Lily. Please." The naked plea, so at odds with his usual controlled demeanor, struck something vulnerable within her. Before she could respond, Lawrence approached, any trace of the confrontation erased behind his politician's mask. "The sedan will transport Ms. Winters and the child," he announced. "Callum, you'll accompany them. James will drive their vehicle back separately." The arrangements, presented as settled fact rather than suggestion, rekindled Mia's resistance. "We're perfectly capable of driving ourselves." "Consider it a precaution," Lawrence replied smoothly. "The mountain roads can be treacherous, especially for those experiencing their first partial shift. The aftermath often includes disorientation." As if on cue, a wave of dizziness washed over Mia, the world tilting sideways as her knees buckled. Callum caught her before she hit the ground, strong arms supporting her weight with effortless strength. "The crash," he explained quietly. "Your body burned through significant energy during the shift. It needs time to recover." Lily pressed close, concern furrowing her small brow. "Mommy, are you sick?" "Just tired, sweet pea." Mia forced a reassuring smile even as another wave of weakness threatened her consciousness. "Too much excitement for one day." "I've got you," Callum murmured, adjusting his hold to lift her more securely. The sudden proximity, her cheek against his chest, his scent surrounding her, triggered contradictory responses of wariness and strange comfort that her exhausted mind couldn't reconcile. Through increasingly blurred vision, she registered being carried to the sedan, Lily trotting anxiously alongside as Callum settled her into the backseat. The last thing she remembered clearly was her daughter's small hand clasping hers, and Callum's solid presence on her other side as consciousness slipped away. The escape attempt had failed, leaving her once more in the Blackwood's control, but with new complications that extended beyond political marriages or supernatural revelations. The protective fury that had triggered her partial shift had changed something fundamental within her biology, accelerating a transformation she'd hoped to outrun. Whatever happened next, there would be no returning to the person she'd been before, only forward into an uncertain future where werewolves existed, genetic heritage determined destiny, and the man who had orchestrated her entrapment now seemed her strongest ally against his own family's plans. The Grand Council chamber of Blackwood House had remained unchanged for generations. A perfectly circular room deep within the West Wing, windowless and accessible only through a single heavy door of ancient oak. 13 high-backed chairs carved from the same wood formed a semicircle on a raised dais, with a single stone seat positioned at the focal point below. Mia stood beside this stone chair, acutely aware of its symbolic positioning, the place for witnesses, supplicants, and occasionally those being judged. 2 days had passed since her failed escape attempt, days spent recovering from her unexpected partial shift, while under constant observation from various Blackwood family members and medical specialists. Lily had been kept occupied with what they called young cub training, seemingly innocent games that actually taught control of heightened senses and emerging instincts. The child's enthusiasm for these activities only deepened Mia's unease, especially when Lily returned chattering about Aunt Victoria's special breathing tricks and Uncle James teaching me to hear heartbeats. Now, as representatives from 5 regional packs filed into the chamber with ceremonial gravity, Mia recognized the orchestrated nature of their separation. Lily's integration had been prioritized while Mia was isolated, ensuring the child's commitment before the mother could intervene. Eleonora entered first, her silver hair arranged in an intricate braid adorned with what appeared to be small, polished bones. She took the central chair, the position of honor that surprised Mia given Lawrence's apparent authority within the family. The other seats filled quickly, Lawrence and Victoria representing Blackwood interests, followed by unfamiliar faces bearing subtle family resemblances that suggested distant branches of the same bloodline. All wore formal attire in muted earthy tones, adorned with silver jewelry bearing variations of the wolf motif that dominated Blackwood heraldry. Callum was the last to enter, his expression carefully neutral as he took a seat to his grandmother's right rather than beside his father. The subtle positioning wasn't lost on Mia, suggesting political alignments within the pack she was only beginning to understand. The Grand Council of the Western Territories convenes under the waning moon, Eleonora announced, her voice carrying surprising strength. We gather to address matters of bloodline preservation and genetic integration. Mia remained standing, refusing the stone seat that would place her physically beneath the council's elevated position. If she was to be judged, she would face it on her feet. Mia Winters, Lawrence began without preamble, your genetic profile contains markers not seen in active form for 3 generations. Your recent partial shift confirms viability for full transformation, while your daughter shows even stronger expression of the dormant genes. My daughter is 7 years old, Mia replied evenly. She's not part of this discussion. A murmur rippled through the assembled elders, disapproval from some, calculating interest from others. On the contrary, said a lean silver-haired man 3 seats from Lawrence, the child represents the most promising genetic recovery in decades. Her development must be monitored closely. Monitored, not experimented on, Mia countered, fighting to maintain composure. Whatever plans you've made for harvesting our genetic material, stop now. We're people, not resources. Victoria leaned forward, her elegant features arranged in an expression of reasonable patience that somehow felt more threatening than Lawrence's open hostility. You misunderstand our intentions, she said smoothly. The ritual extraction is minimally invasive, a small blood sample taken during the full moon when certain properties peak in potency. The resulting serum strengthens failing genetic sequences in pack members experiencing degradation. And if I refuse? Another council member, a woman with striking amber eyes, responded with blunt efficiency. Refusal is not an option. The Alpha Council has authority to protect pack welfare above individual preference. I'm not part of your pack, Mia reminded them. I signed a marriage contract, not a blood oath. The contract contained clauses regarding medical procedures deemed necessary by family physicians, Lawrence pointed out. Your consent was obtained even if the specific nature remained undisclosed. Fury and helplessness battled within Mia's chest. They'd thought of everything, closing every legal and ethical loophole with calculated precision. The extraction ritual will proceed during the next full moon, Eleonora declared, bringing the debate to an abrupt halt. Standard protocols will be observed to ensure both carriers' safety. Both carriers, Mia repeated, ice forming in her veins. You mean Lily, too. The child's genetic markers show exceptional potency, Lawrence confirmed without apology. Her contribution is essential to developing a comprehensive genetic restoration program. Something primal and protective surged within Mia, the now familiar precursor to shifting rippling just beneath her skin. You will not use my daughter as a lab rat. Control your shift, Eleonora commanded sharply. Unregulated transformations in this chamber violate ancient protocols. With monumental effort, Mia forced back the physical changes, though her eyes retained their supernatural glow, judging by the satisfied murmurs from several council members. Impressive restraint for a newly awakened carrier, observed a heavy-set man near the end of the semicircle. Perhaps Callum's reports of her potential have merit. All eyes shifted to Callum, who had remained conspicuously silent throughout the proceedings. He met Mia's gaze directly, something apologetic and conflicted in his expression. My assessment stands, he said finally. Mia Winters displays unusual control and adaptation rate. Forced extraction risks complications that willing participation would avoid. Sentiment, Lawrence dismissed. The carrier's cooperation is preferable but not required. The extraction will proceed as scheduled with appropriate security measures. Security measures, Mia echoed, stomach twisting with foreboding. To prevent further escape attempts, Victoria clarified with clinical detachment. Your partial shift demonstrated both capability and intent that cannot be disregarded. You're imprisoning us. Ensuring compliance, Lawrence corrected. Your movements will be restricted to secure areas of Blackwood House. The child will continue integration training with appropriate supervision. Panic flared bright and hot in Mia's chest. You can't separate us. Temporary supervision only, Eleonora interjected, shooting Lawrence a warning glance. The child remains in your care with structured training sessions throughout the day. Small mercy, but Mia seized it. And after the extraction, what then? A decision to be made following evaluation of initial results, Lawrence replied. Potentially a series of extractions spaced appropriately for recovery. The clinical terms barely disguise the reality. They intended to use her and Lily as renewable resources, harvesting whatever genetic material they required for as long as they deemed necessary. This is medieval, she hissed, fighting back tears of fury and frustration. You can't just... The council has ruled. Eleonora interrupted with finality. Preparations begin immediately. This session is concluded. One by one, the council members rose and filed from the chamber, several pausing to study Mia with unnerving intensity before departing. Lawrence lingered, satisfaction evident in his expression as he addressed her directly. Your resistance was anticipated and planned for. Accept your role gracefully, and accommodations can be made for comfort. Continue fighting, and restrictions will increase accordingly. The threat delivered. He swept from the room with Victoria close behind, leaving Mia alone with the crushing weight of what had just transpired. No, not alone. Callum remained in his seat, watching her with an expression she couldn't quite interpret. Regret, frustration, and something deeper that made her chest tighten despite her anger. You knew, she accused quietly. You knew this would happen and you let me believe I had choices. He rose slowly, descending from the dais to stand before her. I fought for different terms. The council overruled me. You're one of them, part of this medieval court that thinks it can imprison people and harvest their blood because of some genetic quirk. It's more complicated than that. It always is with you, she snapped, turning away. Convenient complexity to justify unconscionable actions. His hand caught her arm, gentle but insistent. Mia, wait, please. Something in his voice, raw vulnerability she'd rarely glimpsed beneath his controlled exterior, made her pause. She turned back reluctantly, hating the betraying leap of her pulse when their eyes met. 5 minutes, he said urgently. Not here. The corridor off the East Library. There's a service passage Lawrence's people don't monitor. After everything, she should have refused. Should have slapped his hand away and stalked out without another word. Instead, she found herself nodding once, curtly, before pulling free and exiting the chamber with as much dignity as she could muster. Female attendants waited outside, pack members assigned as her honor guard but functioning more obviously as jailers. They escorted her through the mansion's labyrinthine corridors toward the east wing, maintaining a respectful but vigilant distance. I'd like to freshen up before seeing my daughter, Mia announced as they approached the library, injecting just enough entitled impatience to discourage questions. Give me 15 minutes. The senior attendant hesitated before nodding. We'll wait here, Miss Winters. Mia slipped into the library, moving purposefully toward the eastern alcove where floor-to-ceiling shelves housed ancient, leather-bound volumes. The service passage Callum had mentioned wasn't immediately obvious, but after a moment's examination, she noticed a narrow door camouflaged within the ornate woodwork. It opened silently to her touch, revealing a dimly lit corridor beyond. She stepped through, closing it carefully behind her, and found herself in a narrow passage, clearly designed for servants to move unobtrusively between rooms. Callum waited several yards ahead, tension evident in his posture even before he turned at the sound of her approach. In the confined space, his height and breadth seemed more imposing than ever, yet nothing in his demeanor conveyed threat. Thank you for coming, he said quietly. I'm here to talk. He ran a hand through his already disheveled hair, an uncharacteristically uncertain gesture. The council's decision wasn't unanimous. Eleanor and I argued for voluntary participation only, with appropriate compensation and full autonomy between extractions. How generous, Mia bit out. Limited exploitation rather than unlimited. It was the best alternative I could propose without being removed from the proceedings entirely. Frustration edged his voice. My father controls the majority alliance. Opposition is tolerated only to maintain the illusion of democratic process. So what? You brought me here to explain PAC politics, to absolve yourself of guilt because you tried and failed? Her voice cracked on the last word, betraying the emotions she fought to contain. Your family is going to experiment on my daughter, Callum. Nothing you say changes that. He stepped closer, desperation replacing his usual measured control. I'm still fighting for you, both of you. But I need time to build support among the outlying PACs to challenge my father's authority within the protocols. Time we don't have. The next full moon is in 3 weeks. I know. His hands came up to frame her face, the gesture so unexpectedly gentle that her breath caught. I will find a way to protect you and Lily, whatever it takes. The intensity in his eyes, the resolve in his voice. She wanted desperately to believe him. After all the lies and manipulations, all the half-truths and evasions, she shouldn't trust a single word he said. Yet something in her responded to his touch, to the unmistakable sincerity breaking through his carefully maintained facade. Why? She whispered. Why risk opposing your family, your pack, for us? We're just genetic carriers to them. To you. You were never just anything to me. The admission seemed torn from him, raw and unrehearsed. Not from the moment you looked me in the eye in that hotel conference room and told me to help pick up the papers, not during those first awkward weeks of our arrangement, and certainly not now. Before she could process his words, he closed the remaining distance between them. His mouth claimed hers with desperate intensity, nothing calculated or performative in the hunger of his kiss. One hand slid into her hair while the other pressed against her lower back, drawing her against the solid wall of his chest. Mia knew she should push him away. Everything rational demanded rejection of this connection, this weakness. Instead, her arms wound around his neck, returning his kiss with equal fervor as something molten and primal ignited between them. This wasn't like their previous kisses. The television interview's surprising spark, the gala's public performance, the rain-soaked moment of connection, his attempted distraction during her discovery of the pack. This was raw truth breaking through every barrier they'd constructed, need overriding pride and caution alike. His teeth grazed her lower lip, drawing a small sound from her throat that seemed to drive him further. He backed her against the passage wall, his body caging hers as the kiss deepened into something hungry and demanding. The supernatural strength he normally kept leashed was evident in the barely controlled power of his embrace, in the way his hands trembled slightly against her skin. When they finally broke apart, both breathing heavily, Mia found herself staring into eyes that had shifted from human amber to lupine gold. Evidence of how tenuous his control had become. I will find a way, he repeated, voice roughened by emotion and desire. Trust me, Mia, please. The request hung between them, weighted with everything unspoken. Before she could respond, voices echoed from the main corridor. Her escort growing impatient with her extended absence. Go, Callum urged, reluctantly releasing her. They can't find you here. With one last searching look, Mia slipped back through the hidden door, composing herself hastily before emerging from the library to rejoin her waiting attendants. If they noticed her flushed cheeks or slightly swollen lips, they gave no indication, falling into step beside her as she was escorted to her increasingly gilded cage. Behind her, separated by walls and secrets and pack politics, Callum remained in the hidden passage, the wolf who had trapped her now seemingly as ensnared as she was, caught between duty and desire in ways neither had anticipated when signing their calculated contract. Breaking news from the Blackwood Senate campaign, the television announcer's professionally concerned voice filled Mia's suite. Documents have emerged raising serious questions about candidate Callum Blackwood's fiancée, Mia Winters. Mia froze in the act of brushing Lily's hair, eyes locked on the screen where her own image appeared. A candid photo from the conservation gala, her expression caught in an unfortunate moment that made her look calculating rather than thoughtful. Financial records indicate Ms. Winters served 6 months in county jail for check fraud 5 years ago, though the conviction was later expunged from public records. Sources close to the campaign suggest the relationship began shortly after her release, raising questions about potential exploitation of Mr. Blackwood's prominent position and family wealth. The brush slipped from Mia's suddenly numb fingers. "That's a lie," she whispered. "I've never been arrested in my life." "What's wrong, Mommy?" Lily twisted to look up at her, concern furrowing her small brow. Before Mia could formulate a child-appropriate response, the reporter continued, her expression grave beneath calculated concern. Additionally, child welfare records allegedly show multiple investigations into Ms. Winters' care of her daughter, though no charges were filed. The Blackwood campaign has yet to issue a formal statement, but sources indicate the candidate is devastated by these revelations. "Turn it off," came a sharp command from the doorway. Mia looked up to find Victoria standing there, remote already in hand as she muted the television. For once, the woman's cool detachment had cracked, genuine anger tightening her aristocratic features. "Wakefield," she stated flatly. "This has his fingerprints all over it." "Those records are completely fabricated," Mia said, pulling Lily protectively against her side. "I've never been arrested, never had child services involvement. None of it is true. Obviously." Victoria's dismissive tone suggested the truth was irrelevant. What matters is the timing. 3 days before the extraction ritual, suddenly you're publicly toxic? The clinical assessment, devoid of sympathy, rekindled Mia's anger despite her shock. "My reputation is being destroyed, and you're analyzing the tactical implications because they matter." Victoria crossed to the window, peering through the curtains with uncharacteristic weariness. "This isn't just about the campaign. Wakefield is forcing our family into isolation exactly when we need public visibility for protection." Understanding dawned with chilling clarity. He's creating cover for whatever he's planning next. If the Blackwoods withdraw from public view to handle the scandal, there's less scrutiny when he moves against you. Victoria's sharp glance held a hint of surprised approval. "Precisely. The raid during the full moon was likely a test run. This is preparation for the main assault." The werewolf politics almost made Mia miss human varieties, where character assassination typically didn't presage actual assassination attempts. "Where's Callum?" she asked, striving for casualness despite the worry gnawing at her. In the 5 days since their encounter in the secret passage, she'd barely glimpsed him. A deliberate separation she'd initially attributed to pack politics rather than public scandal management. "Containing the damage," Victoria replied vaguely. "Lawrence has ordered a media blackout until we formulate an appropriate response." A knock at the door interrupted further questions. Mrs. Hughes entered, her usual efficient calm replaced by obvious distress. "Miss Winters, the school called. There's a situation with Lily." Cold dread washed through Mia. "What happened?" "Some parents saw the news report. Their children repeated things at school. The headmistress says Lily became quite upset and is showing unusual symptoms." The euphemism wasn't lost on any of them. If Lily's distress had triggered partial shifting at school, the supernatural secret risked immediate exposure. "I need to go to her," Mia said, already reaching for her coat. "You can't be seen publicly right now. It would only escalate the situation." "She's my daughter, and currently a security risk to the entire pack," Victoria countered coldly. "Callum is already en route to the school. He'll bring her home." The presumption that Callum's authority superseded her maternal rights sent fury surging through Mia's veins. "You don't get to decide this. Any of you." "Actually, we do." Lawrence's voice preceded his entrance, his imposing figure filling the doorway. "The council has implemented emergency protocols. All carriers remain secured until the threat assessment concludes." "Secured," Mia repeated, ice forming around her heart. "You mean imprisoned?" Lawrence didn't bother denying it. "Consider it protective custody. Wakefield's attack is more sophisticated than anticipated. We're adjusting accordingly." "By using my supposed criminal history as an excuse to hide me away?" Bitter laughter escaped her. "How convenient for your extraction plans." Something dangerous flashed in Lawrence's eyes. The extraction proceeds as scheduled, regardless of external complications. Your cooperation remains expected." Before Mia could formulate a suitably scathing response, her phone vibrated with an incoming text. She glanced down, surprised they'd allowed her to keep the device at all, and felt her heart contract at Callum's name on the screen. "Have Lily. She's safe but upset. Bringing her home now. Don't believe what you see on the news. I'm handling it." The terse message provided minimal reassurance, but at least Lily was with someone who demonstrated genuine concern for her welfare. Whatever Mia thought of Callum's complicity in the larger situation, she couldn't deny his protective instincts toward her daughter seemed genuine. "The child will be placed in isolated recovery upon arrival," Lawrence announced, consulting his own phone. "Medical evaluation first? Then?" "No." Mia's refusal rang clear and firm. "Lily stays with me. Whatever's happening, she needs stability and comfort, not clinical assessment by strangers. This isn't a negotiation." "It should be," came Eleonora's voice as the family matriarch appeared behind her son. The child's distress likely triggered the partial shift. Separation will only exacerbate the condition. Lawrence turned, clearly surprised by his mother's intervention. "The protocol for uncontrolled shifting is clear. The protocol was designed for adult shifters, not children experiencing emotional trauma." Eleonora's authority, usually wielded with subtle precision, now emerged as unmistakable command. "The carriers remain together. Medical assessment occurs in their quarters, not the laboratory wing." For several tense moments, mother and son engaged in silent battle of wills, the power dynamic shifting visibly between generations of alpha personalities. Finally, Lawrence inclined his head in grudging acquiescence. "Limited concession. For 24 hours only. After that, standard protocols resume." He fixed Mia with a cold stare. "Consider this a courtesy, not a precedent." When he and Victoria had departed, Eleonora remained, her keen gaze assessing Mia with unsettling thoroughness. "The fabricated charges were predictable," she observed. "The timing, however, suggests information from within our household. Wakefield knows about the extraction ritual." The implication sent ice through Mia's veins. "You have a spy in your midst, more likely an opportunist seeking advantage in shifting power dynamics." Eleonora moved to the window, gazing out with deceptive casualness. "My son believes strength lies in rigid control. He fails to recognize that true power adapts to changing circumstances." "Is this another cryptic lecture about embracing my werewolf destiny?" Mia asked tiredly. "Because I have more immediate concerns right now." To her surprise, genuine amusement flashed across the old woman's features. "Your directness is refreshing, if occasionally impertinent. No, this is practical advice. Watch for those who benefit from chaos. They'll reveal themselves through opportunistic positioning." Before Mia could probe this cryptic warning, the sound of approaching vehicles drew their attention. Through the window, she glimpsed Callum's black SUV pulling into the circular drive, accompanied by two identical vehicles in what was clearly a security formation. Minutes later, the suite door burst open and Lily flew into her arms, small body trembling with the after effects of extreme distress. Mia gathered her close, murmuring reassurances as she assessed her daughter for any signs of injury or transformation. Callum followed at a more measured pace, his expression grim as he met Mia's questioning gaze over Lily's head. "Some older students showed her news articles on their phones," he explained quietly. "Called her horrible names, suggested she'd be taken away from you." Fury and heartbreak warred in Mia's chest as she stroked Lily's hair. "What happened then?" Her eyes changed color. Claws started forming. Callum's voice dropped further. "I arrived just as the shift began. Got her out before anyone but the headmistress noticed." "Who saw?" Eleonora interjected sharply. "Only Margaret Chen. She's trustworthy. Her great-aunt was a carrier from the Eastern Territories. She recognized the signs immediately and isolated Lily in her office until I arrived. Small mercies, but Mia would take them." "Is she ill?" "She feels warm. Accelerated heart rate, elevated temperature, standard indicators of stress-induced partial shifting." Callum's clinical description softened as he regarded Lily's small form. "She fought it hard, Mia, kept saying she remembered the breathing exercises and tried to stay calm, but the things they said about you—" He trailed off, jaw tightening with suppressed anger. Something protective and fierce crossed his features, an expression that matched Mia's own maternal rage. "What about the campaign?" she asked, nodding toward the muted television still displaying news crawls about the shocking revelations. Secondary concern. His dismissal of the political fallout surprised her. "Lawrence is handling the public response. I'm focused on security and containment. And damage control for your reputation," she added, unable to keep the bitter edge from her voice. "Can't have the future senator linked to a criminal, even a fabricated one." Something complicated flashed across his features. "Do you really think that's my priority right now?" Before she could respond, Lily stirred against her, face lifting to reveal tear-streaked cheeks and eyes that still held flecks of supernatural gold. "They said you were bad, Mommy," she whispered. "That you went to jail and hurt people, that they'd take me away from you. None of that is true, Sweet Pea." Mia brushed damp hair from her daughter's forehead, alarmed at the heat radiating from her skin. "Someone is telling lies about me because they want to hurt Callum's campaign." "Because of me?" Lily nodded solemnly. "Sally Baker's daddy said you must be stupid or blind to be with someone like my mom." Mia winced at the cruelty of children parroting adult prejudice, but Callum's reaction surprised her. Rather than diplomatic evasion or political calculation, raw anger flashed across his features, quickly controlled but unmistakable. "Sally Baker's daddy is wrong," he said firmly. "Your mom is the smartest, bravest person I know. These lies won't hurt us for long because the truth is stronger." The simple declaration, delivered with such conviction, caught Mia off guard. Before she could examine the unexpected warmth it kindled, Lily's small body convulsed in her arms, a cry of pain escaping her. "What's happening?" Mia demanded, panic rising as her daughter curled into herself. Callum's hand pressed against Lily's forehead, expression darkening, her temperature spiking. "This isn't normal shift physiology." He lifted his gaze to his grandmother. "Could it be rejection syndrome?" Eleonora moved forward with surprising speed, her weathered hand replacing Callum's on Lily's forehead. "Possibly. Or suppression backlash. The child fought the shift too hard without proper training." "In English, please," Mia snapped, fear sharpening her tone. "Her body is fighting itself," Eleonora explained grimly. "Human consciousness rejecting wolf instincts, creating an internal war that manifests as fever and pain. Rare but dangerous, especially in children." Another cry from Lily underscored the severity. Callum straightened, issuing rapid instructions into his phone as he moved toward the door. "Medical team, my authorization override. Full supernatural protocol, pediatric specialist." He paused, meeting Mia's frightened gaze. "We need to move her to the medical wing, now." For once, Mia had no argument with Blackwood authority. Whatever supernatural politics divided them, Lily's well-being transcended all other concerns. She gathered her daughter into her arms, following Callum's urgent lead through the mansion's corridors as Lily's small body burned with unnatural heat against her chest. Behind them, Eleonora watched their departure with an expression that mixed concern with calculation. The look of someone whose complex plans were being simultaneously threatened and advanced by unexpected developments. Outside the mansion, news vans gathered at the gates, cameras trained on the estate as reporters speculated about the scandal engulfing the Blackwood campaign. None realized the true story unfolding behind those imposing walls. Not political disgrace, but supernatural crisis, as a child caught between worlds fought a battle within her own changing body. And in a secure office across town, Harold Wakefield received a text message that brought a satisfied smile to his face. "First phase successful. Carriers isolated. Proceed with secondary protocol." The game had escalated far beyond politics or even species rivalry. War had been declared, with Mia and Lily unwitting prizes in a conflict generations in the making. "The fever's broken," Dr. Mercer announced, removing his stethoscope from Lily's chest. "Vitals stabilizing, cellular integrity restored, the crisis has passed." Mia sagged with relief, her hand never leaving her daughter's as she'd maintained vigil through 36 hours of terrifying uncertainty. Lily lay peacefully now, her skin cool to the touch, breathing even and deep in healing sleep. What exactly happened? she asked, voice rough from exhaustion. You mentioned cellular integrity? What does that mean? The doctor exchanged glances with Callum, who hadn't left the medical suite except for brief security consultations. His normally immaculate appearance had given way to rumpled clothes and stubbled jaw, dark shadows beneath eyes that hadn't lost their vigilant focus despite evident fatigue. Shifting requires complete cellular reorganization, Dr. Mercer explained carefully. In established lycanthropoids, the process follows genetic programming established at puberty. In dormant carriers experiencing awakening, the body essentially learns as it goes, creating pathways for transformation. And in Lily's case, her conscious mind tried to prevent the shift her body had already initiated. The conflict created a form of autoimmune response, her human side literally attacking her wolf nature. He closed his medical tablet with a decisive click. Fortunately, children recover quickly. Adult carriers experiencing the same condition often suffer permanent damage. The clinical explanation did little to ease Mia's guilt and fear. Will this happen again? Not if proper protocols are followed. Lawrence's voice preceded his entrance, his commanding presence filling the medical suite despite the white-coated specialists who technically outranked him there. The child requires structured training without interference. Partial shifts must be guided, not suppressed. The implied criticism sparked Mia's exhausted temper. She was being bullied about her supposedly criminal mother. Her response was entirely normal. Normal for humans, dangerous for our kind. Lawrence approached Lily's bedside, studying her with that uncomfortable blend of clinical assessment and genuine concern. The extraction ritual must be delayed until her system stabilizes. Dr. Mercer, your estimate? Minimum 4 days before cellular structures could withstand the procedure. Unacceptable, Lawrence frowned. The moon phase peaks tomorrow night. Potency diminishes significantly after that. The child's condition takes precedence, Callum interjected, stepping between his father and Lily's bed in a subtly protective movement. Medical safety protocols are clear. Lawrence's expression hardened. The council will not be pleased. The council can express their displeasure to me directly. Callum's tone left no room for argument. Lily's extraction is postponed. Period. Mia watched this exchange with growing confusion. Throughout Lily's crisis, Callum had demonstrated unwavering support, countermanding his father's directives when necessary and ensuring Mia remained constantly at her daughter's side, despite protocol suggesting otherwise. His transformation from manipulative conspirator to protective ally continued to undermine her carefully maintained anger. The primary carrier remains viable, Lawrence noted after a tense silence. Her preparation proceeds as scheduled. Ice formed in Mia's veins. In her focus on Lily, she'd momentarily forgotten her own position in their plans. You still expect me to participate in this ritual? After everything that's happened? Your daughter's condition changes nothing regarding your obligations. Lawrence's cold assessment rekindled her fury. Preparations begin this afternoon. The extraction occurs at midnight. And if I refuse? The threat hung unspoken, but unmistakable between them. Lily, vulnerable and recovering, dependent on Blackwood medical care. Mia's cooperation exchanged for her daughter's continued treatment. You won't, Lawrence said with absolute certainty. Attendants will escort you to the preparation chambers at 4. I suggest you rest until then. With that imperial dismissal, he departed, leaving Mia trembling with impotent rage and fear. Dr. Mercer followed after checking Lily's vital signs once more, his sympathetic glance doing nothing to mitigate his complicity in the situation. Silence settled over the medical suite, broken only by the soft beeping of monitoring equipment and Lily's even breathing. Mia remained beside the bed, stroking her daughter's hair with gentle fingers, organizing and discarding escape plans that all ended at the same impossible conclusion. They were trapped. I'll be with you, Callum said quietly, breaking the tense silence. During the ritual. It's not standard protocol, but I've insisted. Mia looked up, studying his exhausted face. Why are you doing this? Supporting me against your father, bending protocols, all of it. What's your angle? Something vulnerable flashed across his features before he masked it. Believe it or not, I have a conscience. What my father is doing, what our family has done to you and Lily, crosses lines I can't ignore. You had no problem with those lines when you orchestrated our contract. I believed you would be given choices, real ones, not coerced compliance under threat. He raked a hand through his disheveled hair, frustration evident in the gesture. The contract was manipulative, yes, but what's happening now is something else entirely. The distinction seemed important to him, though from Mia's perspective, the entire situation formed one continuous betrayal from first blood test to impending extraction. Still, his evident distress and consistent support during Lily's crisis suggested complex motivations beyond simple pack loyalty. What exactly happens during this ritual? She asked, focusing on practical concerns rather than the confusing emotions his presence evoked. Victoria mentioned blood samples, but everyone's being suspiciously vague about details. Callum hesitated, clearly weighing candor against protocol. A small amount of blood is drawn during the height of the full moon's influence, when certain genetic markers are most active. The sample undergoes alchemical processing, part science, part traditional methods passed down through generations. Alchemy? Seriously? Mia couldn't hide her skepticism. Next, you'll tell me you use eye of newt and toe of frog? A ghost of a smile touched his lips. Modern science has validated many traditional practices. What our ancestors called alchemy, we now understand as complex biochemical reactions influenced by electromagnetic fields during lunar phases. That's actually not more reassuring, she admitted. So what happens after they draw my blood during this magical moon moment? The sample is processed immediately in the ritual chamber. The resulting serum is administered to selected pack members experiencing genetic degradation, primarily fertility issues, failed transformations, or weakened abilities. The clinical explanation painted a less sinister picture than she'd imagined, though the context remained deeply problematic. And it actually works, this supernatural blood transfusion? Limited success in recent decades, which is why your genetic profile caused such excitement. The closer to original bloodlines, the more effective the treatment. He hesitated, then added, My mother underwent the procedure before I was born. It enabled her to carry a pregnancy to term after 6 previous failures. The personal revelation caught Mia off guard. Your mother? I've never heard anyone mention her. Something dark and pained crossed his features. She died shortly after my birth. Complications from the transformation process. Understanding dawned with chilling clarity. That's why your father is so fixated on this ritual. He blames her death on genetic weakening. Callum nodded, expression carefully controlled. He believes the bloodline's salvation justifies any measures necessary. Personal autonomy means nothing compared to pack survival. And you, what do you believe? The question hung between them, weighted with implications beyond the immediate crisis. Before he could respond, a soft knock interrupted them as a young woman in traditional attendant's clothing entered the suite. Excuse me, Mr. Blackwood. The primary carrier's preparation team awaits your instructions. Callum's expression shifted back to carefully neutral. Inform them we'll arrive at 5 rather than 4. Ms. Winters needs additional recovery time given her daughter's condition. The small concession, 1 extra hour, shouldn't have felt like a victory. Yet Mia found herself absurdly grateful for even this minor delay. When the attendant had departed, Callum turned back to her, something apologetic in his eyes. The ritual itself is brief, minimally invasive. The preparations are more involved. Meaning what exactly? Traditional purification rituals designed to enhance the qualities they seek to extract. His evident discomfort suggested these rituals crossed into territory he found personally problematic. My grandmother will oversee the process. She's modified certain aspects to ensure your dignity is maintained. The implication that dignity might be a concern only deepened Mia's apprehension. Just tell me straight, what are they going to do to me? Ritual cleansing primarily. Herbal infusions, specialized diets, ceremonial attire. He hesitated, then added, Some aspects involve symbolic transformation. visual representations of the bridge between human and wolf nature. Before Mia could demand clearer explanations, Lily stirred slightly, small face scrunching before relaxing back into healing sleep. Maternal concern immediately overrode her own fears. "She'll be safe while I'm gone? You promise?" "Dr. Mercer's team will remain with her continuously. I've assigned additional security outside the medical suite." His hand settled briefly on her shoulder, the touch conveying reassurance she shouldn't have trusted but found herself accepting nonetheless. "No one approaches her without my explicit authorization. Not even my father." The fierce protection in his voice kindled conflicting emotions. Gratitude for Lily's safety warring with frustration that it depended entirely on his intervention, reinforcing their fundamental powerlessness within the Blackwood hierarchy. "Rest while you can," he advised, withdrawing his hand reluctantly. "I'll return at 5 to escort you to the preparation chambers." When the door closed behind him, Mia sank back into the chair beside Lily's bed, exhaustion threatening to overwhelm her. Despite the mounting dread of what awaited her that evening, her body's demands could not be denied any longer. With one hand still touching her daughter's, she drifted into uneasy sleep, filled with dreams of moonlight and blood, and amber eyes watching from shadows. True to his word, Callum reappeared precisely at 5, accompanied by 2 female attendants who maintained respectful silence as they guided Mia through unfamiliar corridors to the mansion's east wing. After reassurances that Dr. Mercer would alert her immediately of any change in Lily's condition, Mia had reluctantly left her daughter's side, the gnawing worry only slightly eased by Callum's evident commitment to her protection. The preparation chambers proved to be a suite of interconnected rooms deep within the oldest part of Blackwood House, their architecture more reminiscent of medieval castles than Victorian mansions. Stone walls wore tapestries depicting woodland scenes and hunting parties, while elaborately carved wooden doors separated spaces dedicated to specific ritual functions. In the central chamber, Eleonora awaited, surrounded by 6 women of varying ages, all dressed in simple gray robes adorned with subtle silver embroidery at the hems. The family matriarch wore more elaborate ceremonial attire, a deep green velvet robe overlaid with a silver stole bearing the Blackwood crest, and smaller symbols Mia couldn't identify. "The carrier arrives," Eleonora announced formally, her voice carrying the weight of ceremonial significance. "The ritual of preparation begins." Callum squeezed Mia's hand briefly before withdrawing. "I'll return at 11 to escort you to the extraction chamber." After his departure, Mia found herself surrounded by the silent attendants, their expressions solemn but not unkind, as they guided her toward the first interconnected room. Steam billowed from a massive sunken bath, herbal scents rising in fragrant clouds that tickled her enhanced senses. "The ritual cleansing purifies both body and spirit," Eleonora explained, following at a measured pace. "Toxins are drawn out, pathways opened for the moon's influence to flow unimpeded." "You mean I take a fancy bath with special herbs?" Mia translated, clinging to pragmatism as defense against the increasingly surreal situation. A flicker of amusement crossed the old woman's features. "Essentially, yes, though the herbs are specifically selected to enhance your particular genetic expressions. The bath also serves a practical function, opening pores and increasing circulation improves extraction efficiency." The clinical description beneath mystical trappings didn't particularly reassure Mia, but she recognized the futility of resistance at this stage. 2 attendants approached with evident purpose, hands extended toward the buttons of her blouse. "I can undress myself," she said firmly, stepping back. Eleonora nodded to the women, who withdrew to a respectful distance. Privacy is permitted during disrobing. The ritual washing, however, must be performed by pack members with proper training. As concessions went, it was minor, but Mia seized the small autonomy offered. Behind a decorative screen, she removed her clothing, wrapping the provided linen cloth around herself before emerging to face whatever indignities came next. The attendants guided her down stone steps into the steaming bath, the water pleasantly hot without being uncomfortable. Flower petals and herb bundles floated on the surface, releasing scents that seemed to intensify as they contacted her skin. Against her expectations, the ritual washing proceeded with surprising dignity and respect. The attendants worked in coordinated harmony, applying herbal pastes and fragrant oils with methodical precision. Rather than feeling invasive, their touch carried a ritual significance that somehow transcended ordinary physical contact. "Your body accepts the preparations well," Eleonora observed from her position overseeing the process. "The bloodline responds to traditional methods despite generations of dormancy." "What exactly are these herbs supposed to do?" Mia asked, indicating the green paste being applied to her shoulders and collarbone. "Stimulate specific genetic markers, enhance cellular receptivity to lunar energy." Eleonora moved closer, studying the attendant's work with critical assessment. "Some recipes date back to the first transformation rituals, when our kind learned to control the shifting process." Despite her skepticism about supernatural pseudoscience, Mia couldn't deny the effects as the ritual progressed. Her skin tingled pleasantly where the mixtures had been applied, a subtle warmth flowing through her veins that felt distinctly different from ordinary bath-induced relaxation. When the washing concluded, attendants guided her from the water, patting her dry with soft cloths before leading her to the next chamber. Here, the stone floor gave way to polished wood, with a raised platform at the center bearing what appeared to be a massage table draped in fine linen. "The anointment phase," Eleanor explained as Mia was positioned face down on the platform. "Sacred oils mark the pathways of power within the body, enhancing the connection between human consciousness and wolf nature." The process began at her feet, attendants applying fragrant oil in intricate patterns that followed what Mia assumed were energy meridians or anatomical features significant to werewolf physiology. As they worked upward along her legs and back, she found herself relaxing despite her circumstances, the oils creating pleasant, warming sensations wherever they touched. "Your acceptance of the process is noteworthy," Eleonora commented, moving to observe from a different angle. "Most carriers fight the preparations, requiring chemical assistance to achieve proper receptivity." "You mean you drug people who resist?" Mia translated, though without the heat she might have mustered hours earlier. The ritual's effects were undeniable, inducing a state of calm alertness that made resistance seem increasingly unnecessary. "When required, yes," Eleonora acknowledged without apology. "The ritual's efficacy depends on the carrier's receptive state. Your natural adaptation suggests unusually strong compatibility with the original bloodline." As the anointment reached her upper back, one of the attendants paused, her hand hovering over Mia's left shoulder blade. She murmured something to Eleonora in a language Mia didn't recognize, drawing the matriarch's immediate attention. "Turn onto your side," Eleonora instructed, her tone sharper than before. "Let me see your shoulder." Confused but compliant, Mia shifted as directed. Eleonora's cool fingers traced a pattern on her skin, following what Mia had always believed was simply an unusual birthmark, a crescent-shaped patch slightly darker than her surrounding skin. "The moon's kiss," Eleonora breathed, something like reverence entering her voice. "I suspected, but confirmation changes everything." "It's just a birthmark," Mia said, uncomfortable with the sudden intensity of focus. "I've had it since childhood." "Not a birthmark, a bloodline marker." Eleonora straightened, issuing rapid instructions to the attendants in that same unfamiliar language. "The ancient texts speak of those born bearing the moon's kiss, direct descendants of the first alpha pair, carriers of the purest genetic expression." The ceremonial atmosphere shifted perceptibly, attendants moving with increased deference as they continued their work. Whatever significance this supposed marker held clearly elevated Mia's status within their ritual framework, though whether that improved or complicated her situation remained unclear. When the anointment concluded, she was guided to sit upright, linen cloth arranged to maintain modest coverage as an attendant approached with a silver-backed mirror. "Observe the change," Eleonora instructed, positioning the mirror to reflect Mia's face and upper body. The image that stared back startled her. The herbal treatments and oils had left visible patterns on her skin, subtle spirals and lines that caught the light with faint luminescence. More striking, however, were her eyes, which now held a permanent amber glow that hadn't been present before the ritual began. The preparations activate dormant expressions, Eleonora explained, evident satisfaction in her voice. Your body embraces its heritage more readily than any carrier in living memory. Before Mia could process these changes, attendants approached with ceremonial garments, a simple white shift made of surprisingly soft material, overlaid with a sleeveless robe of deep blue embroidered with silver symbols around its edges. The extraction garments allow proper access while maintaining dignity, Eleonora explained as they dressed her with the same ritual precision they'd demonstrated throughout. The symbols invoke ancient pacts between human consciousness and wolf nature. Once clothed, Mia was guided to a smaller adjoining chamber, where a simple meal awaited: clear broth, dark bread, and a tea that smelled of unfamiliar herbs. The attendants withdrew, leaving her alone with Eleonora for the first time since the preparations began. You should eat, the matriarch advised, indicating the modest spread. The extraction taxes the body's resources. Mia sipped the broth cautiously, finding it surprisingly flavorful despite its simplicity. This moon's kiss mark, what does it actually mean beyond some mystical bloodline connection? Eleanor settled across from her, assessment evident in her penetrating gaze. In practical terms, it confirms genetic markers consistent with the original alpha female from whom all North American packs descended. In traditional terms, it marks you as Luna Prime, a female with potential to lead independently of male bloodlines. And this matters because it changes your position from resource to potential leader. Eleonora's directness surprised her. Lawrence sees carriers as vessels for genetic material. The discovery of the moon's kiss elevates you within traditional hierarchy structures. Understanding dawned slowly through the ritual-induced calm. You're saying I have political leverage now? Precisely. Eleonora's smile held genuine approval. The council would have significant difficulty justifying forced extraction from a marked Luna. Tradition holds that such individuals choose their path freely. Hope flickered briefly before reality reasserted itself. Yet here I am, undergoing preparation for exactly that forced extraction. Lawrence doesn't know about the mark yet, Eleonora replied, surprising Mia further with this apparent conspiracy. I've instructed the attendants to maintain silence until the extraction chamber. Why? What game are you playing? Suspicion cut through ritual-induced serenity. You've been part of this system all along. I play the long game, child. The matriarch's expression held centuries of patience and calculation. The Blackwood line has grown brittle under masculine dominance. Your daughter carries the potential for renewal, but only if guided correctly. Not as a resource to be exploited, but as a future leader to be nurtured. The political maneuvering demonstrated depths to pack dynamics Mia was only beginning to comprehend. So I'm leverage for Lily's future position? You're both pieces in a very old game of succession and survival. Eleonora rose with surprising grace for her apparent age. Finish your meal. Rest. The extraction chamber awaits in 3 hours. Left alone with her thoughts and the lingering effects of the ritual preparations, Mia found herself in the disorienting position of recognizing Eleonora as both conspirator and potential ally. The matriarch clearly operated according to her own agenda, one that might temporarily align with Mia's interests, but ultimately serve the pack's continuity. As promised, Callum arrived precisely at 11, his formal attire signaling the ceremonial importance of the coming ritual. Black trousers and jacket were accented with silver embroidery matching the patterns on Mia's robe, while an ornate medallion bearing the Blackwood crest hung from a heavy chain around his neck. His expression registered immediate concern as he noted the changes in her appearance, the faint luminous patterns still visible on her skin, the permanent amber glow in her eyes. The preparations were more intensive than I was led to believe, he said quietly, crossing to examine her more closely. Are you all right? Surprisingly, yes. Mia found herself answering honestly, the ritual's effects having induced a state of calm acceptance that persisted despite intellectual objections to the situation. Your grandmother supervised personally? That's unexpected. His brow furrowed in evident confusion. She rarely participates directly in carrier preparations. Apparently, I have special significance. Mia debated whether to mention the crescent mark and its supposed importance, deciding to hold that information until she better understood its potential leverage. "How's Lily?" "Stable. Sleeping comfortably." His hand brushed her arm lightly, the touch conveying reassurance that seemed increasingly natural between them. "Dr. Mercer expects full recovery within 48 hours. Relief washed through her, one worry temporarily alleviated. And after tonight? What happens once they've taken what they want? Recovery period of approximately 12 hours, followed by integration counseling. The clinical terms couldn't quite mask his discomfort with the process. "I've arranged for you to remain with Lily during recovery, rather than the standard isolation protocol." Another small mercy granted through his intervention. The pattern continued to undermine her determination to view him solely as her captor, complicating emotions already tangled by their evolving connection. "It's time," he said gently, offering his arm in formal escort. "The extraction chamber has been prepared." With no alternatives save resistance that would ultimately prove futile, Mia placed her hand on his arm, allowing him to guide her from the preparation suite toward whatever awaited in the mysterious extraction chamber. The ritual's effects cushioned her fear without eliminating it entirely, a chemical calm overlaying rational apprehension about the procedure to come. As they walked through ancient corridors, lit by modern fixtures awkwardly retrofitted into medieval stonework, Mia felt the weight of centuries pressing around her. Generations of Blackwoods had walked these same paths, participating in these same rituals, all in service to maintaining the supernatural bloodline that now flowed in her veins as well. Whatever happened in the extraction chamber would mark another turning point in their strange journey from contract to capture to something neither had anticipated when signing their calculated agreement. With Lily's safety as her lodestone and newfound knowledge as potential leverage, Mia steeled herself to face the ritual that had driven every aspect of their relationship from its manipulative beginning. The massive oak doors loomed ahead, carved with intricate wolf imagery illuminated by flickering torchlight. Beyond them lay the extraction chamber and whatever consequences would follow for herself, for Lily, and for the complicated, evolving connection with the man beside her who had orchestrated her entrapment, yet now seemed increasingly ensnared himself. Chapter 5. The Awakening. "Her temperature's rising again." Dr. Mercer frowned at the digital readout, concern etching deeper lines around his eyes. 13.8 and climbing. Mia pressed a cool cloth to Lily's forehead, her heart squeezing painfully as her daughter whimpered in fevered sleep. 3 days had passed since the extraction ritual, a procedure that should have marked the end of their ordeal but had instead spiraled into a fresh nightmare. The ritual itself had been anticlimactic in its clinical efficiency. No dark magic or medieval torture, just modern medical equipment incongruously arranged amid ceremonial trappings. The blood draw, performed at the precise moment of lunar apex, had taken less than 5 minutes, followed by elaborate processing that yielded a shimmering serum Lawrence had claimed would restore the pack's genetic integrity. Mia's revelation of the crescent birthmark had created exactly the uproar Eleonora predicted. Lawrence's fury at having a potential Luna Prime treated as a mere carrier had collided with excitement about the genetic implications, resulting in a chaotic political scramble that temporarily overshadowed the procedure itself. "We've tried everything in the standard protocols." Dr. Mercer's clinical detachment frayed as he checked Lily's vital signs. Fever suppressants, cellular stabilizers, anti-rejection compounds. Nothing's working. "There must be something else," Mia insisted, her voice cracking. 3 nights of constant vigil had left her hollow-eyed and desperate. "Some treatment you haven't tried yet." The doctor exchanged glances with his assistant. "There are experimental options, but Lawrence has expressly forbidden them without council approval." "I don't give a damn what Lawrence forbids." Mia's control snapped, the dormant wolf rising in her voice. "This is my daughter. The protocols exist for reasons, Ms. Winters." Dr. Mercer held his ground despite visibly tensing at her partial shift. "Some treatments carry significant risks, especially for transitional carriers." "Worse than dying?" She gestured toward Lily's small form, shaking with another fever spike despite the cooling blankets and medication. Because that's where this is heading, isn't it? The doctor's silence confirmed her worst fears. Before she could press further, the medical suite's door opened to admit Victoria, her usual perfect composure slightly disheveled as though she'd dressed hastily. "How bad?" she asked without preamble, crossing immediately to Lily's bedside. "Critical and declining," Dr. Mercer replied. "Standard protocols exhausted. I've recommended experimental intervention, but—" "Lawrence's restrictions, yes?" Victoria's mouth thinned to a hard line. "My brother believes vulnerability should be culled, not treated. Antiquated thinking that serves no one." The unexpectedly direct criticism of Lawrence startled Mia almost as much as Victoria's evident concern for Lily. Throughout their captivity, Victoria had maintained professional distance, her interest in Lily seemingly limited to clinical assessment of genetic potential. "What's happening to her?" Mia demanded, desperate for answers no one seemed able to provide. "Why isn't she getting better?" Victoria studied the medical readouts with practiced efficiency before turning her attention to Lily herself, examining the child's eyes and the faint patterns that had appeared on her skin, similar to those from Mia's ritual preparation but darker, spreading like bruises beneath the surface. "Accelerated transformation syndrome," she concluded grimly. "The dormant genes are activating too rapidly, overwhelming her system's ability to integrate the changes. Can it be treated? Yes, but not with these inadequate measures." Victoria straightened, decision evident in her posture. "Dr. Mercer, prepare transfer to the secondary facility immediately." The doctor paled. "Without Lawrence's authorization? I'm authorizing it." Victoria's tone brooked no argument. "As head of medical research and second-ranking Alpha, I invoke emergency protocols. Document your objections if you must, but prepare the child for transport." To Mia's surprise, the doctor immediately began issuing instructions to his team. Victoria's authority apparently sufficient to override previous restrictions. "The treatment facility is 30 minutes away," Victoria explained, turning to Mia. "Specialized equipment, experimental protocols not permitted in residential settings. It's her best chance." "Why are you helping us?" Mia couldn't keep suspicion from her voice, despite her desperate gratitude. "You've never shown particular concern before." Something complicated flickered across Victoria's aristocratic features. "Contrary to what you might believe, I don't support unnecessary suffering. The child's genetics are valuable, yes, but her death serves no one." She hesitated, then added more quietly, "And Callum would never forgive any of us if we let her die when intervention was possible." The mention of Callum sent an unwelcome pang through Mia's chest. He'd been conspicuously absent since the extraction ritual, his father having dispatched him to handle escalating security concerns after reports of Wakefield's people observed near Blackwood territory. "Does he know?" she asked, unable to stop herself. "About Lily's condition?" "He's been informed, yes. He's meeting us at the facility, came back as soon as he heard she'd worsened." Victoria's clinical assessment gave way to something almost like compassion. "Whatever else you might think of my nephew, his concern for your daughter is genuine." Within 20 minutes, they had loaded Lily into a medical transport vehicle disguised as a private ambulance. Mia climbed in without waiting for permission, daring anyone to separate her from her child with a look that promised violence. The facility proved to be a modern medical complex hidden within what appeared to be a private estate in the mountains north of Silver Peak. Underground parking allowed discreet access, while security measures far exceeding normal medical facilities suggested this was no ordinary treatment center. As they rushed Lily through sterile corridors, medical staff in Blackwood-crested uniforms took over from Dr. Mercer's team, transitioning care with practiced efficiency that spoke of specialized training in supernatural medicine. "Mom!" The weak call stopped Mia's heart. She pushed past a nurse to reach Lily's side, finding her daughter's eyes open for the first time in nearly 36 hours, fever-bright but aware. "I'm here, sweet pea," she clasped Lily's small hand, alarmed at the heat still radiating from her skin. "These doctors are going to help you feel better." "It hurts," Lily whispered, tears forming at the corners of her eyes, "like my blood is burning." "I know, baby, I know." Mia fought back her own tears, determined to project strength her daughter could cling to. "But you're the bravest girl I know. Just hold on a little longer." A doctor Mia hadn't seen before approached, a tall woman with salt and pepper hair and commanding presence. "I'm Dr. Ellis, head of genetic integration medicine. We need to begin treatment immediately." "Do whatever you have to," Mia said without hesitation. "Just save her." "The protocol involves experimental gene therapy," Dr. Ellis explained, already preparing injections with practiced movements. "We'll stabilize the transformation process, guide it rather than suppress it." "Meaning what exactly?" "Your daughter will complete the shift to her werewolf form rather than remaining caught between states." The doctor's blunt honesty was oddly reassuring after weeks of half-truths and evasions. "Once transformed, her system can begin proper integration of both aspects of her nature." The implications struck Mia with physical force. If successful, Lily would never again be fully human. Her supernatural heritage would be permanently activated, irrevocably altering her future. "Do it," she said, before doubt could take root. Better a living werewolf than a dead human child. Whatever came after, they would face together. Dr. Ellis nodded once, then began the treatment with clinical efficiency, injecting a strangely luminescent serum directly into Lily's IV line. Almost immediately, the monitors tracking her vital signs showed response. Heart rate stabilizing, though temperature continued to climb. "This is normal," the doctor assured Mia, noting her alarm at the fever's persistence. "The body heats significantly during first transformation. We'll monitor closely." Victoria appeared at the treatment room door, her expression uncharacteristically grave. "Lawrence has been informed. He's less than pleased with my intervention." "I don't care," Mia replied, not looking away from Lily. "As long as she lives." "You may need to care very soon." Victoria stepped closer, lowering her voice. "My brother doesn't forgive challenges to his authority. When this crisis passes, there will be consequences." Before Mia could respond, movement at the door drew her attention. Callum entered, still dressed in tactical gear, dust and exhaustion etched into his features. Their eyes met across the treatment room, something electric and unspoken passing between them before his gaze shifted to Lily. The naked concern on his face, completely unguarded in that first moment, pierced through Mia's carefully maintained walls. He crossed to Lily's bedside opposite Mia, one hand gently touching the child's arm. "Hey, troublemaker," he said softly. "Heard you weren't feeling so great." Despite her pain, Lily's lips curved in a faint smile. "Callum, you came back." "Of course I did." His voice carried such certainty that even Mia found herself believing him. "Can't have my favorite chess partner missing our rematch, can I?" "You'll still lose," Lily whispered, the familiar banter seeming to comfort her despite her condition. "I'm practicing. Counting on it." His smile held genuine warmth before he turned to Dr. Ellis. The shift to professional authority happened so smoothly that Mia almost missed it, the moment when concerned pseudo-uncle became commanding Blackwood heir. Dr. Ellis responded immediately, providing clinical details too technical for Mia to follow completely, but which Callum seemed to understand without difficulty. "The integration therapy is our best option," he concluded after her explanation. "My authorization supersedes any contrary directives, including my father's." The clear support for Victoria's decision, publicly stated before medical staff who would undoubtedly report back to Lawrence, represented a significant political stand. Mia recognized the implications, even through her exhaustion and worry. Callum was openly choosing Lily's welfare over pack politics. Hours passed in tense vigilance as the treatment progressed. Mia remained at Lily's bedside, alternating between murmured reassurances when her daughter was conscious and quiet tears when fever pulled her back under. Throughout it all, Callum stayed, not intruding on her maternal domain, but maintaining steady presence on the opposite side of the bed, his focus never wavering despite evident fatigue from his interrupted mission. Sometime during the third hour, when Lily had fallen into slightly more restful sleep, Mia became aware of Callum watching her rather than her daughter. She looked up, finding his amber eyes studying her with an expression she couldn't quite interpret. "You should rest," he said quietly. "There's a recliner in the corner. I'll wake you if anything changes." "I can't leave her," Mia replied, the mere suggestion impossible to contemplate. "Not asking you to, just to rest where you can still see her." His perception of her needs, staying close while acknowledging her exhaustion, cut through her defenses. "You're no good to her if you collapse." The simple logic, delivered without manipulation or pressure, finally penetrated her stubborn determination. With reluctance, she moved to the indicated recliner, positioned where she could still see Lily clearly, but allowing her body the support it desperately needed after days of vigilance. She hadn't intended to sleep, only to rest her eyes momentarily. Exhaustion had other plans, pulling her under despite her best efforts to resist. Mia woke sometime later to find the treatment room dimmed for night cycle, Lily sleeping more peacefully under the watchful eyes of a night nurse, and Callum, still at his post, hand now resting over Lily's much smaller one in a protective gesture that made Mia's throat tighten. He looked up as she stirred, offering a tired smile. "Her fever's down 2 degrees. Dr. Ellis says it's a good sign." Relief washed through Mia in a dizzying wave. She moved back to her position at Lily's side, noting with cautious hope that her daughter's skin did indeed feel cooler to the touch, the angry patterns beneath the surface having faded somewhat. "Thank you," she said quietly, the words encompassing far more than his vigil: gratitude for his support of Victoria's intervention, for challenging his father's restrictions, for treating Lily as someone who mattered, rather than merely a genetic resource. "Don't thank me yet," he replied, though without the self-deprecation she might have expected. "We're not through this." But she's fighting, and she has a chance now. Mia checked the monitors, reassured by the stabilizing vital signs. "That's because of you, isn't it?" Victoria said. "You've been advocating for access to these treatments all along." He shrugged, uncomfortable with direct praise. "Victoria did the hard part, defying my father directly. I just provided backup." "Why," the question slipped out before she could reconsider it, "why risk your position within the pack for us?" Something vulnerable flashed across his features before he masked it with careful neutrality. "Because it's right. Because Lily deserves better than becoming collateral damage in pack politics." He hesitated, then added more quietly, "Because I can't stand seeing you in pain." The simple admission struck deeper than elaborate protestations might have. Before she could formulate a response, his hand moved across the bed, not quite touching hers, but close enough that she felt the warmth radiating from his skin. "We'll get her through this," he promised, the words carrying weight beyond simple reassurance. "Whatever it takes." Almost of its own volition, Mia's hand shifted those final few centimeters, fingers intertwining with his across the space that separated them. The contact, simple, human connection amid supernatural chaos, anchored her in ways she hadn't realized she needed. They remained that way through the long night hours, neither speaking further, neither acknowledging the significance of that tenuous physical connection, both focused on the child between them, whose breathing gradually eased as the experimental treatment slowly, miracle by small miracle, began to work. Dawn found Lily's fever broken, her vital signs stabilized within parameters Dr. Ellis deemed acceptable for her condition. The angry markings beneath her skin had resolved into more subtle patterns, not unlike those Mia had developed during her ritual preparations, but permanent rather than temporary, marking Lily's irreversible transition from dormant carrier to active shifter. "She'll sleep through most of today," Dr. Ellis explained during morning rounds. "Her body needs to recover from both the illness and the transformation. When she wakes, she'll be hungry. Ravenous, actually. It's normal after first shift. And the long-term prognosis? Excellent, assuming proper training and support." The doctor's clinical assessment carried genuine optimism. "Children adapt to the shifting process far more easily than adults. Within months, she'll likely have better control than many born into active bloodlines." The reassurance eased one set of fears while raising others. Implications for Lily's future, for their lives beyond immediate medical crisis. "We have extensive resources for young shifters," Callum offered, as if reading her thoughts. "Education options that accommodate lunar cycles, support groups, training programs." His use of we rather than the pack suggested a personal commitment to these resources rather than institutional distance. Mia nodded, too emotionally exhausted to reject the offer of help despite lingering wariness about Blackwood intentions. You should get some real rest, Callum suggested, noting her swaying slightly on her feet. There's a suite connected to this treatment room. Shower, proper bed, actual food rather than vending machine coffee. I'm not leaving her, Mia repeated, the refrain becoming her mantra through the crisis. The door connects directly. You'll be 10 steps away if anything changes. His gentle persistence wore against her stubborn resistance. 4 hours of actual sleep will help you more than another day of hallway dozing. Logic again. The man wielded practical reasoning like a weapon against her protective instincts. With great reluctance, Mia agreed to at least see the accommodations, following him through a connecting door to a surprisingly comfortable suite clearly designed for families of long-term patients. I'll stay with her, Callum promised, reading her hesitation. No one approaches without my approval, not even my father. You'd really stand against him for us, wouldn't you? Something shifted in Callum's expression, determination hardening into certainty. Yes, without hesitation. The simple declaration carried more weight than elaborate promises might have. Mia found herself believing him despite every reason for caution their history provided. 4 hours, she conceded finally. Then I'm back at her side, shower or no shower. His lips curved in that almost smile she'd come to recognize as genuine rather than calculated. I'll set an alarm myself. 3 days later, Mia found herself in a circular space that resembled a blend of ancient temple and modern medical facility. Polished stone floors bore intricate circular patterns that spiraled toward a central dais, while state-of-the-art medical equipment had been arranged discreetly around the perimeter. Impressive, isn't it? Eleonora appeared beside her, ceremonial robes replaced by a more practical ensemble that nonetheless carried ritual significance in its symbols and colors. The chamber was built directly over a natural convergence of ley lines, or what modern science might call geomagnetic focal points. Though still recovering, Lily had stabilized enough that Mia had finally agreed to Lawrence's increasingly insistent demands for the extraction ritual to proceed. Despite Callum's protests that she should be allowed more recovery time herself, the political pressure had become impossible to ignore without risking the fragile alliance that had saved Lily's life. This wasn't what we originally scheduled, Mia observed, noting differences from both Eleanor's descriptions and glimpses she'd caught of the mansion's ritual spaces. Where are we, exactly? The primary extraction chamber, located beneath the original Blackwood settlement. Something like satisfaction flickered across the matriarch's features. Lawrence initially planned to use the secondary chamber within the mansion, but your Luna Prime status necessitated protocol adjustments. Before she could question further, the heavy doors opened to admit Lawrence, Victoria, and several council members she recognized from her previous interrogation. The carrier has arrived, Lawrence announced formally, though his gaze carried calculation rather than ceremonial solemnity. The extraction ritual may proceed. The Luna Prime, Eleonora corrected with pointed emphasis, has graciously consented to participate in the ritual despite recent family illness. The distinction wasn't lost on anyone present. Council members exchanged meaningful glances, while Lawrence's jaw tightened perceptibly at his mother's continued insistence on Mia's elevated status. Semantics, he dismissed, though his tone suggested otherwise. The purpose remains unchanged. Attendants approached, guiding Mia toward the central dais with ceremonial formality. The raised platform contained what appeared to be an elaborate stone chair, its surface carved with symbols matching those etched into the floor around it. The ritual seat dates from the first convergence, Eleonora explained, as Mia hesitated before ascending. It amplifies the bearer's connection to ancestral bloodlines. Meaning what exactly? Meaning it helps focus genetic expression during the extraction process, Victoria translated, her clinical precision somehow more reassuring than Eleonora's ceremonial vagueness. The stone contains trace minerals that interact with specific biological markers in shifter physiology, with no real alternative but pointed refusal, an option that risked the tenuous progress Lily had made under Blackwood medical care. Mia ascended the dais and settled into the ancient seat. The stone felt unexpectedly warm against her skin, vibrating subtly in a way that seemed to resonate with something deep in her blood. "Where's Callum?" Mia asked, suddenly aware of his absence. During the Lee's crisis, he'd remained a constant presence, his support unwaveringly consistent despite the political complications it created. "My son confined him to the medical facility," Eleonora replied, voice pitched low for Mia's ears alone. "His objections to proceeding with the extraction so soon after your daughter's crisis threatened to disrupt proceedings." Lawrence raised his hands in formal gesture and the ritual began. Unlike the elaborate preparation procedures, the extraction itself proceeded with surprising efficiency. A medical technician in ceremonial robes approached, bearing equipment that looked more appropriate for a modern blood drive than an ancient supernatural ritual. "The extraction requires 3 vials collected at precisely timed intervals," Victoria explained from her position in the circle. "Each corresponds to different aspects of genetic expression activated during lunar apex." The technician swabbed Mia's arm with what smelled like alcohol, blended with unfamiliar herbs, then positioned the collection needle over her vein. Above them, set into the chamber's domed ceiling, a circular skylight revealed the full moon perfectly centered. "Alignment reached," someone announced as the moon's light focused directly onto the dais. "Primary extraction may commence." Mia felt the needle's sharp pinch, followed by the strange sensation of blood flowing into the collection vial. Unlike standard blood draws, this one created an immediate response within her body. A warm tingling that spread outward from the puncture site, racing along her veins like liquid fire. "Normal reaction," Victoria noted, observing her expression. "The lunar alignment activates specific genetic sequences during extraction." The first vial, filled with blood that seemed unusually bright, almost luminescent in the moonlight streaming from above. As the technician removed it and prepared a second, Mia became aware of increasing heat flowing through her body. Not painful, but intense and building with concerning speed. "Something's not right," she managed through suddenly dry lips. "It feels different." Eleonora's hand tightened on the chair behind her, her temperature spiking. "Check the calibration." The technician hurriedly consulted instruments arrayed beside the chair, confusion evident in his movements. "Readings are unprecedented. The genetic response is accelerating beyond projected parameters." Lawrence stepped forward from his position, suspicion replacing ceremonial solemnity. "Is this some attempt at sabotage?" "The carrier was properly prepared." "Not sabotage," Eleonora replied sharply. "Awakening. The extraction is triggering full transformation rather than merely accessing dormant markers." Understanding dawned with alarming clarity. The chair beneath Mia had grown hotter, the subtle vibration intensifying to something that seemed to resonate with her bones themselves. The strange fire in her veins had spread to every extremity, her skin feeling too tight to contain whatever was building within. "Stop the procedure," Victoria ordered, breaking protocol to approach the dais. "This isn't standard extraction response." "We continue," Lawrence countermanded. "The opportunity is unprecedented. Full transformation during extraction could yield serum of exceptional potency." "At what cost?" Eleonora demanded, her protective stance behind Mia becoming more pronounced. "Forced transformation carries significant risks, especially for untrained carriers." Their argument faded into background noise as Mia's awareness turned inward, focusing on the extraordinary changes overtaking her body. Unlike her previous partial shift, this transformation felt comprehensive and irresistible. Cellular restructuring at a fundamental level that she experienced as both observer and participant. Ancient memories not her own flooded her consciousness. Running through primeval forests on 4 legs, hunting beneath moon-drenched skies, the powerful bond of pack moving as a single entity through wilderness untouched by human development. Generations of Blackwood ancestors seemed to flow through her blood, their experiences momentarily accessible as the extraction ritual connected her to bloodlines she hadn't known were hers. Through increasingly blurred vision, she saw council members backing away from the dais, alarm replacing ceremonial solemnity as power visibly gathered around her. The stone chair had begun to glow with the same subtle luminescence as her blood, responding to whatever unprecedented reaction was occurring. "The Luna mark is activating," Eleonora announced, voice cutting through Mia's haze of transformation and ancestral memory. "The extraction has triggered full inheritance." "Impossible," Lawrence objected, though his voice carried uncertainty beneath its authoritative tone. "The inheritance requires blood ritual beyond mere extraction." "Unless the subject carries direct lineage from the first pack," Victoria countered, "scientific interest overriding political concerns." Which, the crescent mark suggests, is precisely the case. Whatever theoretical debate they were having became immediately practical as Mia felt her body begin to change. Bones shifted beneath her skin, muscles reconfiguring with alarming fluidity. Panic threatened to overwhelm her before ancient instinct surfaced, knowledge she hadn't known she possessed, guiding her through the transformation with surprising certainty. Breathe through it. Accept rather than fight. The shift follows intention rather than controlling it. The guidance came not in words, but in bone-deep understanding, suddenly accessible within her changing consciousness. She surrendered to the process, allowing the transformation to flow rather than battling against it. Light exploded outward from the chair, temporarily blinding everyone in the chamber. When vision cleared, where Mia had sat now crouched a wolf of extraordinary size and unusual coloration, deep chestnut fur with silver markings that seemed to capture and reflect the moonlight from above. Shocked silence fell over the assembled council members. Even Lawrence appeared momentarily speechless, calculation and alarm warring in his expression as he processed the implications of what had occurred. "The first full transformation of a Luna Prime in 7 generations, Eleonora announced, satisfaction evident beneath ceremonial solemnity. "The ritual has awakened what was dormant, not extracted it." Mia experienced the chamber through radically altered senses, sense-carrying stories she could suddenly read with perfect clarity, sounds revealing depths beyond human perception, vision transformed with new color spectrums and night clarity. Most disorienting was her dual consciousness, human awareness housed within wolf form, neither dominating but rather existing in surprising harmony. Instinct urged her from the chair, powerful limbs adjusting to quadrupedal movement with increasing confidence as she descended the dais. Council members retreated further, uncertain how to respond to this unprecedented development in what should have been a routine extraction. Lawrence recovered first, authority reasserting itself as he stepped forward to intercept her path. "The ritual is incomplete. Return to the extraction seat immediately." The command, delivered with alpha authority that might have compelled lesser wolves, washed over Mia without effect. Something fundamental had changed in the power dynamic between them, her newly awakened nature recognizing no inherent dominance in his position. A low growl rumbled from her throat, surprising herself as much as those watching. Not aggression precisely, but clear refusal to acknowledge his authority over her transformed state. Lawrence's eyes widened, genuine shock replacing calculation. "This is unprecedented. The Luna bloodline was believed extinct in direct lineage." "Clearly not," Victoria observed, scientific curiosity temporarily overriding pack politics. "The transformation suggests primary bloodline inheritance rather than diluted ancestry." Their clinical discussion of her status ignited something primal in Mia's newly transformed consciousness. With deliberate intent, she turned away from Lawrence and the ritual circle, padding toward the chamber's massive doors with determined strides. "Stop her," Lawrence ordered the attendants. "The extraction remains incomplete." None moved to obey, whether from fear of her imposing wolf form or recognition of some status she didn't fully understand herself. Their inaction allowed her to reach the doors unchallenged. There, she encountered an unexpected obstacle: the physical inability to operate door handles with paws rather than hands. The doors burst open before she could resolve this dilemma, revealing Callum in the entrance, his expression shifting from determined fury to complete shock as he registered the massive wolf standing before him. Recognition dawned almost immediately, something in his eyes suggesting he knew her despite her transformed state. "Mia?" The question emerged as barely more than a whisper, Her response was instinctive, a soft whine of acknowledgement, head tilting as her enhanced senses absorbed his presence. His scent carried complex information her wolf nature interpreted effortlessly: concern, anger, relief, and something deeper that made her heart race despite its unfamiliarity. The extraction triggered complete transformation, Eleonora explained, approaching cautiously. The lunar prime bloodline has awakened fully, not merely expressed through genetic material. Callum's gaze never left Mia's transformed form, wonder and concern warring in his expression. "Are you all right?" he asked directly, ignoring protocol to address her as conscious entity rather than specimen. Unable to respond verbally, Mia nodded, the human gesture incongruous but effective in her wolf form. The simple communication created visible relief in his posture. The ritual was proceeding according to established protocols, Lawrence interjected, moving to reassert control over the situation. "Your interference is unnecessary and unwelcome." "I received reports of unexpected developments." Callum's response carried barely leashed anger beneath its professional tone. "Developments you deliberately concealed when denying my request to attend. Pack hierarchy dictated appropriate attendance," Lawrence replied stiffly. "Your emotional involvement with the carrier compromised objectivity. Luna Prime," Callum corrected with pointed emphasis, echoing his grandmother's earlier distinction. "And her name is Mia." The personal acknowledgement, her humanity recognized despite her transformed state, struck something deep in Mia's dual consciousness. Without conscious decision, she moved toward him, powerful form crossing the distance between them with fluid grace. Callum held his ground as she approached, no fear in his posture despite her intimidating size in wolf form. When she stopped before him, head level with his chest, he slowly extended his hand, a gesture of trust that struck her as both brave and deeply significant. Instinct guided her response. She pressed her muzzle against his palm, the contact sending unexpected electricity through her transformed body. Something clicked into place between them. Recognition beyond rational understanding, connection that transcended their complicated history. Lawrence stepped forward, disapproval radiating from his rigid posture. "This disruption has continued long enough. The carrier will complete the extraction as planned." "The extraction clearly failed," Callum countered, his hand still in contact with Mia's fur, "or succeeded beyond your expectations, depending on perspective. Either way, standard protocol is suspended when unprecedented transformation occurs." "I determine when protocols are suspended," Lawrence reminded him coldly. "Not in this case." Callum's refusal carried quiet certainty. The Luna Prime protocols supersede Alpha authority in matters of transformation. Historical precedent established after the third convergence. The reference to historical precedent created visible tension among the council members, several exchanging glances that suggested Callum had invoked something significant. Lawrence's expression hardened, authority challenged in a way that clearly struck deeper than mere procedural disagreement. "Circumstances are not comparable," he insisted. "The third convergence involved established bloodlines, not dormant carriers with unconfirmed ancestry." "The crescent mark confirms lineage beyond reasonable doubt," Eleonora countered, moving to stand beside Callum in clear alliance. "Direct descent from Callum Blackwood, the original Luna Prime." Victoria unexpectedly joined them, creating a unified front against Lawrence's position. "Medical protocols are unambiguous in cases of spontaneous transformation. Stabilization takes precedence over continued extraction." The 3-against-1 alignment clearly represented significant political realignment within the pack structure. Mia observed this power struggle with dual perspective. Human consciousness recognizing the political implications, while wolf instincts assessed shifting pack dynamics with instinctive understanding of dominance challenges. Lawrence recognized his isolation. "A temporary suspension only," he conceded with poor grace. "The council will convene to determine appropriate procedures once the transformation stabilizes." The strategic retreat carried implicit threat of future confrontation, but the immediate crisis appeared resolved. Lawrence departed with ceremonial dignity that barely masked his fury, followed by council members clearly uncertain which faction would ultimately prevail in this unexpected power struggle. Left alone with Callum, Victoria, and Eleonora, Mia felt the immediate tension ease, though uncertainty about her transformed state remained acute. Human consciousness wondered how long this transformation would last, whether she could reverse it voluntarily, what implications it carried for her future. The transformation appears stable but complete, Victoria observed. Clinical assessment replacing political positioning. Bone structure, muscle density, and fur patterning all suggest primary bloodline expression rather than derivative genetics. The silver markings are distinctive, Eleonora agreed, studying Mia with evident satisfaction. Classic Luna Prime coloration, not seen in 7 generations. Callum crouched before Mia, bringing their eyes level in a gesture that struck her transformed senses as both respectful and intimate. "Can you understand me clearly?" he asked directly, focusing on practical concerns rather than supernatural implications. Mia nodded, grateful for his pragmatic approach amid mystical pronouncements and political maneuvering. First transformations typically last between 4 and 12 hours, he explained, treating her as conscious participant rather than specimen or miracle. Your body needs to fully experience the shift before attempting to reverse it. This practical information steadied Mia's human consciousness. Not permanent, then. A transformative experience, but not an irrevocable one. "We should relocate to more appropriate surroundings," Victoria suggested. "The extraction chamber's energies may interfere with natural stabilization." "My quarters in the North Wing," Eleonora decided. "Private access to the forest grounds, appropriate security, and away from Lawrence's immediate sphere of influence." Throughout their discussion, Callum maintained physical connection with Mia, one hand resting lightly on her shoulder in a gesture that felt simultaneously reassuring and anchoring. Eleonora's quarters proved unexpectedly suitable for Mia's transformed state. Unlike the formal grandeur of most Blackwood spaces, the family matriarch maintained living areas that blended human comfort with concessions to supernatural nature. Plush rugs provided comfortable resting surfaces, while massive floor-to-ceiling windows offered expansive views of forested grounds that called to her wolf instincts. Victoria departed to oversee medical preparations for Mia's eventual return to human form, leaving her alone with Callum and Eleonora. The old woman settled into a high-backed chair, her shrewd gaze assessing Mia's movements with evident satisfaction. "The Luna line was believed lost after the Highland conflict," she remarked, continuing her earlier historical exposition. "Celine's descendants scattered, many abandoning their heritage to escape persecution, yet here you are." "The political implications can wait," Callum interjected, noting Mia's overwhelmed expression despite her transformed features. "Immediate concerns are stabilization, control techniques, and eventual return shift." His practical focus cut through mystical reverence, addressing her immediate needs rather than supernatural destiny. Mia found herself profoundly grateful for his grounded approach amid increasingly esoteric revelations. "Always the pragmatist," Eleonora remarked, though without criticism, though in this case perhaps wisely so. Newly transformed Lunas require space to integrate their dual nature. With that cryptic statement, she rose from her chair with surprising agility. "I'll arrange appropriate refreshments for when the return shift occurs. Transformation depletes considerable energy reserves." Her departure left Mia alone with Callum, the sudden privacy creating awareness of their unusual circumstances. Here she stood in wolf form, powerful, alien to her previous self-conception, yet somehow fundamentally connected to long-dormant aspects of her nature, and beside her the man whose manipulations had brought her into this world, now seemingly her strongest ally within it. Callum settled onto one of the plush rugs, positioning himself at her eye level rather than maintaining the height advantage his human form provided. The gesture struck her wolf instincts as appropriate submission to her newfound status, while her human consciousness recognized the respect it conveyed. "This isn't how things were supposed to happen," he said quietly, guilt evident beneath his measured tone. "The extraction should have been routine, uncomfortable but brief. Not this." Mia tilted her head, wishing she could respond verbally to the regret so evident in his expression. I knew bringing you into our world would change your life, he continued, eyes fixed on hers despite her transformed state. But I never intended this complete upheaval of your identity, your fundamental nature. His hand reached out, hesitating briefly before settling gently on her shoulder. I'm sorry, Mia, for all of it. The simple apology, heartfelt and without qualification, touched something deep beneath her transformed exterior. Without conscious thought, she moved closer, pressing her muzzle against his chest in a gesture her wolf instincts offered as forgiveness and connection. Callum's arms came around her neck, embracing her wolf form with unexpected tenderness. The contact created strange resonance between her dual natures, human consciousness recognizing the emotional significance, while wolf instincts processed the pack bonding such physical connection represented. We'll figure this out, he promised against her fur. Whatever you need, training, protection, explanations, I'm here. No more hidden agendas, no more manipulation, just support however you want it. Something shifted inside Mia at this declaration. Not physical transformation, but emotional revelation. Despite everything, despite the lies and manipulations that had brought them together, she believed him. More startling still, she recognized her own complicated feelings toward him. Anger and attraction, wariness and trust, all tangled in ways her dual nature seemed suddenly equipped to accept without contradiction. An unexpected ripple passed through her body, muscles contracting in unfamiliar sequence, bones shifting beneath her fur. Callum pulled back slightly, recognition and concern flashing across his features. It's starting, he said, moving to give her space. The return shift usually happens faster than the initial transformation. Pain blossomed suddenly throughout Mia's transformed body. Not the warm fire of her initial change, but sharp, insistent restructuring that demanded conscious navigation. Instinct abandoned her, leaving only raw experience of bones compressing, muscles realigning, skin replacing fur in waves of intense sensation. Callum remained nearby, close enough to monitor, but maintaining distance that preserved dignity during the vulnerable transition. Breathe through it, he advised quietly. Focus on your human form. Visualize the return. The guidance helped anchor her through waves of disorienting change. Slowly, excruciatingly, her body reconfigured itself. Paws lengthening into hands and feet, spine straightening to vertical alignment, facial structure compressing into human proportions. When the final ripple of transformation subsided, Mia found herself on hands and knees on the plush rug, fully human and completely naked. Before embarrassment could fully register, Callum was beside her with a blanket, draping it around her shoulders with careful attention to her dignity. His gaze remained fixed on her face rather than her exposed body, respect evident in this small but significant gesture. Easy, he murmured as she swayed unsteadily. The return shift disorients balance centers. Your brain needs a moment to readjust to bipedal positioning. The practical explanation helped ground her as she clutched the blanket around herself. Her senses, though diminished from their wolf enhancement, remained sharper than her pre-transformation baseline. Sense carrying information she'd previously been blind to. Sounds revealing depths normal human hearing missed. Words failed her, language temporarily inadequate to describe the experience of inhabiting another form entirely. Overwhelming, Callum supplied with understanding. First shifts usually are, especially unexpected ones. Mia nodded, gratitude for his matter-of-fact approach overriding lingering wariness. Will it happen again? Spontaneously, I mean. Unlikely, he reassured her. First transformation creates pathways for subsequent shifts, but they typically require conscious intention once established. Exceptions exist around full moons or extreme emotional states, but even those can be managed with proper training. His steady supply of practical information, delivered without mystical reverence or political calculation, continued to anchor her amid supernatural upheaval. Strength gradually returned to Mia's trembling limbs, allowing her to shift to a more dignified seated position on the rug, blanket secured around her. Lily, she said suddenly, maternal concern cutting through personal disorientation. I need to check on her. She's stable. Callum assured her immediately. I confirmed with Dr. Ellis before coming to the extraction chamber. The treatments have continued working effectively. Relief weakened Mia's already unsteady limbs. Thank you, she whispered, the simple acknowledgement encompassing far more than this immediate reassurance. Gratitude for his consistent support through Lily's crisis, his intervention in the extraction chamber, his steady presence during her shocking transformation. Before he could respond, the door opened to admit Eleonora, carrying a tray laden with food, not the delicate refreshments Mia might have expected, but substantive fare that made her suddenly ravenous. The family matriarch took in Mia's returned human form with evident approval. Transformation completed successfully, she noted with satisfaction. And faster than typical for first shifts. The bloodline expresses strongly in you. Mia clutched the blanket more securely, acutely aware of her vulnerable position, despite Eleonora's matter-of-fact attitude. Recognizing her discomfort, Callum stood and crossed to a nearby wardrobe, returning with a simple robe of soft material. Perhaps some privacy for changing, he suggested to his grandmother, pointedly placing the garment beside Mia, before guiding the older woman toward an adjoining room. Left alone briefly, Mia gratefully exchanged the blanket for the more substantial covering, finding the robe perfectly suited to her height and build, a coincidence that seemed unlikely given Blackwood's attention to detail. Had clothing for her human form been prepared in advance, anticipating potential transformation, despite claimed surprise at the outcome? When Callum and Eleonora returned, Mia had managed to stand, though her legs still trembled with post-transformation weakness. The food proved irresistible despite lingering suspicion, her body's depleted energy reserves demanding immediate replenishment. The hunger is normal, Callum assured her, noting her almost desperate consumption. Transformation burns calories at an extraordinary rate. Most new shifters could eat an entire roast and still feel hungry. Between bites of protein-rich food, Mia processed her transformed reality. Hours earlier, she had been a reluctant participant in supernatural politics, manipulated into position as genetic resource. Now she had experienced transformation herself, apparently manifesting some significant bloodline that altered her status within pack hierarchy. What happens now, she asked when her immediate hunger had been satisfied, focusing on practical concerns rather than mystical implications. With Lawrence, the council, all of it. Eleonora and Callum exchanged glances, silent communication passing between them before the matriarch responded. Lawrence will attempt to reframe your transformation as validation of his extraction plans, she explained with political pragmatism, claiming credit while minimizing the implications for pack hierarchy, while simultaneously trying to regain control of the situation, Callum added. Your status as Luna Prime theoretically places you outside traditional Alpha authority, which threatens the power structure he's built. And practically speaking, Mia pressed, wanting clarity beyond theoretical pack politics. Practically speaking, you've gained significant leverage. Callum's assessment carried genuine respect beneath its strategic analysis. The transformation validates Eleonora's claims about your bloodline, which shifts your position from resource to potential leader. Leader? Mia couldn't keep incredulity from her voice. I've been part of this world for weeks, not generations. I barely understand what happened to me today, let alone pack politics or supernatural leadership. Which makes you dangerous to the established order, Eleonora observed with evident satisfaction. Untrained but powerful, outside existing alliance structures, yet carrying ancient authority. Lawrence's worst nightmare, and my most interesting opportunity in decades. The calculating assessment reminded Mia that Eleonora, for all her apparent support, operated according to her own agenda, one that might temporarily align with Mia's interests, but ultimately served pack continuity rather than individual welfare. And Lily? She asked, maternal concern overriding political considerations. How does this affect her situation? Positively, Callum answered without hesitation. Your elevated status extends protection to her by association. Lawrence's ability to dictate her training or development is significantly diminished. This practical benefit cut through supernatural politics and mystical bloodlines, addressing Mia's core priority. Whatever else this transformation meant, if it provided leverage to protect Lily from exploitation, she would embrace it without reservation. As if summoned by her thoughts, a knock sounded at the door. Victoria entered, her usual clinical detachment somewhat softened as she regarded Mia's returned human form. "The child is asking for her mother," she announced without preamble. "She's awake and showing remarkable recovery curves." Maternal instinct overrode all other considerations. Mia rose immediately, ignoring residual weakness in her determination to reach her daughter. "Take me to her, now." Victoria nodded, apparently unsurprised by this demand despite its lack of formal courtesy. "I've arranged transport. The medical facility remains under enhanced security given recent developments." Mia turned to Callum, questions about her transformation and its implications temporarily set aside in favor of immediate priorities. "I need clothes. Real ones, not just this robe." "Already arranged," he replied, indicating a garment bag Victoria had brought with her. "Practical selections from your existing wardrobe." The thoughtful preparation, anticipating needs without prompting, continued to undermine Mia's carefully maintained wariness. Despite their complicated history, despite the manipulations that had brought them together, Callum consistently demonstrated genuine concern for her comfort and dignity. As they prepared to depart for the medical facility, Callum hesitated at the doorway, something complicated flickering across his features. "I should warn you. Lawrence will likely intercept us at some point. Your transformation represents both threat and opportunity to his position. He won't allow it to go unaddressed." "Let him try," Mia replied, surprising herself with the sudden confidence that filled her voice. Something fundamental had shifted during her transformation, not just physical capability, but internal certainty, previously foreign to her nature. "I'm done being manipulated by Blackwood politics." Approval flashed across Callum's expression before he masked it with more neutral concern. "Just be prepared. He rarely confronts directly when indirect pressure serves better." They had nearly reached the building's exit when impact struck her with physical force, not external attack, but internal connection, suddenly re-established. Mia staggered, clutching the wall for support as unfamiliar sensation flooded her consciousness. "Lily," she gasped, somehow certain despite the impossibility of knowing. "Something's happening with Lily." Callum was beside her instantly, alarm replacing calculated caution. "What do you feel?" "Connection. Awareness." Mia struggled to articulate the strange certainty flooding her senses. "She's afraid, but also excited. Something's changing." Victoria's clinical detachment dissolved into urgency. "The bond manifestation wasn't expected this quickly. We need to move now." The vehicle awaiting them accelerated immediately upon their entry, driver responding to unspoken urgency. "The maternal bond sometimes establishes after parallel transformations," Victoria explained as they sped toward the medical facility, "especially in primary bloodlines where psychic connections manifest more strongly." "English, please," Mia demanded, in no mood for supernatural terminology. "You can feel Lily's emotional state because you've both transformed," Callum translated, his direct explanation again cutting through mystical vagueness. "It's rare, but documented in close genetic relationships, especially mother-daughter pairs." The connection continued strengthening as they approached the facility, Lily's emotional state registering with increasing clarity across the diminishing distance. Fear and excitement intermingled with wonder and confusion, alongside something new emerging that Mia recognized with bone-deep certainty. "She's shifting," she realized suddenly, "right now." Victoria's calm facade cracked slightly. "That's not possible. The treatment stabilized her condition. Transformation shouldn't occur for weeks, possibly months." "Tell that to whatever's happening right now," Mia countered, certainty overriding medical theory. "I can feel it. She's changing." The SUV had barely stopped before Mia was moving, residual weakness forgotten as maternal instinct propelled her through the facility's entrance and toward Lily's treatment room. Security protocols dissolved before her determined advance, staff stepping aside rather than attempting to enforce standard procedures. She burst into Lily's room to find Dr. Ellis and her team surrounding the bed, monitoring equipment showing erratic patterns as her daughter's small form trembled beneath hospital blankets. Lily's eyes, glowing amber gold rather than their usual blue, found Mia's immediately, recognition and relief washing through their newfound connection. Mommy, she gasped, voice strained but coherent. I feel funny, like I'm turning inside out. I know, sweet pea. Mia moved instantly to her side, medical staff parting before her maternal authority. I felt it too. It's okay. I'm right here. Callum and Victoria entered behind her, the doctor immediately engaging with medical staff while Callum positioned himself protectively near the door, ensuring privacy while monitoring for potential threats. How is this possible? Victoria demanded of Dr. Ellis. The integration protocol specifically prevents spontaneous shifting during recovery phase. Unknown trigger, the doctor replied. Professional composure maintained despite evident concern. Possibly sympathetic response to the mother's transformation. The bond may have activated dormant pathways prematurely. Their clinical discussion faded to background noise as Mia focused entirely on Lily, whose small body had begun subtle transformation, not the violent restructuring Mia had experienced, but gentler, more fluid change befitting her younger physiology. It doesn't hurt much, Lily assured her, childish forthrightness cutting through supernatural drama. Just feels really weird, like I'm getting bigger inside my skin. I know exactly what you mean, Mia replied, gratitude for her own recent transformation providing understanding she would otherwise have lacked. It's okay to let it happen. Your body knows what to do. Callum approached cautiously, respecting the maternal space while offering support. Children typically transition more easily than adults, he explained quietly. Their physical adaptability and mental flexibility allow smoother integration of dual natures. Within minutes, where Lily had lain, now rested a small wolf with pale blonde fur and distinctive silver markings mirroring those Mia had manifested in her own transformed state. The child wolf blinked in confusion, then excitement, paws moving experimentally against hospital bedding. Luna bloodline coloration, Victoria observed with barely suppressed excitement. The genetic expression couldn't be clearer. Dr. Ellis approached with cautious professionalism. Transformation appears complete and stable, vital signs normalizing within expected parameters for juvenile shifters. Relief flooded Mia's consciousness both through personal observation and their strengthened emotional bond. Unlike her own disorienting experience, Lily seemed to adapt to her transformed state with intuitive ease, confusion giving way to delight as she explored new sensory capabilities. Mommy, I can smell everything! The thought voice registered with startling clarity in Mia's mind, apparently unimpeded by Lily's transformed vocal structures. Did you hear that? She asked Callum, uncertain whether the communication had been private or perceptible to others. His expression confirmed her suspicion. Hear what? She spoke to me, in my head. Mia struggled to articulate the experience. Clear as ordinary speech, but directly into my thoughts. Victoria's clinical interest intensified. Telepathic communication between blood lunas, documented in historical records, but not observed in living memory. Can you talk back to me like this? Lily's thought voice carried childish curiosity rather than alarm at their unusual communication. Mia concentrated, focusing on projecting thoughts toward their newfound connection. I'm trying, sweet pea, can you hear me? Lily's wolf form wiggled with evident delight. Yes, it's like regular talking, but inside our heads. Cool. The simple acceptance of supernatural communication, approaching it with childish wonder rather than adult skepticism, reminded Mia again of children's remarkable adaptability. While she had struggled with existential implications of transformation, Lily embraced new capabilities with straightforward enthusiasm. The bond appears fully established, Dr. Ellis observed, monitoring equipment registering synchronized patterns between mother and daughter. Unusually strong for first manifestation, but consistent with primary bloodline characteristics. Lawrence needs to be informed immediately, Victoria stated, professional obligation apparently overriding political considerations. Dual Luna manifestation represents significant development for pack genetics. My father can wait, Callum countered firmly. Medical stability takes precedence over political notification. Their disagreement might have escalated further if not for the treatment room door opening to admit Eleonora, her arrival creating immediate shift in the room's power dynamics. The family matriarch surveyed the scene with evident satisfaction, taking in Lily's transformed state and the monitoring equipment displaying mother-daughter synchronization. "The bloodline flows true," she announced with ceremonial significance. "The daughters of Selene return to their rightful place." The pronouncement held weight beyond its mystical phrasing, creating visible reaction among medical staff and Victoria alike. Whatever historical or supernatural significance Eleonora invoked clearly carried political implications Mia couldn't fully comprehend. "This changes everything," Victoria murmured, scientific assessment giving way to larger strategic considerations. "The council must be convened immediately." "My son can posture and plot all he wishes," Eleonora replied with serene confidence. "The moon's truth cannot be denied when it manifests so clearly." Their cryptic exchange might have continued indefinitely if not for Lily's more immediate concerns, communicated with childish directness through their mental link. "Mommy, I'm really hungry. Like, could eat an entire pizza hungry. Do wolves eat pizza?" The simple question, so incongruously normal amid supernatural drama, startled a laugh from Mia, despite tension and exhaustion. "I'm not sure about pizza specifically, but I was starving after changing back too." "She's hungry," she translated for the others, maternal concerns overriding mystical pronouncements in pack politics. "Apparently transformation works up quite an appetite." "A universal constant across all bloodlines," Callum confirmed, his practical focus again cutting through juvenile complexity. "I'll arrange appropriate nutrition for juvenile shifters." As he moved to organize this mundane but essential support, Mia felt another subtle shift in their evolving dynamic. Appreciation for his consistent prioritization of practical needs amid mystical revelations and political maneuvering. Whatever had begun as cold manipulation had somehow evolved into genuine partnership, his reliable support creating foundation that transcended their complicated beginning. For now, she set aside larger implications of their transformation. Pack politics, supernatural bloodlines, ancient prophecies. Eleonora seemed determined to invoke those concerns could wait while more immediate needs were addressed. Lily's comfort, their mutual adjustment to transformed capabilities, the practical requirements of their new dual nature. But as medical staff responded to Eleonora's subtle direction, as Victoria departed to manage political fallout, as Callum returned with provisions suited to newly transformed shifters, Mia recognized fundamental truth beneath supernatural complexities. Everything had changed. Whatever future awaited, whatever implications their Luna bloodline carried for pack hierarchy, whatever challenges Lawrence might present to their newfound status, they had crossed a threshold that could never be reversed. The contract that had brought her into the Blackwood world had evolved beyond its calculated parameters. Transformation awakening heritage neither she nor her manipulators had fully anticipated. As Lily explored her wolf form with childish delight, as their mental bond strengthened with each passing moment, as Callum's support continued despite political complications, Mia accepted this transformed reality not with resignation, but with emerging determination to navigate it on her own terms. "We're going to be okay, sweet pea," she projected toward her daughter, conviction growing beneath maternal reassurance. "Different than before, but okay." Lily's response carried simple wisdom that cut through supernatural complexity. "Being a wolf is way cooler than I expected. And you can be one too. That makes it twice as awesome." The straightforward acceptance, approaching transformation as expansion rather than loss, offered perspective Mia's adult consciousness needed. Whatever challenges awaited, whatever complications their awakened bloodline created, they would face them together. Mother and daughter, human and wolf, navigating dual nature with the strength their connection provided. And perhaps, though she wasn't quite ready to acknowledge it fully, with the support of the man who had orchestrated their entrapment, only to find himself increasingly ensnared by genuine feeling that transcended his calculated beginning. Glancing toward Callum as he quietly organized practical support while supernatural drama swirled around them, Mia recognized uncomfortable truth beneath lingering wariness. The contract between them had evolved into something neither had anticipated. Connection that political manipulation had initiated, but genuine feeling now sustained. Whatever came next in their transformed reality, that unexpected evolution might prove their greatest strength against the challenges Lawrence and others would inevitably create. Chapter 6. Hidden Truths. We have less than 20 minutes. Callum's voice sliced through the pre-dawn stillness, his usual composure replaced by razor-sharp focus. Lawrence has called an emergency council session for sunrise. Once they convene, security protocols will lock down the entire estate. Mia's stomach twisted as she knelt beside Lily's bed, stuffing her daughter's treasured possessions into a backpack. 3 days had passed since their dual transformations. 3 days of mounting tension as Lawrence regrouped from the political shockwaves their Luna Prime manifestations had created. "Why now?" she asked, though her gut already knew the answer. Yesterday's medical assessment had felt like preparation for something far more invasive, despite Victoria's reassurances about standard protocols. Callum moved to the window with predatory grace, checking sightlines. "My father has convinced half the council that your uncontrolled abilities pose a threat to pack stability. They're voting on invoking containment protocols, which means placing you and Lily in protective custody. That would separate you under the guise of specialized training." Ice shot through Mia's veins. Separation from Lily had been Lawrence's implicit threat from the beginning. Leverage to ensure her compliance with extraction rituals and genetic testing. After their transformations shifted power dynamics, she'd believed that threat neutralized. "He can't do that," she insisted, doubt creeping into her voice despite herself. Eleonora said Luna Primes stand outside traditional pack hierarchy. "In theory, yes." Callum's jaw tightened. "In practice, my father controls enough council votes to authorize emergency measures pending formal status determination. By the time traditional protocols could be invoked to protect you, the damage would be done." Lily stirred in her sleep, her small face scrunching as if sensing tension through their newly formed mental bond. Since their transformations, that connection had strengthened daily, emotions flowing freely between them, occasional thoughts transferring with startling clarity. "Mommy?" Lily's sleepy mental voice preceded her physical awakening, blue eyes blinking open with the golden flecks that now permanently marked her supernatural heritage. "Something's happening. We're going on an adventure, sweet pea." Mia kept her voice steady despite the adrenaline humming through her system. "Just the three of us. But we need to be very quiet and do exactly what Callum says." Lily's gaze shifted between them, her childish perception reading the situation with uncanny accuracy. "Like spies on a secret mission?" "Exactly like that." Callum's serious expression softened. "Think you can be my stealth specialist? No sounds, fast movements, perfect teamwork?" The playful framing earned a solemn nod from Lily, who slipped from bed and began pulling on the clothes Mia handed her with focused determination that belied her 7 years. Within minutes, they were ready. 2 small bags containing their most essential possessions. Warm clothing layered against the pre-dawn chill, soft-soled shoes that wouldn't echo on the mansion's marble floors. Callum led them not toward the main corridor, but to the ornate fireplace dominating the suite sitting room. He pressed a decorative wolf's head carved into the mantelpiece, and a section of paneling slid sideways with well-oiled precision, revealing a narrow corridor beyond. "Secret passage," he explained. "The mansion's riddled with them. Servants' routes originally, now primarily emergency evacuation paths." "How very Gothic novel of your ancestors," Mia remarked, her quip masking genuine appreciation for his thorough planning. His lips quirked in that almost smile she'd begun to recognize as genuine. "Wait until you see the hidden dungeons and mandatory family ghost." The unexpected humor cemented something Mia had observed during their transformation crises. Beneath Callum's controlled exterior lay capacity for warmth and even playfulness previously hidden behind pack obligations. The passage led them through the mansion's east wing, occasionally branching into wider service corridors before narrowing again. Callum navigated with confident familiarity, one hand always extended behind him to ensure they followed closely in the near darkness. "Security system blind spots," he explained in hushed tones as they paused at a junction. Lawrence had cameras installed throughout the public areas, but these passages predate modern wiring. His surveillance network has significant gaps if you know where to look. The intimate knowledge of his father's security measures and willingness to exploit those weaknesses confirmed Callum's commitment to their escape. Whatever loyalty he'd once maintained to pack hierarchy had clearly been superseded by his determination to protect them. They emerged finally through a concealed door in what appeared to be a groundskeeper's shed. Beyond loomed the forested boundary of the estate, massive oaks and dense pines creating natural concealment. Transportation? Mia asked, scanning for vehicles that wouldn't immediately trigger security alerts. Half-mile through the forest. Callum shouldered both bags, leaving her hands free to guide Lily. Old Service Road Lawrence's security team doesn't monitor regularly. Four-wheel drive with supplies, untraceable registration. The thoroughness of his preparations raised questions about how long he'd been planning this intervention. Days? Weeks? Since their transformations? Or perhaps even earlier? They moved through the forest with increasing speed as distance from the mansion emboldened them. Mia found her enhanced senses providing unexpected advantages in the pre-dawn darkness. Scents carried stories the human eye couldn't detect, sounds revealing animal movements and weather patterns with newfound clarity. Beside her, Lily navigated the forest path with surprising confidence, her small hand occasionally squeezing Mia's when particularly strong scents or sounds caught her attention. Their shared supernatural heritage had created new dimensions to their mother-daughter bond. Understanding that transcended words. The promised vehicle, a nondescript SUV in forest green, waited exactly where Callum had indicated, partially concealed by overhanging branches. Within minutes, they were moving at careful speed through the forest, headlights off, as Callum navigated by moonlight and memory. Only when they reached paved roads, the Blackwood estate miles behind them, did Mia allow herself to exhale fully. Beside her in the passenger seat, Callum maintained vigilant focus on their surroundings, one hand resting on the center console, close enough that she could feel warmth radiating from his skin. "Thank you," she said quietly. His fingers twitched, as though considering reaching for hers before thinking better of it. "Don't thank me yet. We're not in the clear until we reach the safe house." "Where exactly are we going?" she asked, watching as they turned onto increasingly remote mountain roads, civilization giving way to wilderness. "My grandmother's hunting cabin." His expression suggested complicated history attached to their destination. "It's been in her personal holdings for generations, technically outside Blackwood Pack territory. Lawrence doesn't know I have access." "Your grandmother is helping us?" Surprise colored Mia's question. Despite Eleonora's evident interest in their Luna Prime status, the family matriarch had seemed too deeply embedded in pack politics to actively undermine her son's authority. In her own way, a hint of rueful amusement touched his features. "Eleonora plays the longest game of anyone I've ever known. Sometimes I think she sees decades ahead while the rest of us struggle with next week's plans." Dawn broke as they wound higher into the mountains, golden light spilling across rugged terrain. Lily had fallen asleep in the back seat, one arm wrapped protectively around the stuffed wolf she'd refused to leave behind. "Will he come after us?" Mia asked the question that had lingered unspoken. "Eventually, yes." Callum's honesty, unvarnished by false reassurance, somehow comforted rather than alarmed her. "But not immediately. The containment vote will fail without my support, forcing him to rebuild political consensus. That buys us time. Days, possibly weeks. And then?" His hands tightened on the steering wheel, knuckles whitening briefly before relaxing with conscious effort. "Then we implement the next phase of the plan." "There's a next phase?" The revelation that his preparations extended beyond immediate escape suggested strategic depth she hadn't anticipated. Several, actually. A ghost of that almost smile touched his lips. "I've been planning contingencies since your transformation revealed your Luna Prime status. Lawrence's political maneuvering merely accelerated the timeline." The cabin materialized around a final bend in the road, not the rustic structure Mia had envisioned, but a substantial lodge built of massive logs and native stone. Nestled against the mountainside and surrounded by ancient pines, it projected both solidity and concealment. "Grandmother's idea of roughing it," Callum explained with dry amusement. "Technically a hunting lodge, though I've never known her to actually hunt anything beyond political advantage." The interior proved as unexpected as the exterior. Comfortable furnishings blending with practical design, modern conveniences disguised within rustic aesthetics. Fully stocked kitchen, extensive library, communication equipment hidden within decorative carvings, all suggested frequent use rather than occasional visitation. Eleonora maintains several properties outside official pack holdings, Callum explained as he secured the perimeter. Places Lawrence doesn't monitor or necessarily know exist. This one has been her personal retreat for decades. And she just gave you the keys, knowing you'd help us escape? The family dynamics continued to confound Mia, loyalty and opposition flowing in unpredictable currents beneath surface appearances. Callum's expression shifted to something more complex. Our relationship has always been complicated. She trained me to question pack hierarchy, even while my father demanded absolute loyalty. He shrugged. I think she's been waiting decades for me to finally make this choice. Lily had awakened during their arrival, exploring the cabin with curious enthusiasm that suggested their midnight flight registered more as adventure than trauma in her resilient mind. Her delighted discovery of a room clearly prepared for her, complete with books, art supplies, and a window seat overlooking a small stream, provided welcome distraction as Mia and Callum unloaded essential supplies. With immediate security established and Lily contentedly arranging her possessions in her new space, the adrenaline that had sustained Mia finally ebbed, leaving bone-deep exhaustion in its wake. Only then did she notice the rough scratch along Callum's forearm, angry red lines where tree branches had caught him during their forest trek. You're hurt, she observed, reaching instinctively before catching herself, hand hovering uncertainly between them. He glanced down, as if noticing the injury for the first time. It's nothing, superficial. Let me see. The directive emerged with unexpected authority, something of her newfound Luna status coloring the simple request. Surprising them both, he complied without protest, extending his arm for her inspection. The scratches looked worse than she'd initially assessed. Deep enough to draw blood in several places, dirt and debris embedded along the wound's edges. First aid kit in the kitchen cabinet, he directed. Top shelf behind the blue canister. The supplies proved comprehensive, and Mia worked methodically to clean the wounds, cataloging his reactions from beneath lowered lashes. He remained perfectly still beneath her ministrations, though his pulse visibly quickened when her fingers traced the unmarked skin surrounding the scratches. You've done this before, he observed as she applied antibiotic ointment with practiced precision. Single mother with an active child, she reminded him, the simple explanation containing volumes of experience. Lily could find ways to injure herself in padded rooms. I learned basic first aid by necessity. His free hand moved suddenly, capturing hers as she finished securing a bandage over the worst scratch. The contact sent unexpected heat cascading through her tired body. Thank you, he said quietly, eyes holding hers with intensity that transcended the minor medical attention. Not just for this, for trusting me enough to run. The acknowledgement struck deeper than elaborate declarations might have. After everything that had happened between them, trust remained complicated terrain, tentatively navigated through actions rather than words. You earned it, she replied simply, neither pulling away nor deepening the contact. When Lily was sick. When I transformed. You chose us over pack politics each time. Something vulnerable flashed across his features before he could mask it with his usual control. It wasn't a difficult choice. The quiet admission hung between them, weighted with implications neither seemed ready to articulate fully. His thumb traced an absent pattern against her palm, the simple contact somehow more intimate than passionate embrace might have been. You should rest, he suggested finally, reluctantly releasing her hand. The master bedroom's prepared. I'll take the sofa in the study. Mia nodded, exhaustion reasserting itself. Questions remained about their future, about Lawrence's next moves, about Callum's long-term plans. But they could wait. As she turned toward the bedroom, his voice stopped her at the threshold. Mia, the single word carried layers of meaning she couldn't fully decipher. She looked back, finding him watching her with that unguarded expression she'd glimpsed with increasing frequency since their transformations, as though her Luna awakening had somehow freed something within him as well. We're going to figure this out, he promised, the simple assurance carrying weight beyond its words. Together. The declaration, partnership rather than protection, offered foundation more solid than elaborate promises might have provided. Mia nodded once, acknowledging both the commitment and the unspoken emotions beneath it, before closing the bedroom door behind her. Whatever came next in their transformed reality, they would face it as equals rather than captor and captive. Evolution neither had anticipated when signing their calculated contract, but which now offered their strongest defense against whatever Lawrence would inevitably unleash against them. Mia woke to afternoon sun streaming through unfamiliar windows, momentary disorientation giving way to memory of their pre-dawn escape. The bedroom, clearly designed as Eleonora's private sanctuary, surrounded her with subtle luxury disguised as rustic simplicity. Voices drifted from beyond the closed door, Lily's excited chatter punctuated by Callum's deeper responses. Through their mental bond, Mia sensed no distress, only curiosity and engagement that eased her maternal concern. She found them in the cabin's great room, seated before a massive stone fireplace where flames crackled despite the season's warmth. Spread across the hearth rug between them lay an elaborate game involving carved wooden pieces Mia didn't recognize, Lily's expression intense with strategic concentration. "That's cheating," her daughter protested as Callum moved a wolf-shaped piece across the board. "You can't cross water during waning moon phase." "Unless," he countered, tapping a different piece with deliberate emphasis, "your pack shaman has performed the river blessing during the previous turn." "You didn't say that was a rule before," Lily huffed, though without genuine frustration. "Is this how real wolves do territory fights?" "It's how they used to, centuries ago." Callum's expression softened with something like nostalgia. "Modern packs negotiate with lawyers and contracts instead of ritual challenges. Far less interesting, if you ask me." Watching them together, Lily comfortable and engaged, Callum patient yet never condescending, stirred complicated emotions Mia wasn't quite ready to examine fully. Her daughter needed father figures who treated her as person rather than possession. Callum increasingly filled that role, despite their unconventional beginning. They looked up simultaneously as she entered, both faces lighting with welcome that suggested genuine pleasure rather than polite acknowledgement. "Mommy, I'm learning wolf strategy," Lily announced, patting the floor beside her in invitation. "It's like chess, but with magic and territory rules. Callum says real packs used to play this to practice war without actually fighting." "Territorial negotiations," Callum corrected with gentle emphasis, that almost smile touching his lips. "Though I suppose war isn't entirely inaccurate from a historical perspective." "Learning pack politics through board games?" Mia settled beside them, cataloging the intricate playing pieces. "Clever approach." "History disguised as entertainment," he agreed, something like appreciation flickering in his eyes. "Your daughter's a natural strategist, by the way. Intuitive understanding of territory defense that usually takes years to develop." Pride warmed Mia's chest, even as familiar worry shadowed it. Lily's supernatural heritage manifesting in ways that further separated her from normal childhood. As if sensing her conflicted emotions, Callum caught her gaze. "She's still herself," he said quietly. "The wolf aspects integrate rather than replace. She'll always be Lily, just with expanded capabilities." The simple insight eased something tight within Mia's chest. Before she could respond, the cabin's security system chimed softly, alerting them to approach along the private access road. Callum moved immediately to the concealed surveillance panel, tension replacing casual relaxation until he identified the visitor. "It's Eleonora," he announced, surprise evident in his tone. "Alone, driving herself rather than using a driver." "Is that bad?" Mia asked, instinctively moving closer to Lily. "Unexpected," he clarified, already disabling security protocols. "She rarely leaves the estate without significant entourage. Coming alone suggests she's avoiding Lawrence's attention." Moments later, the family matriarch entered the cabin with uncharacteristic haste, her usual ceremonial dignity replaced by practical focus. Rather than formal robes or elegant attire, she wore hiking clothes and sturdy boots, hair secured in a simple braid. More surprising still was the burden she carried, a wooden chest of significant age and apparent weight, its surface carved with symbols matching those Mia had observed in the extraction chamber. Without preamble, Eleonora placed this container on the great room table, her expression grave. "Lawrence knows," she announced without greeting, "not your location, not yet, but that you've fled with Callum's assistance. The council has convened an emergency session to address what he's terming bloodline theft and hereditary treason." Callum's expression darkened, though he seemed unsurprised by his father's dramatic framing. "How bad?" "He's invoked the blood right," Eleanor replied. "Full resources of all allied packs devoted to your capture and return. Suspension of traditional sanctuary protocols for any who shelter you." "He can't do that," Callum protested, genuine shock replacing careful control. "Blood right hasn't been invoked in 3 generations. The council would never approve." "They did," Elena cut him off with uncharacteristic bluntness. "Unanimously, with Victoria abstaining. Your father has been consolidating influence for precisely this scenario. Pack elders who owe him favors, younger members who fear his retribution, neutral territories bribed or coerced into alignment." "What does this mean?" Mia asked, the supernatural politics beyond her understanding despite their evident severity. "It means," Callum explained, tension vibrating beneath his measured tone, "that every pack allied with the Blackwoods is now obligated to hunt us. Traditional protections for fleeing members are suspended. Resources normally restricted by territory boundaries become available for coordinated pursuit." "Essentially, supernatural manhunt," Eleonora translated with characteristic bluntness. "With you and Lily as primary targets, Callum as secondary objective." Lily pressed closer to Mia's side, small fingers clutching her mother's hand as she absorbed the adult's concern despite not fully understanding its cause. Through their bond, uncertainty and confusion flowed, tempered by childish trust that the adults would handle whatever threatened them. "We need to move again," Callum decided, already calculating alternatives. "Not yet," Eleonora countered, tapping the wooden chest with deliberate emphasis. "First, you need what's in here. Information that changes everything, including why Lawrence wants the Luna bloodline under his control so desperately." Eleonora produced an ancient key from around her neck, the metal gleaming with the same strange luminescence Mia had observed in the extraction ritual. "Records the official archives don't contain," she explained as the lock released with audible click. "Journals, correspondence, ritual documentation my husband removed from family holdings before his death. Insurance against exactly the scenario Lawrence has now created." "Grandmother," Callum began, wariness evident in his tone. "You've never questioned why I trained you outside traditional hierarchies," she interrupted, pinning him with that penetrating gaze. "Why I insisted you learn pack histories most elders consider irrelevant. Why I preserved your independence despite Lawrence's attempts to bind you fully to Blackwood authority." Before he could respond, Eleonora lifted the chest's heavy lid, revealing contents that seemed unremarkable at first glance. Leather-bound journals, aged correspondence, ceremonial items wrapped in protective cloth. "The true history of the Blackwood Ascension," she announced, removing the topmost journal with careful reverence. "And your actual heritage, Callum. The truth your father has concealed your entire life." Shock registered visibly across his features. "What are you talking about?" Rather than answering directly, Eleonora opened the journal to a marked page, revealing handwriting whose precision suggested careful documentation rather than casual recording. "Your mother's private account of events surrounding your birth. Read it yourself." With visible hesitation, Callum accepted the journal, skepticism evident until his eyes caught specific passages. As he read, color drained from his face, shoulders stiffening with tension that transformed his entire demeanor from controlled confidence to stunned disbelief. "That's not possible," he finally managed, voice rough with emotion. Lawrence would have done exactly what he did." Eleonora cut him off with unexpected harshness. "What he's always done. Whatever ensured Blackwood dominance regardless of cost to others." Mia watched this exchange with growing concern, the obvious emotional impact suggesting revelations far beyond typical family secrets. Lily sensed the tension as well, pressing closer against Mia's side. Perhaps Lily should explore the fantastic treehouse just visible from her bedroom window, Eleonora suggested with diplomatic precision. I believe there are supplies for proper forest exploration in the mudroom cabinet. The transparent attempt to remove Lily from difficult conversation might have failed with a less perceptive child, but Lily nodded with surprising maturity. Secret grown-up wolf stuff? She asked with blunt directness. The kind that makes everyone sad and angry? The kind that's necessary but not suitable for young ears, Eleonora confirmed, something like approval warming her usually inscrutable expression. The treehouse has excellent drawing supplies and a perfect view of the stream where flash of silver suggests fish worth sketching. This enticement proved sufficient, particularly when coupled with Mia's reassuring nod. Once Lily had been properly equipped for outdoor exploration, the atmosphere in the great room shifted perceptibly, tension replacing careful restraint, as Callum placed the journal on the table with deliberate control. "Tell me everything," he demanded, voice barely containing emotions churning visibly beneath his usual composure. "Not in riddles or half-truths. Everything." Eleonora settled into a chair with the air of someone preparing for lengthy disclosure. "You were not born Blackwood," she began without preamble. "Your mother, Elena, belonged to the Silvercrest Pack, traditional rivals to our territory since the first convergence." The revelation struck like physical blow, color draining further from Callum's face. Mia moved instinctively to his side, offering silent support. "The Silvercrests were renowned for Luna bloodlines," Eleonora continued. "Ancient connections to original shifter genetics, particularly the healing abilities modern packs have largely lost through diluted breeding." "The Silvercrests were destroyed in the Highland conflict," Callum countered, clinging to historical certainty amid shattering revelations. "Territorial dispute that ended with their dissolution and absorption into allied packs." "That's the official history," Eleonora agreed. "The reality was far less diplomatic. Lawrence engineered their destruction, strategically eliminated pack leadership through assassination masked as hunting accidents, poisoned alliance negotiations, manufactured evidence of boundary violations. Each accusation landed with devastating precision, destroying foundations of family history Callum had clearly accepted without question throughout his life. When Elena discovered Lawrence's involvement in her pack's destruction, she fled to traditional sanctuary grounds," Eleonora continued, removing folded correspondence from between journal pages. "Already pregnant with you, already knowing Lawrence had married her solely to gain access to Silvercrest bloodlines. Then how—" Callum began, struggling to reconcile this narrative with his existence as Lawrence's son and heir. "She died in childbirth," Eleonora supplied, genuine grief briefly cracking her composed facade. "Complications Lawrence's personal physician could have prevented but deliberately ignored. You survived. Valuable Silvercrest genetics, preserved in male form, unable to manifest Luna abilities but carrying potential to sire offspring who could. The calculated cruelty painted Lawrence in colors far darker than mere political manipulation. This wasn't supernatural politics but calculated genocide, personal ambition elevated above all ethical boundaries." "You've known this my entire life," Callum stated, the accusation carrying hurt beneath its anger. "Watched me serve as Lawrence's son and heir while knowing I belonged to the pack he destroyed." "I positioned you to survive," Eleonora corrected sharply. "Raised you with knowledge and skills that would eventually lead you to question Blackwood authority. Preserved your mother's heritage in ways Lawrence couldn't detect or prevent. Her defense pragmatic survival rather than outright rebellion." Seemed to moderate Callum's anger slightly, though the betrayal remained evident in his rigid posture. "Why tell me now?" he demanded. "After decades of secrecy, why reveal this when we're already hunted? Because Lawrence's obsession with capturing Mia and Lily isn't merely about pack politics or genetic resources." Eleonora removed a final document from the chest, this one bearing official seals and ritualistic markings. "It's about preventing the prophecy he's feared since discovering Elena's pregnancy." Supernatural politics had already stretched Mia's credulity to breaking point. Ancient prophecies seemed a step beyond reasonable belief. Yet the gravity with which both Blackwoods regarded the sealed documents suggested significance beyond mystical superstition. "The convergence prophecy," Eleanor explained, unfolding aged parchment with careful precision. Recorded by the last true lunaseer before the bloodline fragmentations. When silver blood returns through female line and joins with stolen heir of rival pack, the ancient balance shall be restored. Union of divided blood creates strength no single line could hold. The archaic phrasing meant little to Mia, but its impact on Callum registered immediately. Shock, giving way to dawning comprehension. Silver blood, Luna Prime bloodlines, he translated slowly. Female line, Mia and Lily. Stolen heir of rival pack. You, Elena confirmed. Son of Silvercrest's last alpha female, raised as Blackwood heir without knowledge of your true heritage. Something like satisfaction glinted in her eyes. The prophecy continues. The child of unified blood shall lead packs beyond ancient divisions, healing wounds 7 generations deep. Understanding crystallized with sudden clarity. Lawrence isn't just hunting genetic resources, Mia realized. He's preventing a prophesied challenge to his authority. More fundamental than mere authority, Eleonora corrected. The prophecy predicts dissolution of the pack structure he's spent decades consolidating. Return to more egalitarian systems that existed before Blackwood dominance. The revelation completed transformation Mia had witnessed since their escape began, Callum's controlled demeanor cracking completely to reveal raw emotion beneath. Without conscious thought, Mia reached for his hand, offering anchor amid emotional upheaval. The contact seemed to ground him momentarily, his fingers closing around hers with almost desperate pressure. "You should have told me sooner," he said finally. The accusation directed at his grandmother, carrying hurt beneath its anger. Decades of serving the man who murdered my mother, destroyed my pack. "Would you have believed me?" Eleonora challenged. "Without evidence, without preparation, without witnessing Lawrence's methods firsthand? Or would you have reported my disloyalty to your father as duty demanded?" The question struck with precision, silencing further accusation as Callum recognized the truth in her assessment. His younger self, raised in Blackwood tradition, indoctrinated in pack loyalty, would likely have rejected such revelations without the experiences that had gradually revealed Lawrence's true nature. "The journals contain everything," Eleonora continued. "Your mother's account of Lawrence's systematic destruction of Silvercrest leadership. Documentation of bloodline manipulations across 7 generations. Evidence sufficient to challenge Blackwood authority before the Grand Council, should circumstances allow proper presentation." Circumstances meaning not being hunted by every allied pack in the territory. Callum translated grimly. "Precisely." Eleanor rose with that unsettling grace that belied her apparent age. "Which is why you need to leave. Immediately. This location has remained secure thus far, but Lawrence's resources expand hourly as allied packs join the hunt." The practical reminder of their precarious situation temporarily overshadowed personal revelations. Callum nodded, combat training reasserting itself as he mentally shifted from emotional processing to tactical planning. "Secondary location in the Eastern Territories?" he suggested. "Compromised," she replied without elaboration. "The tertiary option remains viable. Abandoned hunting lodge near the Canadian border. Ownership obscured through multiple shell companies Lawrence has no connection to. Their evident preparation, backup plans for backup plans, reassured Mia even as it highlighted the severity of their situation. We'll leave at dusk, Callum decided. Less visibility, reduced traffic on mountain roads, better coverage if we need to divert unexpectedly. I've arranged supplies, Eleonora confirmed, producing keys to what was presumably another vehicle, alternative transportation waiting at the Northern Ridge crossing. Your current vehicle remains here as deliberate misdirection. When Eleonora finally departed, taking a different route to avoid creating patterns that might reveal their location, silence settled over the cabin, weighted with revelations too significant for casual discussion. Callum stood at the window, shoulders rigid with tension as he stared unseeing at the forested landscape beyond. I should check on Lily, Mia said quietly, offering space for private processing. His hand caught hers as she moved to pass, the contact halting her without force. Wait, he said, voice rough with suppressed emotion. She turned back, finding vulnerability in his expression she'd never witnessed before. Defenses, completely lowered to reveal raw hurt beneath his usual controlled facade. Without conscious thought, she reached up, palm resting against his cheek in simple human contact that transcended supernatural complications. My entire life, he began, words emerging with evident difficulty, everything I believed about myself, my heritage, my purpose, all fabricated by the man who murdered my mother and destroyed my actual bloodline. Not everything, Mia countered gently. The choices you've made recently, protecting Lily, defying Lawrence, helping us escape, those came from you, not from any bloodline or inheritance. The simple truth seemed to reach him where elaborate consolation might have failed. His hand covered hers where it rested against his face, fingers intertwining with instinctive intimacy that belied their complicated history. I've served him, he continued, self-recrimination evident. Enforced his will, implemented his plans, believed his justifications for decades. Everything I've built my identity around was lies. You didn't know, Mia reminded him. You can't blame yourself for believing what you were raised to accept as truth. His other arm slipped around her waist, drawing her closer in embrace that seemed to seek comfort as much as express desire. Mia found herself responding without hesitation, arms encircling his broad shoulders as his forehead dropped to rest against hers. What happens now? He asked, the question carrying layers beyond their immediate tactical situation. We protect Lily, she replied, focusing on the core certainty amid supernatural chaos. We stay ahead of Lawrence's hunters. We figure out what this prophecy actually means beyond cryptic phrases. She hesitated, then added with deliberate emphasis, we decide our own future rather than accepting one someone else designed for us. Something shifted in his expression, determination replacing shock, purpose supplanting betrayal. His hand moved from her face to the nape of her neck, fingers tangling in her hair with deliberate intent that sent heat cascading through her body. Our future, he repeated, the simple pronoun carrying significant weight. Not mine, not yours, ours. The declaration hung between them, invitation rather than assumption. Before Mia could respond, his mouth found hers with surprising gentleness that quickly deepened into something more urgent. Unlike their previous kisses, public performance, emotional release, momentary connection, this carried deliberate intent, exploring rather than claiming. Her response surprised even herself. Arms tightening around his shoulders, body arching instinctively against his as the kiss intensified beyond comfort into unmistakable desire. Months of complicated emotions, weeks of growing connection despite herself, days of partnership through supernatural crisis. All crystallized into physical need that transcended rational caution. His hands shifted to her hips, lifting her effortlessly to sit on the nearby table, positioning himself between her thighs with fluid grace that sent fresh heat spiraling through her core. The kiss deepened further, his tongue teasing hers as his hand slipped beneath the hem of her shirt, palms scorching against bare skin. Mia gasped against his mouth, her own hands exploring the broad expanse of his shoulders, the powerful muscles of his back, the surprising softness of hair at his nape. Something primal stirred beneath her conscious desire. Her wolf nature recognizing compatible strength, potential mate rather than mere partner. The thought somehow freed her further, dual nature aligning in rare harmony rather than conflicting as it had since her transformation. Callum seemed to experience similar liberation, his usual careful control giving way to instinctive response that carried no calculation, no restraint beyond consideration for her boundaries. His mouth left hers to explore the sensitive curve where neck met shoulder, teeth grazing skin in way that sent electric shivers down her spine. Callum, she whispered, the name half whisper, half encouragement as his hand slipped higher beneath her shirt, fingers tracing the underside of her breast through thin fabric. He pulled back slightly, eyes questioning, despite desire evident in their amber depths. Too much? Not enough, she countered, the admission emerging without conscious filtering. But Lily, the reminder of their responsibilities acted like cold water on burning coals. not extinguishing desire, but tempering it with practical reality. Callum nodded, forehead resting against hers as his breathing gradually steadied. Right, he acknowledged, though his hands remained at her waist, thumbs tracing small circles against bare skin. Outside, treehouse could return any moment. The staccato sentences betrayed how deeply their encounter had affected him, controlled articulation giving way to fragmented thoughts as he struggled to reestablish rational priorities. We should, she began, interrupted by the distant sound of Lily's voice calling from the direction of the stream. The timing startled a laugh from both of them, breaking tension without diminishing the connection that had formed. Callum stepped back reluctantly, helping Mia down from the table with gentlemanly courtesy that contrasted amusingly with their passionate embrace moments earlier. To be continued, he said quietly, the simple statement carrying promise rather than presumption. Mia nodded, straightening her clothing with fingers that still trembled slightly. After explanations about prophecies and rival packs and your complicated family history, his smile, genuine rather than that careful, almost expression she'd grown accustomed to, transformed his features with unexpected warmth. I look forward to that conversation more than I probably should. Lily burst through the cabin door, cheeks flushed with outdoor exertion, excitement radiating through their mental bond as she brandished a sketchbook filled with drawings of the stream and surrounding wildlife. Whatever connection had formed between Mia and Callum would have to wait. Their daughter's enthusiastic return demanded their full attention, a welcome distraction from the heat still simmering beneath their skin. Focus on the sensation, not the outcome, Callum instructed 3 days later, circling me as she concentrated on the partial transformation he'd been teaching her to control. The shift responds to intention rather than effort. Trying harder actually creates resistance. 3 days had passed since Eleanor's revelations, 3 days of intensive preparation for their next relocation. Easy for you to say, she grumbled, frustration evident as she attempted to manifest claws without triggering full facial transformation. You've had decades to practice. I've had weeks. Which makes your progress all the more impressive, he countered, the compliment delivered as factual assessment rather than empty encouragement. Most new shifters take months to achieve selective transformation. Mia focused again, visualizing energy flowing into her hands without affecting other body parts. The technique gradually produced results, her fingernails extending into partial claws while her face remained fully human. Better, he approved, professional assessment momentarily replacing the heated awareness that had simmered between them since their interrupted encounter. Now hold it while walking. Movement often disrupts concentration for new shifters. She complied, circling the clearing while maintaining partial transformation with increasing confidence. The cabin's remote location provided perfect training ground. Private forests surrounded by natural boundaries, distant enough from hiking trails to ensure supernatural activities remained unobserved. Lily watched from nearby, her own training progressing with remarkable adaptability. Unlike adult shifters who struggled with transition between human consciousness and wolf instincts, Lily integrated both aspects with intuitive ease. Like this, Mommy? She demonstrated, shifting just her eyes to werewolf gold while maintaining completely human features otherwise. A feat that had taken Mia days to master. Show off, Mia replied with affectionate pride. Before you know it, you'll be teaching me instead of the other way around. That's historically accurate, actually, Callum interjected. Luna bloodlines traditionally passed techniques mother to daughter, but documentation suggests children often discovered applications adults hadn't considered. Generational knowledge flowing in both directions. His casual reference to historical pack dynamics no longer carried the weight of assumed Blackwood authority. Since discovering his true Silvercrest heritage, Callum had approached supernatural traditions with critical assessment rather than automatic acceptance. Can I try the fighting forms now? Lily asked eagerly. Defensive positioning only, Callum specified, his instruction tempered by awareness of Mia's concerns. Remember, these are protection techniques, not aggressive stances. The distinction had gradually eased Mia's initial resistance to combat training for her 7-year-old. Unlike Lawrence's approach, which emphasized dominance and control, Callum focused on personal safety and bodily autonomy. As Lily practiced the defensive forms, Callum returned his attention to Mia's more advanced training. "Your turn for something more challenging," he announced, shrugging out of his light jacket to reveal the fitted t-shirt beneath. "Combat forms, integrated with partial shifting." Mia eyed him warily, previous training sessions having demonstrated his formidable skill despite his patient instruction. "I'm going to end up on my back in the dirt again, aren't I?" "Only if you repeat yesterday's mistake of prioritizing speed over proper positioning," he replied, though humor glinted beneath professional assessment. "Besides, you've improved significantly since our first session." They squared off in the clearing's center, Lily settling cross-legged at safe distance to observe. Callum began with slow demonstration of the sequence they'd been practicing. Defensive blocks transitioning to counterstrikes, partial transformation integrated with physical movement. "Remember, the shift enhances natural movement rather than replacing it," he reminded as Mia mirrored his demonstration. "Human muscle memory provides foundation for wolf strength to build upon." When demonstration transitioned to actual practice, Callum initiating attacks at half speed for Mia to defend against, their physical interaction carried unavoidable awareness beyond combat training. Each blocked strike brought momentary contact, bodies moving in synchronized patterns that resembled dance as much as fighting. "Better," he approved as she successfully countered a combination they'd been practicing. "Now add partial transformation to your counterattack." Mia complied, manifesting claws as she executed the defensive sequence, supernatural strength-enhancing movements that had begun as purely physical techniques. "Now try to anticipate rather than react," he suggested, increasing speed slightly. "Your enhanced senses provide advance warning human fighters lack. Use that advantage." The guidance proved immediately applicable as Mia detected subtle shift in his weight distribution before his next attack launched. Rather than merely defending, she countered preemptively, using his momentum against him in technique he demonstrated days earlier. Surprise registered briefly before approval replaced it, his recovery smooth despite her unexpected success. Excellent. Natural integration of sensory input with physical response. Their training continued with increasing intensity, supernatural abilities enhancing rather than replacing combat fundamentals as they moved through progressively challenging sequences. "Last sequence at full speed," Callum announced, shifting stance to indicate increased difficulty. "Integrate everything we've practiced. Partial transformation, sensory anticipation, counter force application." He attacked with supernatural speed, holding back strength but not quickness. Mia responded instinctively, partial transformation enhancing reflexes, as she blocked, countered, and evaded with increasing fluidity. Their bodies moved in synchronized pattern, physical contact brief but electric as supernatural awareness amplified ordinary sensation. The sequence culminated in complex grappling exchange. Callum's greater strength balanced by Mia's unexpected adaptation of techniques he'd taught. For several breathless moments they struggled for advantage, bodies pressed together in contests that carried undeniable awareness beyond combat practice. Then Mia executed perfectly timed countermove he'd demonstrated only yesterday, using his weight distribution against him with surprising effectiveness. The technique succeeded beyond her expectation, Callum's eyes widening momentarily before he found himself on his back in the clearing's soft grass. Mia straddling his chest with transformed claws positioned precisely at his throat. "I did it," she realized with breathless surprise. Beneath her, Callum grinned with genuine pleasure that contained no wounded pride, only appreciation for her accomplishment. "Told you that you were a natural." The position, her body atop his, thighs bracketing his torso, hands against his chest, abruptly registered beyond heat bloomed between them, training intensity transitioning to different tension entirely as awareness of interrupted intimacy resurfaced with renewed urgency. "Well done, Mommy!" Lily's enthusiastic applause broke the charged moment, her childish pride evident through both verbal encouragement and emotional resonance through their mental bond. Reality reasserted itself as Mia rolled gracefully to her feet, extending hand to help Callum up with casual partnership that belied the electricity still humming between them. Their fingers lingered fractionally longer than necessary before separating. acknowledgement without escalation of connection temporarily paused by practical priorities. The cabin's security system chimed suddenly, alerting them to approach along the private access road. Callum moved immediately to the concealed surveillance panel, tension replacing casual relaxation until he identified the visitors. "Well, that's interesting," he murmured, eyes narrowing at the display. "What?" Mia asked, moving to his side, instinctively positioning herself between the potential threat and Lily. "Victoria Rhodes and James Blackwood, my cousin." His voice was carefully neutral. "Along with two others I recognize from the pack. They're approaching on foot, not in vehicles." A pause. "And they're coming openly, not attempting to conceal their approach." A trap? Possibly. His expression was calculating. Or potentially something else entirely. Victoria abstained from the blood right vote, and James has always been less aligned with my father's methodologies than most would suspect. Mia felt her wolf stir beneath her skin. What do we do? We prepare for the worst while allowing for better possibilities. Callum's decision came with swift authority. "Lily, remember the safe room we practiced finding yesterday? I need you to go there now. Take your wolf guardian figurine for protection." To Mia's relief, Lily nodded solemnly, recognizing the seriousness in Callum's tone. "Is this the danger drill we practiced?" "Yes, sweetheart, just like we practiced." Mia knelt quickly, meeting her daughter's eyes. "Remember, stay there until one of us comes to get you using our special code word. Moonflower," Lily whispered, already backing toward the cabin. Once Lily was safely inside, Callum turned to Mia. "They'll be here in less than 5 minutes. I'll meet them at the tree line. You stay inside a secondary defense." "Like hell," Mia countered, her newfound combat confidence bolstering her resolve. "We face this together or not at all. You said it yourself. Partnership, not protection." A flash of surprise crossed his features before resolving into something like admiration. "Fair point. Together, then." They positioned themselves in the clearing, Mia slightly behind Callum's right shoulder, both of them partially shifted, just enough to access enhanced strength and reflexes while maintaining human appearance to casual observation. The visitors emerged from the forest with deliberate, slow movements, hands clearly visible. Victoria led the group, her usually immaculate appearance replaced by practical hiking clothes. James followed close behind, with two others Mia didn't recognize bringing up the rear. "Hold!" Callum commanded, his voice carrying easily across the clearing. "Identify yourselves and your purpose before approaching further." Victoria stopped immediately. "James Blackwood, Victoria Rhodes, Eliza Harmon, and Daniel Chen, we come under banner of neutral approach." The formal declaration caused Callum to shift his stance slightly, though his wariness remained evident. "State your purpose," he replied, maintaining partial transformation despite apparent recognition of the visitors. "Information exchange and potential alliance discussion," James responded with equal formality. "We bring news you need and seek perspective we lack. No trackers, no surveillance, no communication devices." Callum assessed them for long moments, supernatural senses clearly evaluating for potential deception. Finally, he nodded once. "Approach in pairs. Submission to standard security protocols." The visitors complied without protest, Victoria and James advancing first with deliberate movements. As they submitted to Callum's thorough inspection, Mia realized this unexpected visit represented either their greatest threat or potentially their first real allies in what had thus far been a desperate flight from Lawrence's control. Either way, the game had changed. The hunters had found them, but apparently not to hunt. The question now was why they had truly come, and whether their arrival would spell disaster or opportunity for the unlikely family Mia, Callum, and Lily had begun to form. "Lawrence has initiated ancient reclamation protocol," James explained an hour later, his usually casual demeanor replaced by grim intensity. "The ritual will occur during the blood moon 3 nights from now." They sat in the cabin's main room, the visitors having passed Callum's rigorous security checks. Lily remained safely in the hidden room, protected by multiple layers of supernatural wards Callum had established during their first day at the cabin. "That's impossible," Callum stated flatly, his knuckles white where they gripped the armrest of his chair. "The reclamation requires unanimous council approval and participation from at least 3 allied alphas. Even Lawrence couldn't secure that level of support for something so extreme." Until recently, you would have been correct, Victoria acknowledged, her clinical tone unable to mask her evident disgust. But invocation of blood right created foundation for escalation few anticipated. Allied alphas who initially expressed reservation found themselves facing territorial challenges from ambitious subordinates. What exactly is this reclamation? Mia demanded, impatient with cryptic terminology. In plain English without supernatural jargon, blood sacrifice ritual designed to forcibly extract and transfer genetic capabilities from captured carriers, Callum explained bluntly. Originally conceived during medieval persecutions when packs faced extinction from human hunters, considered barbaric and prohibited under modern pack law, except in cases of existential threat to entire species. Mia felt her blood turn to ice. You're saying he plans to kill us? You and Lily, yes, Victoria confirmed with clinical precision that somehow conveyed genuine concern beneath professional detachment. Callum faces different but equally permanent consequence. Essence binding that would permanently subjugate his will to Lawrence's direct control. Horror filled Mia at both aspects of this revelation. Threat to Lily's life alongside supernatural enslavement planned for Callum. How many carriers has he collected? Callum asked, tactical assessment replacing emotional response. 7 so far, James replied grimly. Mostly distant cousins with partial Luna genetics, identified through broader blood screening programs similar to those that originally identified Mia. None with confirmed Luna Prime status, but all demonstrating recessive markers Lawrence believes sufficient for ritual requirements. The ritual requires 13, Victoria added. Lawrence continues collection efforts through allied packs with increasingly extreme methods. Understanding crystallized with terrible clarity. Lawrence using supernatural traditions to authorize what amounted to serial kidnapping in service of ritualized murder, all disguised as necessary preservation of pack genetic integrity. Mia's attention snapped to Eliza, the human attorney who had handled her original contract. Why are you telling us this? If Lawrence has council support and allied alphas participating, warning us seems pointless beyond cruelty. Because we believe you represent legitimate counterbalance to powers Lawrence has corrupted, Eliza responded precisely. The prophecy Eleanor revealed isn't obscure mysticism, but documented prediction inscribed in the original pack charters. Union of divided blood, creating foundation for supernatural governance beyond singular lineage dominance. You think we're going to lead some kind of werewolf revolution? Mia couldn't keep incredulity from her voice. We're just trying to stay alive and keep Lily safe. Initially, perhaps, Victoria acknowledged with unexpected empathy. But Eleonora has documented your Luna Prime manifestation with unprecedented strength indicators. Combined with Callum's verified Silvercrest heritage, you fulfill specific criteria referenced in founding documents most pack members have never seen. Even if we believed this supernatural prophecy business, Mia challenged, how exactly does this help us avoid being sacrificed in Lawrence's ritual? We can provide safe passage to allied territories beyond blood right jurisdiction, James explained. Pack communities in northern regions who maintain traditional independence from centralized authority structures Lawrence has established. And protection for other carriers Lawrence has targeted? Callum pressed, concern extending beyond their immediate family unit. That's significantly more complicated, Victoria admitted. The carriers already in Lawrence's custody are held within heavily secured facilities. Extraction would require resources beyond our current capabilities. Before further discussion could develop, Lily's voice called from the cabin doorway, where she had apparently escaped the safe room. If they want to help us, why do they smell nervous? She asked with childish directness. Not scared nervous, but hiding something nervous. The observation caused the visitors to exchange glances that confirmed her assessment. Perceptive, Victoria acknowledged with genuine respect. We haven't disclosed our complete information because we're still evaluating your potential receptiveness to broader implications. Meaning what? Mia demanded, protective instincts flaring. Daniel stepped forward, quiet authority replacing previous reticence. The reclamation ritual doesn't just extract genetic material from captured carriers. It transfers those capabilities to selected recipients. specifically Lawrence and his closest allies within corrupted council structure. If successful, Victoria continued clinically. Lawrence would absorb Luna Prime capabilities directly rather than merely accessing them through controlled carriers. The resulting power imbalance would create practically insurmountable advantage against any potential opposition to his authority. He's planning to make himself some kind of super werewolf? Mia translated, cutting through supernatural terminology. Essentially, yes, James confirmed, disgust evident in his tone. Ancient practice, considered abomination by traditional pack standards, but technically permissible under emergency provisions Lawrence has manufactured through political manipulation. So your reform movement wants to stop this ritual, Mia concluded, and you think we represent your best chance because of this prophecy business. That's accurate but incomplete, Victoria replied carefully. Opposition extends beyond moral objections to practical recognition that Lawrence's methodologies threaten fundamental stability of supernatural communities beyond immediate territorial considerations. You're still not telling us everything. No, Callum agreed, his perception apparently matching her own. They're holding something back. The direct confrontation created visible discomfort among their visitors. Finally, James stepped forward. The division within pack structures isn't merely political disagreement about Lawrence's methods, he explained with unusual directness. Younger generations increasingly recognize fundamental flaws in hierarchical dominance systems that prioritize bloodline purity over functional adaptation. The prophecy represents potential foundation for entirely new approach to supernatural governance. Partnership rather than subjugation, cooperation rather than competition. You're not just warning us about Lawrence's ritual, Callum translated. You're recruiting us for supernatural revolution against the entire pack system. Reform rather than revolution, Victoria corrected precisely. Return to balanced governance systems that existed before centralized authorities consolidated power through bloodline manipulation and territorial aggression. Before Mia could respond, Lily moved from the doorway to stand beside her, small hands slipping into her mother's with casual confidence. They're telling the truth now, she announced with childish certainty. Not all of it, but the important parts about wanting to help people Lawrence wants to hurt. The simple assessment somehow carried greater impact than elaborate political explanations. Mia found herself instinctively trusting her daughter's evaluation despite maintained adult skepticism. Even if we believed everything you've said, she challenged, how exactly do you propose stopping a ritual that apparently has support from multiple allied packs and supernatural authorities? That's where your unique capabilities become essential, Victoria explained. The reclamation ritual requires specific combination of lunar alignment, territorial positioning, and ceremonial preparations that create temporary vulnerability within otherwise secured supernatural constructs. Vulnerability we can exploit with properly coordinated counteraction, James translated, particularly with Luna Prime capabilities demonstrated during your transformation experiences. You're proposing direct confrontation with Lawrence's ritual gathering, Callum observed thoughtfully. Not just escaping his hunters, but actively opposing the ceremony itself. It represents our best opportunity to prevent not just immediate sacrifices, but long-term power consolidation that would make future opposition practically impossible, Victoria confirmed with unusual passion. The ritual creates temporary disruption in normal protective barriers surrounding traditional pack territories, a weakness that won't exist once the ceremony concludes. Daniel added quietly, if Lawrence absorbs Luna Prime capabilities through successful ritual completion, conventional opposition becomes essentially futile regardless of numerical advantage. The strategic assessment created compelling argument despite substantial risks. Mia found herself evaluating potential confrontation with tactical perspective that would have seemed foreign to her weeks earlier. You're asking us to risk Lily's safety on offensive action rather than protective concealment, she observed. That's not happening, regardless of supernatural prophecies or revolutionary potential. Of course not, James agreed immediately. Our planning assumes primary protection for Lily with separate operational teams addressing direct ritual intervention. The assumption, Lily's safety as non-negotiable priority, increased their credibility, despite Mia's maintained skepticism about broader revolutionary implications. "We need time to discuss this privately," Callum announced with calm authority. "Your information changes tactical considerations significantly, but alliance decisions can't be made without thorough evaluation." "Of course," Victoria agreed professionally. "We've established secure communication protocol with Eleonora that remains uncompromised despite Lawrence's surveillance efforts. Contact parameters are included in the documentation package." She indicated a satchel Daniel placed carefully on the nearby table, physical materials apparently supplementing verbal disclosures with documented evidence and communication protocols. "We'll maintain perimeter security during your deliberations," James offered practically. "Our presence has temporarily disrupted Lawrence's tracking efforts, but sustained advantage requires continuous countermeasures." As their visitors withdrew to establish security parameters around the cabin's clearing, Mia studied Callum's thoughtful expression. "You're actually considering their proposal," she observed. "Not just their warning about the ritual, but their revolutionary agenda against the entire pack system." "Reform rather than revolution," he corrected with a hint of humor. Victoria's distinction apparently matters beyond semantic difference. Semantics aside, they're proposing direct confrontation rather than continued evasion. That's a massive strategic shift from everything we've planned since escaping the mansion. "It is," he acknowledged thoughtfully. "But their assessment of ritual vulnerability creates tactical opportunity that wouldn't exist during conventional pack operations. If Lawrence successfully completes the ceremony, our long-term survival prospects diminish significantly, regardless of immediate evasion strategies." "What about Lily?" Mia challenged, maternal priorities remaining paramount. "Her safety remains non-negotiable," he agreed without hesitation, "but consider broader implications beyond immediate threat avoidance. If Lawrence successfully enhances himself through sacrificial ritual, nowhere remains truly safe regardless of territorial distance." Before Mia could respond, Lily reappeared from the cabin's interior room, where she had apparently been processing their visitors' revelations. "The people Lawrence wants to hurt," she began with characteristic directness. "They have families too, right? Like kids and moms and people who love them?" The simple question demonstrated wisdom transcending her years. Mia knelt to her daughter's level, maternal instinct balancing protective concern with respect for her developing moral perspective. "Yes, sweet pea," she confirmed honestly. "Lawrence is targeting people with special blood like ours. Some probably have children and families who love them very much." Lily considered this with solemn focus. "If we could help them, but decided to just run away instead," she asked finally, "would that make us like the people who saw bad things happening, but pretended not to notice?" Before Mia could formulate response, Callum knelt beside them with surprising gentleness. "That's an incredibly important question," he acknowledged, treating Lily's moral inquiry with genuine respect. "Sometimes helping others means taking risks we wouldn't choose just for ourselves. But those decisions get complicated when protecting people we love conflicts with helping those we don't know personally." Lily considered his response with characteristic intensity before nodding. "I think we should help them," she declared with straightforward certainty. "But we need a really good plan so nobody gets hurt if we can help it." The simple conclusion somehow crystallized decision-making complexity. Mia found herself exchanging glances with Callum, shared recognition passing between them as Lily's straightforward moral clarity cut through their complicated strategic calculations. "We'll talk to them," she decided, maternal protectiveness balanced with growing recognition of broader ethical responsibilities. Not committing to anything yet, but exploring what realistic intervention might involve without creating unacceptable risks. As their visitors returned from establishing perimeter security, Mia watched Callum step forward to meet them. The man who had orchestrated their original entrapment had evolved beyond recognition. Supernatural revelation stripping away calculated manipulation to reveal complexity that balanced tactical effectiveness with ethical evaluation. Whatever began as enforced compliance had transformed into genuine partnership, their shared concern for Lily creating foundation for connection transcending their manipulated beginning. Later that night, with plans tentatively forming and their visitors departed, Mia found Callum standing alone on the cabin's porch, his powerful frame silhouetted against the moonlight. She approached quietly, though his enhanced senses had undoubtedly registered her presence the moment she opened the door. For a moment, she simply stood beside him, sharing the silence as they watched the forest beyond. "Penny for your thoughts," she said finally. He glanced down at her, moonlight catching the amber flecks in his eyes. "They're worth significantly less than that at the moment," he replied with dry humor. "Just circling the same strategic considerations we've been discussing all afternoon." "Liar," Mia challenged gently. "That wasn't your strategic planning face, that was your existential crisis face." His laugh was soft and surprised. "I have an existential crisis face?" "Absolutely. Slight furrow right here." She reached up boldly, tracing the spot between his eyebrows. "And your jaw gets all clenched, like you're physically restraining your thoughts from escaping." His hand captured hers before she could withdraw it, his thumb tracing her palm with deliberate intent. "You've been studying me." "Someone has to," she replied, her voice dropping to match the intimacy of the night around them. "You're a complicated man, Callum Blackwood. Or should I say, Callum Silvercrest." Something vulnerable flickered across his features at the name. "I don't know who I am anymore," he admitted quietly. "Everything I believed about myself, every choice I've made based on those beliefs, all founded on lies." "Not everything," Mia contradicted softly. "The man who helped us escape, who's been teaching Lily pack history through board games, who's been patient with my training despite my frustration, that's all you. Not Blackwood, not Silvercrest, just Callum." His eyes held hers, searching for something. "And who is that, exactly?" "I can't answer that for you," she said, stepping closer until barely a breath separated them. "But I know who he is to me. And who might that be?" His voice had roughened, his hand still holding hers between their bodies. "The man I'm choosing," Mia whispered, the declaration settling something within her that had been uncertain since their first meeting. Not because of prophecies or supernatural bloodlines or matching genetic markers, but because of who you've become, who you've chosen to be, despite everything telling you to be someone else. Something shifted in his expression, tension giving way to raw emotion he no longer attempted to conceal. "I choose you too," he said roughly. "Not because some ancient prophecy predicted it, but because I've never met anyone as fierce or loyal or unexpectedly deadly in combat." She laughed softly, the tension breaking. "Such flattery. I mean it," he insisted, his free hand rising to cup her face. "You've transformed beyond your supernatural shift. The woman who signed that contract with me would never have considered fighting back against an entire supernatural hierarchy. But you, this version of you, you're magnificent." The word hung between them, charged with meaning beyond simple compliment. Then his mouth was on hers, gentle intent quickly giving way to hunger neither attempted to disguise. Mia pressed herself against him, months of complicated emotions crystallizing into undeniable need. His arms encircled her waist, lifting her effortlessly until their heights aligned perfectly, her legs wrapping around his hips as he supported her weight with supernatural ease. Inside, she managed between increasingly heated kisses. "Lily is sound asleep," he finished, already moving toward the door with fluid grace despite their entangled position. "I checked her before coming out here." The thoughtful consideration only intensified her desire. This wasn't just physical attraction, but something deeper. Connection. Formed through shared struggles and mutual protection of the child who had somehow become center of both their worlds. They barely made it to the bedroom, hands already exploring beneath clothing, mouths reconnecting between hasty steps. When the door closed behind them, Callum pressed her against it, his body a solid wall of heat and strength against hers. "Are you sure?" he asked, restraint evident despite desire clearly visible in his darkened eyes. The question demonstrated respect transcending desire. Mia answered by pulling his mouth back to hers, fingers working buttons of his shirt with determined focus. "I want this," she confirmed breathlessly. "I want you." Permission granted, Callum's careful restraint transformed into focused intensity that somehow maintained consideration despite passionate hunger. Clothing disappeared with mutual urgency, his hands assisting her undressing with careful attention that transformed practical necessity into sensual experience. When they finally stood before each other without barriers, physical nudity reflecting emotional vulnerability they had gradually developed through supernatural crises and shared challenges, something shifted beyond mere physical attraction. "You're beautiful," he murmured, voice rough with genuine appreciation. His hands traced her curves with reverent attention, fingers learning contours with focused dedication. Mia explored his body with equal fascination. Powerful muscles beneath smooth skin, surprising softness amid expected hardness, vulnerability within strength she had previously observed only in combat training or protective positioning. When they finally moved to bed, their bodies aligned with instinctive precision, suggesting supernatural awareness, enhancing rather than replacing human connection. Callum positioned himself above her, his greater weight carefully distributed while maintaining intimate contact. His mouth traveled from her lips to her neck with deliberate attention to her responses, body arching instinctively toward contact that promised increasing pleasure through focused dedication. When his hands parted her thighs with gentle insistence, Mia opened willingly to exploration that promised pleasure through mutual discovery rather than individual gratification. His fingers found her center with confident precision that nonetheless adjusted immediately to her specific responses. Pleasure built with increasing intensity as Callum demonstrated unexpected patience despite his own evident arousal. His focus remained on her experience rather than personal gratification, mouth and hands working in coordinated dedication with genuine attentiveness. When she finally pulled him upward with increasing urgency, Callum positioned himself with careful alignment that nonetheless conveyed controlled hunger through tension visible throughout his powerful frame. Their eyes met with connection transcending physical joining about to occur, emotional recognition deepening intimate moment beyond mere physical culmination. "I choose you," he whispered, repeating her earlier declaration with deliberate emphasis on mutual decision rather than predetermined destiny. Not because prophecy predicted it or supernatural bloodlines matched, but because of who you are beyond any role circumstances assigned. When he finally entered her, Mia gasped at sensation transcending ordinary experience, supernatural awareness enhancing physical joining, into connection approaching the spiritual without supernatural intervention. They moved together with synchronized rhythm, developing naturally rather than through conscious coordination, bodies recognizing complementary counterpart territorial consciousness had identified through prophetic confirmation. When climax finally approached with inevitable certainty, something unexpected manifested between them. Energy similar to supernatural communion connecting their awareness beyond physical joining or emotional recognition. Without conscious initiation, partial transformation occurred simultaneously within both eyes, shifting to supernatural gold, canines extending slightly, awareness expanding beyond ordinary perception. The unexpected manifestation created extraordinary culmination, transcending ordinary physical pleasure. As release finally claimed them with synchronized intensity, connection territorial consciousness had identified, manifested through physical expression that somehow incorporated spiritual joining beyond conventional understanding. When awareness gradually returned, they remained connected through both physical joining and emotional recognition. Their eyes met with wonder transcending ordinary satisfaction, supernatural manifestation having enhanced rather than replaced human connection developing between them. "What was that?" Mia whispered, words insufficient for experience beyond ordinary capabilities. "I think," Callum replied thoughtfully, "that was what the prophecy actually meant by union of divided blood. Not genetic combination through reproduction or ceremonial joining through ritual implementation, but genuine connection transcending artificial divisions imposed through pack hierarchies." "I didn't expect that," he admitted honestly. "I wanted you physically, emotionally, in every ordinary human way. I wasn't trying to initiate any supernatural connection or prophetic fulfillment." "I know," she assured him, fingers tracing his features tenderly. "It wasn't something either of us consciously created. It just happened. Because of who we are together, not because of what prophecy predicted." The distinction somehow preserved authenticity within extraordinary experience that might otherwise have seemed artificially manufactured through supernatural expectation. "The counter ceremony tomorrow," Callum observed thoughtfully. What happened between us changes implementation parameters beyond practical preparation. For the better? Mia asked practically. Definitely, he confirmed with confident certainty. Territorial consciousness emphasized genuine connection, creating stronger foundation than predetermined pairing. What happened between us represents authentic manifestation rather than orchestrated implementation. As night deepened around their sanctuary, they remained connected through both physical proximity and emotional recognition. Whatever challenges awaited beyond immediate sanctuary, partnership had formed through authentic connection rather than predetermined destiny. Strength developing through mutual contribution rather than hierarchical domination. The contract that had brought them together had evolved beyond recognition. Supernatural revelations transforming calculated arrangement into genuine partnership, transcending manipulated beginning. Whatever awaited beyond immediate sanctuary, they would face challenges together, not because prophecy predicted their pairing or supernatural destiny demanded their alliance, but because they had chosen each other through genuine recognition. In that certainty beyond supernatural prediction, they found peace amid approaching confrontation, strength developing through authentic connection rather than hierarchical dominance. Tomorrow would bring challenges requiring everything territorial consciousness had revealed through prophetic interpretation and ceremonial implementation. Tonight provided foundations securing their connection beyond tactical alliance. Genuine partnership, creating balanced strength, opposing Lawrence's corrupted authority and distorted methodology. Chapter 7. The Confrontation. Mia watched as yet another werewolf pledged allegiance to their cause, making it the fourth pack within a week to join their growing coalition. The abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town wasn't glamorous, but it served its purpose, keeping them off the Blackwood radar while they amassed support. Sierra Pack brings 17 shifters to our alliance, announced Callum, his voice carrying through the cavernous space. He stood tall and confident at the makeshift command center they'd established, looking every inch the leader he was born to be. Mia studied the map spread across the table, red pins marking allied packs, black ones representing those still loyal to the Blackwood patriarch. That brings us to 73 wolves total. She placed another red pin on the map. The Blackwoods still outnumber us, but not by much anymore. It's not just about numbers, said Elena, a striking beta from the Rivercrest pack. It's about breaking the chains they've wrapped around our minds for generations. Bloodlines, purity, hierarchy, it's all bullshit designed to keep power where they want it. Mia nodded. Which is exactly why we're emphasizing choice. Every wolf here chose to join us. No one was compelled by pack law or blood oaths. That's our strength, Callum added, moving to stand beside Mia. The slight brush of his arm against hers sent a familiar tingle through her body. The mate bond between them had strengthened over the past weeks, their bodies increasingly attuned to each other's presence. The Blackwoods won't understand it. They'll expect us to fracture because we're not bound by traditional pack structures. A young wolf with vibrant green eyes, Derek from the Mountain Shadow Pack, leaned forward. What about your political connections, Callum? Can we use them? Some, yes. I've been making calls to supporters who weren't involved with the Blackwood inner circle. My campaign manager thinks we can spin the story to our advantage. False accusations against Mia, corrupt rivals trying to sabotage my campaign through character assassination. And your father's influence? Asked another wolf warily. Mia noticed how Callum's jaw tightened. He still struggled with the knowledge that Edward Blackwood wasn't his real father, but the man who had orchestrated his biological parents' murders. Edward's influence runs deep, but it's built on fear, Callum replied evenly. When wolves see there's an alternative, many will come to our side. The strategy session continued deep into the night. As others broke into smaller groups to discuss tactical preparations, Mia found herself drawn to a window overlooking the city skyline. The lights twinkled like earthbound stars, a stark contrast to the primal battle they were planning. Penny, for your thoughts. Callum's voice was soft as he appeared beside her, his warmth a comfort in the cool night air. Just thinking about how far we've come. 3 months ago, I was juggling 3 jobs and drowning in debt. Now I'm planning to overthrow Werewolf Society's leadership structure? Callum's laugh was low and intimate. When you put it that way, it sounds insane. Complete lunacy, she agreed, a smile tugging at her lip, but somehow right. You've grown into this role better than anyone could have predicted, Luna. He used the title with affection rather than deference. Even the most traditional wolves respect your judgment. I'm still learning. But having a shrewd politician as my mate helps. His expression sobered. I'm not sure what I am anymore. Not quite the politician I was trained to be. Definitely not the loyal Blackwood son. Mia turned to face him fully. You're Callum, my mate. Lily's protector, a leader who cares about his people more than power. That's who you are. The intensity in his gaze made her breath catch. She'd never get used to how thoroughly he seemed to see her, how completely he accepted what he found. We should try to get some sleep, he said finally. Tomorrow will be demanding. They retreated to the small apartment they'd claimed at the top floor of the warehouse. Lily was already asleep in the adjoining room, curled around the stuffed wolf Callum had given her after her first controlled partial shift. Sleep came slowly for Mia, her mind racing with plans and contingencies. When she finally drifted off, she dreamed of running through endless forests, Callum's wolf form keeping pace beside her, their daughter bounding ahead with the exuberance of youth. She woke just before dawn, the warehouse quiet except for the sounds of shifting guards at various posts throughout the building. Callum wasn't beside her, but she could sense his presence nearby. Following the pull of their bond, she found him on the rooftop, silhouetted against the lightening eastern sky. Mia wrapped her arms around herself against the morning chill as she approached him. Can't sleep? He shook his head, not turning around. Too much adrenaline. I keep running through everything that could go wrong. That's my job, she teased gently, moving to stand beside him. You're the optimistic one. Balance in all things, Luna? Finally, he turned to her, his eyes softening as they took in her sleep-rumpled appearance. I didn't mean to wake you. You didn't. My wolf is restless too. The sky began to change, darkness giving way to streaks of pink and gold. They stood in companionable silence, watching nature's daily transformation. Come here, Callum murmured, turning her gently until her back was to him. His fingers traced the hem of her t-shirt. May I? Mia nodded, lifting her arms as he pulled the shirt up and over her head. The cool air pebbled her skin, but she didn't feel exposed. Not with him. His fingers traced the network of scars that marked her back, souvenirs from the ritual that had awakened her Luna Prime abilities. The marks formed an intricate pattern that resembled a crescent moon surrounded by stars, visible only in certain light. Beautiful, he whispered, his breath warm against her shoulder. They remind me every day what we're fighting for, she said softly. No one should be used the way they tried to use me. Callum leaned down, pressing his lips to the largest scar at the center of the pattern. No one will be. Not anymore. His hand slid around to her waist, pulling her back against his chest as they watched the sun crest the horizon. His heart beat steadily against her spine, his chin resting on top of her head. Whatever happens next, he said quietly, I want you to know that finding you, building this bond with you, it's the best thing that's ever happened to me. Mia covered his hands with her own. Even though it upended your whole life? Especially because of that. His lips brushed her temple. You and Lily showed me what's truly important. You gave me a real family, not one built on lies. They stayed like that until the sun had fully risen, 2 figures silhouetted against the dawn of what could be their last peaceful day together. The press conference was set for noon at the Central Plaza, the same location where Callum had announced his candidacy 6 months earlier. The symbolism wasn't lost on anyone, least of all the media, who had turned out in full force, hungry for the next chapter in the scandal that had rocked the city's political landscape. Mia smoothed the lapels of her tailored navy blazer, fighting the urge to fidget as they waited in a service corridor just off the main stage. She'd never been comfortable in the spotlight, and today every camera in the city would be focused on her. You look like you're about to face a firing squad, Callum observed, his own anxiety hidden behind the polished facade he'd perfected over years in public life. Isn't that basically what this is? She replied dryly. Except with cameras instead of guns. The cameras are much worse, he said with mock solemnity. At least bullets kill you quickly. Despite her nerves, Mia laughed. You really know how to calm a girl's nerves, Blackwood. His eyes sparkled with mischief. I've been told I have other talents for that, if you'd prefer a demonstration. Save it for after the press conference, Romeo. Their campaign manager, Kim 1, one of the few humans who knew parts of their secret, poked her head around the corner. 2 minutes, folks. The crowd's bigger than we anticipated. Word of your return has spread like wildfire. How's the mood out there? Callum asked. Mixed, curious, a little hostile from some quarters, but that's to be expected, Kim replied. Remember, stick to the narrative. False accusations, political sabotage, Mia as the wronged party, the evidence we've gathered against Harrington's campaign. And if they ask about where we've been? Mia questioned. Family retreat to deal with the stress of false allegations, nothing specific. Kim checked her watch. It's time. Ready? Mia took a deep breath and nodded. Callum's hand found hers, giving it a reassuring squeeze before they followed Kim toward the stage. The cacophony hit Mia like a physical force. Shouted questions, camera shutters, the murmur of the crowd. Her enhanced senses made it overwhelming, but she forced herself to maintain her composure, channeling the control she'd developed during her training. Callum stepped to the microphone first, his voice steady and commanding. Thank you all for coming today. The past month has been challenging for my family as we've dealt with a coordinated campaign of lies and character assassination. Today, we're here to set the record straight and to reveal the truth behind these false allegations. He gestured for Mia to join him at the podium. She moved forward, her chin held high, despite the scrutiny of hundreds of eyes. My wife, Mia Blackwood, has been the target of vicious, baseless accusations designed to derail our campaign and distract from the real issues facing our community. The word wife still gave Mia a little jolt. Their marriage had begun as a business arrangement, transformed into a mate bond deeper than any human marriage, but had never been discussed in those terms between them. Callum continued, outlining the evidence they'd gathered against Senator Harrington's campaign team, including financial records showing payments to the tabloid journalists who'd broken the false stories about Mia's supposed criminal background. When it was Mia's turn to speak, she stepped forward, drawing strength from Callum's steady presence beside her. I came to this city 5 years ago as a single mother with nothing but determination and hope for a better future for my daughter. I worked multiple jobs, took night classes, and did everything I could to build a life for us. Her voice grew stronger as she continued. The accusations against me were designed to paint me as someone I've never been, a criminal, an opportunist, a gold digger. But the people who know me, my coworkers, my daughter's teachers, the community where I volunteered despite my own limited resources, they know the truth. As she spoke, Mia could sense a shift in the crowd's energy. Skepticism giving way to attentiveness, hostility softening into consideration. Her Luna Prime abilities had given her a heightened awareness of emotional currents, and she used this perception to adjust her tone and pacing. I'm not perfect, none of us are, but I've always tried to do what's right, to be honest, and to face challenges head-on. That's why we're here today, not hiding from false accusations, but confronting them with truth. The questions afterward were predictably aggressive, but Mia and Callum fielded them with practiced coordination. For each barbed query about their sudden marriage or mysterious disappearance, they had a prepared response that revealed enough to seem transparent while concealing the supernatural truth beneath. And what about the reports that you've been seen with known criminal elements at an abandoned warehouse? Asked a particularly persistent reporter from the city's most sensationalist tabloid. Callum's smile remained unfaltering. If by criminal elements you mean the community outreach program we've established to help disadvantaged youth learn trade skills, then yes, guilty as charged. The warehouse is being renovated as a community center, another project Senator Harrington has attempted to undermine through zoning challenges. The crowd murmured with interest, and Mia saw several reporters making notes. Their counter-narrative was taking hold. As the conference wound down, Kim stepped forward to announce they would take just one more question. A young reporter Mia didn't recognize stood up. "This question is for Mrs. Blackwood. After everything you've been through, the accusations, the public scrutiny, having your past dragged through the mud, do you regret your relationship with Callum Blackwood?" The question hung in the air. Mia could feel Callum tense beside her, though his expression revealed nothing. She turned to look at him fully, allowing herself a moment to take in his features. The strength in his jaw, the intelligence in his eyes, the almost imperceptible worry line between his brows that only appeared when he was concerned for her or Lily. "No," she said finally, turning back to the crowd but keeping her eyes on the young reporter. "I don't regret a single moment. Challenges reveal who people truly are. This ordeal has shown me that my husband is exactly the man I thought he was, principled, courageous, and unwavering in his commitment to what's right." She felt Callum's surprise through their bond, felt the wave of emotion her words triggered in him. "In fact," she continued, a small smile playing at her lips, "if I had to do it all over again, I'd choose him even sooner." The reporter seemed taken aback by her sincerity, stammering out a thank you before sitting down. Kim stepped forward to conclude the press conference, but Callum gently moved her aside. Without warning, he turned to Mia, one hand coming up to cradle her cheek as he leaned down to capture her lips with his. The kiss was nothing like their practiced displays for the cameras in the early days of their arrangement. This was real, tender yet passionate, intimate despite the hundreds of witnesses. Mia felt her wolf purr with satisfaction as she returned the kiss, her fingers curling into the lapels of his suit jacket. When they parted, the cameras were going wild, capturing what would undoubtedly be the front page image in tomorrow's papers. But Mia barely noticed, too caught up in the golden glow of Callum's eyes and the faint hint of fang that showed when he smiled down at her. "Not bad for a fake political wife," he whispered, just for her ears. "Not bad for a reformed pack snob," she countered, her smile matching his. Together they turned to face the crowd once more, hands linked, united not just for show but in truth, against whatever came next. "Are you absolutely certain about this?" Hannah, Callum's grandmother, asked for what seemed the dozenth time. The elderly woman's concern was evident in the tight lines around her mouth as she helped Mia prepare for the ritual ahead. "I'm certain," Mia replied, meeting the older woman's eyes in the mirror. "We've exhausted every other option. Edward won't listen to reason, and more wolves join his side every day, through intimidation and coercion." They were in a small cabin on the very edge of Blackwood territory, close enough to observe the ancient challenge protocols, but far enough to prepare in relative safety. The full moon hung heavy and round in the sky outside, its light streaming through the window to bathe the room in silver. Hannah sighed, her fingers working deftly to weave small white flowers into Mia's hair. "The challenge ritual hasn't been invoked in over 70 years. Many have forgotten the old ways." "That works in our favor," Callum said from the doorway, his powerful frame silhouetted against the hall light. "Father," he caught himself, "Edward won't expect us to follow the ancient forms so precisely." He entered the room fully, and Mia's breath caught at the sight of him. He wore only loose black pants, his chest bare except for the ritual markings painted across his muscles in a deep red paste made from berries and herbs. Similar markings adorned Mia's exposed arms and collarbones, their ancient symbols representing strength, cunning, and justice. "The scouts report Edward has gathered most of the allied packs at the Great Oak Clearing," Callum continued, his voice steady despite the gravity of what lay ahead. "They're expecting us." "Of course they are," Hannah muttered. "Edward's spies are everywhere. But they won't know the full extent of your preparation or your allies." Mia rose from her seat, adjusting the simple white shift dress that was traditional for female challengers. "Where's Lily?" "With the River Pack children 2 miles east of here," Callum assured her. "Elena's most trusted betas are guarding them. She's safe." Mia nodded, relief washing through her. They'd debated long and hard about where Lily should be during the challenge. She was too precious to risk in the conflict, yet her emerging abilities might be needed if things went badly. "It's time for the final preparations," Hannah announced, retrieving an ancient clay bowl from a shelf. The paste inside was darker than what adorned their bodies, almost black in the moonlight. Callum moved to stand before Mia, close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from his skin. His eyes had already begun to change, the golden wolf bleeding into his human irises as the full moon called to his shift. "You remember the words?" Hannah asked. "We do," they answered in unison. The old woman nodded approvingly. "Then begin." Callum dipped 2 fingers into the dark paste and drew a vertical line down the center of Mia's forehead, then a horizontal one across it, forming a cross that symbolized the intersection of human and wolf. "Blood of my blood," he intoned, his voice deepening with ritual significance. "Flesh of my flesh. I mark you as mine before all packs and all moons." Mia repeated the gesture on his forehead, the paste cool against her fingertips as she traced the ancient symbol. "Blood of my blood, flesh of my flesh. I mark you as mine before all packs and all moons." Hannah circled them slowly, sprinkling dried herbs that released a sharp, aromatic scent when they hit the floor. "The marks are made, the scents are mingled, now comes the binding of blood." She handed a small obsidian blade to Callum. The ritual called for blood exchange, a physical manifestation of the spiritual and emotional bond between challenging mates. It was an intimate act, traditionally done in private. But Hannah's presence as elder witness was required by pack law. Callum took Mia's left hand in his, turning it palm up with infinite gentleness. His eyes sought hers, seeking final confirmation. She nodded, almost imperceptibly. With practiced precision, he drew the blade across her palm, opening a shallow cut that welled with crimson. He repeated the action on his own palm, then pressed their wounds together, their fingers interlacing. A jolt of energy coursed through Mia, stronger than any they'd experienced before. Their mate bond flared to life, amplified by the ritual and the full moon's power. She gasped, her free hand flying to Callum's shoulder to steady herself as sensations flooded through her. His determination, his fear for her safety, his rage at the deceptions that had shaped his life, and beneath it all, a love so fierce it made her wolf howl in response. Through their joined blood, she could sense him experiencing the same overwhelming connection to her emotions, her protective ferocity toward both him and Lily, her residual fear of the unknown power growing within her, and her absolute conviction that what they were doing was right. Hannah's voice seemed to come from far away. "The blood is exchanged. The bond is sealed. You stand as one before the challenge." Slowly, reluctantly, they separated their hands. The cuts had already begun to heal, their accelerated werewolf physiology closing the wounds. But the exchange was complete. Their scents permanently altered to carry elements of each other, their bond strengthened beyond what most mates ever experienced. "There's one more thing," Hannah said, reaching into a pouch at her waist. He withdrew a small vial containing an iridescent powder. "This is crushed moonstone from the sacred caves. It will help you maintain control of your Luna Prime abilities, Mia. Use it only if absolutely necessary. It will enhance your powers, but the drain afterward will be severe." Mia accepted the vial, tucking it into a small leather pouch tied at her waist. "Thank you, Hannah, for everything." The old woman's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "My only regret is that I didn't see the truth sooner, about Edward, about what happened to Callum's true parents, about what the Blackwood pack was becoming under his leadership." "You're helping us now," Callum said, embracing his grandmother. "That's what matters." A howl pierced the night, the signal from their scouts that it was time to move. Hannah straightened her shoulders, suddenly every inch the formidable elder she was. "Remember the old laws. Once the challenge is issued properly, all present are bound to honor the outcome. No pack may interfere in the combat. The victor's claim cannot be contested for 7 full moons." "We remember," Mia assured her. They stepped out into the moonlight, their bodies already beginning the partial shift that would give them enhanced strength, speed, and senses while maintaining human form. Claws extended from their fingertips. Fangs lengthened in their mouths, and their eyes glowed with preternatural light. Hers an electric blue that marked her Lunar Prime status, his the deep gold of an alpha. Hand in hand, they began the journey to the Great Oak clearing, where the future of the packs would be decided beneath the watching moon. The great oak stood as it had for centuries, ancient, massive, its sprawling branches creating a natural cathedral in the heart of Blackwood territory. Torches ringed the clearing, their flames casting dancing shadows across the faces of the gathered werewolves. At least 100 had assembled, representing 6 different packs, all aligned with Edward Blackwood's traditional hierarchy. Mia and Callum approached from the east, following the path dictated by challenge protocol. They walked alone, though Mia could sense their allies waiting in the surrounding forest, ready to witness but not interfere, as tradition demanded. A hush fell over the gathering as they entered the clearing. Mia kept her chin high, ignoring the murmurs that rippled through the crowd, some of awe at her glowing blue eyes, others of derision at the audacity of their challenge. Edward Blackwood stood beneath the great oak, flanked by his most loyal enforcers. His face betrayed no surprise at their appearance, only cold contempt. "So the prodigal son returns," he called out, his voice carrying across the clearing, "and he brings his pet human with him. How touching." Callum's hand tightened around Mia's, but his voice remained steady. "I come to issue challenge, as is my right by the old laws, and she is no human, as you well know." Edward's eyes narrowed, taking in the ritual markings on their bodies and the visible mate bond energy that shimmered between them in the moonlight. "You abandon your pack, consort with outcasts and half-breeds, then dare to invoke the old laws? You have no standing here, boy." "I have every standing," Callum replied, stepping forward. "I challenge you for leadership of the Blackwood Pack and all allied packs under your influence. By right of blood, by right of bondmate, by right of injustice done." A collective gasp went up from the assembled wolves. The formal challenge words had not been spoken in generations, but their power was unmistakable. Edward's face contorted with rage. "You have no blood right to the Blackwood Pack. You are nothing but a charity case I took in." "He has every right," came a voice from the edge of the clearing. The crowd parted as Hannah stepped forward, her elderly frame somehow commanding more respect than Edward's imposing presence. "I bear witness that Callum Blackwood issues valid challenge under the old laws, and the moon sees his claim." "Stay out of this, old woman," Edward snarled. "Your sentimentality for this ungrateful pup doesn't change the facts." "No, but this might," Hannah replied, reaching into her cloak to withdraw an aged leather folder. "The records of the Silver Creek Massacre, 27 years ago. The true account of how the last alpha pair of the Silver Mountain Pack died. Not in a territory dispute as was claimed, but murdered on your orders, Edward." The tension in the clearing thickened as Hannah continued, her voice gaining strength. "And how their infant son was taken, not killed as believed, but brought into your household to be raised as your own, a trophy of your victory and insurance against future challenges from their bloodline." Edward's face had gone pale with fury. "Lies and slander from a senile old fool." "DNA doesn't lie," Mia spoke for the first time, her voice carrying clear and strong. "We had Callum's blood tested against the samples preserved in the Pack archives. He is the son of Marcus and Selena Silverstone, rightful alpha of the Silver Mountain Pack, which you decimated and absorbed into your own." Shock rippled through the gathering. Many of the older wolves exchanged troubled glances, the long-buried truth clearly resonating with suspicions they'd harbored. Edward's control slipped, his partial shift accelerating as rage took hold. "It changes nothing. Challenge has been issued and I accept. We will settle this the old way, with blood and fang." He stripped off his shirt in a single violent motion, revealing a torso covered in battle scars. With a roar that shook the clearing, he completed his partial shift, muscles bulging, fangs extending, eyes burning crimson with bloodlust. Callum turned to Mia, pressing his forehead briefly against hers. "Stay close to me. We fight as one." "Always," she promised, her own wolf surging forward in response to the imminent threat. They moved to the center of the clearing, where a circle had been formed by the surrounding wolves. Traditional challenge combat allowed for 2 alphas with their chosen seconds. In this case, Mia, as Callum's mate, and Gregory, Edward's most vicious enforcer, who stepped forward with an eager snarl. Hannah moved to the edge of the circle, raising her arms. By moon and blood, by fang and claw, the challenge circle is formed. Combat ends with submission or death. All are bound by the outcome. Begin. Edward didn't wait for the last word to leave Hannah's lips. He launched himself at Callum with terrifying speed, claws aiming for throat and eyes in a killing strike. But Callum was ready, sidestepping with preternatural grace, using Edward's momentum to send him stumbling forward. Simultaneously, Gregory charged Mia, clearly expecting an easy victory against what he perceived as a weaker opponent. His first swipe caught nothing but air as Mia dropped and rolled, coming up behind him with a vicious kick to the back of his knee that sent him crashing down. The battle quickly separated into two distinct fights, the challengers and defenders circling each other with lethal intent. Edward fought with the brutal efficiency of decades of experience, each strike calculated to disable or kill. But Callum matched him move for move, the training of his youth combined with the raw power of newly awakened bloodline abilities. Mia found herself hard-pressed against Gregory's superior size and strength, but her Luna Prime agility gave her an edge. She stayed in constant motion, never presenting an easy target, striking with precision rather than power. Her claws raked across his ribs as she darted past, drawing first blood and a howl of outrage. From the corner of her eye, she saw Callum take a heavy blow to the shoulder that sent him staggering backward. Edward pressed his advantage, landing a vicious slice across Callum's chest that left crimson ribbons across his ritual markings. Mia felt the pain through their bond as if it were her own. Without conscious thought, she rolled away from Gregory and came up beside Callum, their bodies instinctively moving in sync. Back to back, they faced their opponents, who circled them with predatory patience. "The little Luna wants to die beside her false alpha," Edward taunted. "How romantic." "I'm exactly where I need to be," Mia replied evenly. Something in her tone made Edward hesitate. In that moment of uncertainty, Mia and Callum moved as one, a perfectly coordinated attack that caught both Edward and Gregory by surprise. Callum feinted left, then struck right as Mia ducked under his arm to slash at Edward's exposed side. Simultaneously, Callum's elbow caught Gregory's jaw with a sickening crack. The crowd murmured in astonishment at the seamless coordination. The mate bond between them had manifested physically, allowing them to fight as a single unit, anticipating each other's movements without needing to communicate. Edward recovered quickly, roaring in fury as he charged again, but this time, Mia and Callum were ready. They wove around each other in a deadly dance, each protecting the other's vulnerable points, multiplying their effectiveness through perfect synchronization. Blood soon slicked the ground beneath them, a mixture from all four combatants. Mia could feel Callum tiring through their bond, the wound across his chest sapping his strength. She needed to end this quickly. A commotion at the edge of the clearing momentarily distracted everyone. A small figure darted between the legs of the watching werewolves, ignoring the attempts to stop her. "Lily!" Mia gasped as her daughter broke through to the inner circle. Edward's eyes lit with malicious opportunity. With shocking speed, he lunged not at Callum but toward the child. "Let's see how well you fight with a cub's throat in my claws." "No!" Callum roared, trying to intercept, but Gregory blocked his path. What happened next stunned everyone in the clearing. Rather than cowering or running, Lily stood her ground, her small face set in determination that mirrored her mother's. As Edward reached for her, her eyes blazed with the same electric blue as Mia's, and she raised her hands palm outward. A pulse of energy visible as a rippling in the air emanated from the child, catching Edward in mid-lunge and throwing him backward with impossible force. He crashed into the trunk of the great oak with a sound like breaking branches. "You will not hurt my family!" Lily's voice rang out, unnaturally powerful for a child her age. The clearing fell into shocked silence. No werewolf child her age should possess such abilities. Even Mia stared in astonishment at her daughter's display of power. Gregory, momentarily distracted by the spectacle, left himself open. Callum seized the opportunity, delivering a punishing combination of strikes that drove the enforcer to his knees. Edward struggled to his feet, blood streaming from a gash in his scalp where he'd hit the tree. His eyes darted between Callum, Mia, and Lily, calculation replacing rage. "The challenge was issued properly," he conceded, his voice roughened by pain. But nowhere does the law say I must face you alone, boy. With a sharp gesture, he signaled to the surrounding wolves. 3 enforcers broke from the circle, moving to flank him. "Edward, no!" Hannah shouted. "You violate the sacred challenge." "I make the laws here, old woman," Edward snarled, "and I say the challenge now includes all threats to pack stability." The 3 enforcers circled around, cutting off escape routes and separating Mia from Callum. Another moved toward Lily, who backed away, her earlier confidence faltering as her burst of power faded. Mia felt cold fury rise within her. The sacred laws violated, her child threatened, her mate wounded and now outnumbered. Something fundamental shifted in her core. The Luna Prime power that had been gradually building since her awakening now surged forward, demanding release. She reached into the pouch at her waist, fingers closing around the vial of crushed moonstone. Without hesitation, she bit through the wax seal and tipped the contents into her mouth, swallowing the bitter powder in a single gulp. Power exploded through her veins like liquid moonlight, illuminating her from within. Her skin seemed to glow with an ethereal silver light, her eyes blazing so brightly that nearby wolves shielded their vision. "You speak of laws, Edward Blackwood," she said, her voice resonating with otherworldly harmonics. "But you have broken the most sacred of all, the trust between an alpha and his pack. You have ruled through fear rather than respect. You have sacrificed your people's well-being for personal power." She stepped forward, and the enforcer who had been approaching Lily scrambled backward, cowering in primal fear before her radiance. "The challenge will proceed as tradition demands," Mia continued, her gaze fixed on Edward, "or I will invoke the Luna's judgment right here, right now." Whispers raced through the gathered wolves. The Luna's judgment was a near-mythical power, believed lost for generations. The ability of a true Luna Prime to strip an unworthy alpha of his power and position without combat. Edward's face contorted with hatred and fear. "You wouldn't dare. The energy drain would kill you." "Would you like to test that theory?" Mia asked softly, raising one glowing hand. Edward glanced around at the watching wolves, seeing the shift in their expressions. From blind obedience to uncertainty, even hope. His authority was already crumbling. "Fine," he spat. "The original terms stand. But know this. Even if you win tonight, you've made enemies among every traditional pack. This abomination you're creating won't survive." A tense silence fell over the clearing as the enforcers reluctantly backed away, returning to the circle's edge. Mia's power remained visible, a silvery aura surrounding her as she moved to stand beside Callum once more. "Are you okay?" she murmured, feeling the strain of the Moonstone's power burning through her system. "Better than okay," he replied, drawing strength from their bond. "Let's finish this." They turned as one to face Edward, who had shed all pretense of civilized restraint. His partial shift had progressed further, face elongating into a partial muzzle, muscles bulging grotesquely beneath his skin. He was trapped between forms, too rage-blinded to complete either transformation properly. With a bestial roar, he charged. But where before his movements had been calculated and precise, now they were wild, uncoordinated, driven by desperation rather than strategy. Callum and Mia separated, flanking him from both sides. As Edward lunged for Callum, Mia struck from behind, her enhanced claws slicing through tendons at the back of his knee. Edward howled in pain, but twisted with unnatural speed, backhand smashing into Mia's chest and sending her flying. She hit the ground hard, breath knocked from her lungs. Through watering eyes, she saw Callum engage Edward directly, moving with fluid grace that belied his earlier injuries. Whatever flowed between them through their bond was healing him, strengthening him. Mia pushed to her feet, ignoring the burning pain in her chest. Across the clearing, she saw Lily being protected by Hannah, the old woman's arms wrapped tightly around the child. Edward and Callum were locked in a deadly grapple, claws seeking vulnerable flesh, fangs snapping inches from throats. Despite his injury, Edward's desperate strength was formidable. Mia closed her eyes for a fraction of a second, reaching deep into her Luna Prime abilities. She could feel the Moonstone's power already beginning to wane, the burning in her veins turning to ice as the cost of such magic demanded payment. When her eyes opened, she knew exactly what to do. Moving with supernatural speed, she circled behind Edward. As Callum locked eyes with her over Edward's shoulder, understanding passed between them through their bond. With perfect timing, Callum thrust Edward backward as Mia swept his injured leg. Edward crashed to the ground on his back, and before he could recover, Mia planted one foot on his chest while Callum pinned his arms, the traditional position of victory in challenge combat. "Yield," Callum demanded, his voice carrying across the now silent clearing. Edward's eyes burned with hatred. "Never," he spat, blood flecking his lips. "Kill me if you dare, but I will never yield to a Silver Mountain whelp and his human whore." Mia felt Callum's rage spike at the insult, his claws digging deeper into Edward's flesh. She pressed her foot more firmly against Edward's sternum, leaning down until her face was inches from his. "You still don't understand," she said softly, her voice pitched for his ears alone. "This was never about replacing one tyrant with another. This is about changing the entire system." With deliberate slowness, she withdrew her power, letting the silver light fade from her skin until she appeared fully human once more. Then she stepped back, removing her foot from his chest. Confusion flickered across Edward's face, quickly replaced by savage triumph. With a roar, he surged upward, throwing Callum off balance and lunging for Mia's exposed throat. He never reached her. From the circle of witnesses, a dozen wolves broke ranks, leaping forward to restrain Edward. To everyone's shock, they were his own pack members, wolves who had served him loyally for years. "Enough," said a graying beta who had been Edward's right hand for decades. "You've lost, Edward. You violated the challenge circle. You threatened a child. You've dishonored the Blackwood name." Edward thrashed against their hold, spitting curses and threats, but the combined strength of the pack subdued him. The gray-haired beta turned to Callum and Mia, lowering his eyes in the traditional gesture of submission. "The challenge is satisfied. The Blackwood pack acknowledges your victory." Around the clearing, other wolves began to kneel, first a few, then dozens, until nearly every witness had acknowledged the new leadership. Even Gregory, nursing a dislocated jaw, lowered his head in grudging acceptance. Callum stood tall, his hand finding Mia's. "We accept your submission," he announced formally, "and we offer a new path forward." The Great Oak Clearing had been transformed. Where earlier blood had been spilled in combat, now lanterns hung from lower branches, casting warm light over the assembled wolves. All 6 packs were represented, along with delegates from the coalition Mia and Callum had built. Even humans were present, trusted allies and mates who had been brought into the secret. Edward Blackwood sat rigidly at the edge of the gathering, flanked by guards. According to pack law, he would be exiled rather than executed, allowed to live but stripped of all authority and territory rights. The hatred in his eyes as he watched the proceedings suggested he considered death preferable. Mia stood slightly behind Callum as he addressed the gathered crowd. The Moonstone's power had exacted its price. She felt hollow and drained, barely able to stand without support, but she refused to show weakness at this crucial moment. For generations, we've been taught that our strength lies in blood purity, in rigid hierarchy, in unquestioning obedience to tradition, Callum began, his voice carrying easily to every ear. "Tonight, I stand before you as living proof of how that system fails us all." He gestured to Hannah, who stepped forward with the leather folder of evidence. "My grandmother has compiled irrefutable proof of the corruption at the heart of the old system. DNA records, financial transactions, council minutes documenting decades of manipulation and bloodline tampering." Hannah opened the folder, holding up documents for all to see. "Edward Blackwood didn't just murder the Silver Mountain Alphas and steal their heir," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. "He systematically weakened other packs through strategic breeding programs, engineered accidents that eliminated genetic lines that might challenge Blackwood dominance, and suppressed information about declining fertility among pure bloodlines." Shocked murmurs rippled through the crowd. Callum raised a hand for silence. "I was raised to believe I was a Blackwood, groomed to continue their legacy of domination. But the truth is, I'm the surviving heir of a pack they destroyed. Just as many of you carry the blood of lineages that were absorbed, eliminated, or subjugated." He turned, holding out his hand to Mia. Despite her exhaustion, she stepped forward to stand beside him, their fingers intertwining. When I first encountered Mia, I saw her as a tool, a genetic anomaly that might solve our fertility crisis, a political convenience to boost my campaign. I was my father's son in every way that mattered. His grip on her hand tightened. I couldn't have been more wrong. In her, I found not just a mate, but a vision of what we could become, a society built on choice rather than coercion, on respect rather than fear. Mia took a deep breath, steadying herself before addressing the gathering. Many of you know me only as an outsider, a human who somehow developed Luna Prime abilities. But my story is the story of countless others who've been marginalized by the old system. She looked out at the faces watching her, some curious, some hopeful, some still wary. I was born to a turned wolf and a human carrier. My mother died in childbirth, my father was killed for violating blood purity laws, and I was adopted by humans who never knew what I carried within me. Sympathetic murmurs rose from those who had suffered similar persecution. The old laws would have deemed me unworthy, a half-breed at best, an abomination at worst. Yet the moon chose me as Luna Prime. What clearer sign do we need that the old ways no longer serve us? Callum squeezed her hand in support before continuing. Tonight we propose a new structure. No more rigid hierarchy based solely on birth. No more treating turned wolves as second-class citizens. No more forced pairings to preserve pure bloodlines. He gestured to a group of younger wolves standing nearby, representatives from each pack who had embraced their vision. In its place, we establish a council with voices from all bloodlines, all backgrounds, leadership earned through merit and chosen by consensus. An older alpha from a neighboring territory stepped forward, his expression troubled. And what of tradition? What of the strength that comes from pure bloodlines? True strength comes from diversity, Mia answered gently. Look at what's happening to the purest lines. Declining fertility, increased susceptibility to silver poisoning, difficulty completing full shifts. We're seeing the consequences of generations of inbreeding. The traditions worth keeping will honor, Callum added. The sacred moon rituals, the protection of our territories, the mate bond, but traditions that harm us, that divide us, that weaken us, those we must leave behind. He turned to face Edward directly, addressing his next words to the man who had raised him. You taught me that power comes from control, controlling others, controlling bloodlines, controlling information. But true power comes from freedom, the freedom to choose one's path, to love whom one loves, to question and grow and become more than what birth dictated. Edward's only response was a curl of his lip, but Mia noticed that several of his former loyalists were nodding in agreement with Callum's words. Hannah stepped forward again, this time carrying an ancient wooden box inlaid with silver. The time has come to restore what was taken, she announced, opening the box to reveal a medallion on a heavy chain, the symbol of pack leadership that had been passed down through Blackwood alphas for generations. But rather than placing it around Callum's neck as tradition dictated, Hannah held it out before the assembled wolves. This symbol of the old ways shall be the first to change. At a nod from Callum, a young wolf approached with a hammer. With deliberate ceremony, he struck the medallion, breaking it into fragments. From these pieces, we will forge something new, Callum declared. Each pack represented here will receive a portion, recast into a new symbol of our united strength and shared purpose. He turned to Mia once more, drawing her closer. And to seal this new covenant, I ask you all to witness the completion of our mate bond, not as political allies, not as genetic saviors, but as equals, choosing each other freely. Mia's eyes widened in surprise. This hadn't been part of their planned ceremony, but as she looked up at Callum, she saw only sincerity in his gaze. Despite her exhaustion, warmth blossomed in her chest. Are you sure? She whispered, aware of hundreds of eyes watching them. I've never been more certain of anything, he replied, his voice pitched for her ears alone. With careful movements, he rolled up his sleeve, exposing his forearm. By tradition, the final mate bond marking was done publicly, but was usually a formality after a private ceremony. They had completed most of the ritual before the challenge, but the final marking remained. Mia mirrored his action, bearing her own forearm. Hannah stepped forward with a small ceremonial blade, its handle carved from the wood of the great oak itself. Before the assembled packs, beneath the watching moon, these two souls choose to bind their lives, their hearts, their futures, Hannah intoned, her voice carrying across the clearing. Let all who witness acknowledge the bond as true and sacred. She handed the knife to Callum, who made a small, precise cut across his forearm. Dark blood welled immediately, gleaming in the lantern light. Without hesitation, he passed the blade to Mia, who made a matching cut on her own arm. Then, in full view of everyone, they pressed their wounds together, blood mingling with blood as they spoke the final words of the bond in unison. One life, one path, one heart, until the final moon sets. The effect was immediate and stunning. Where their mate bond had been visible before as a subtle shimmer, now it burst into brilliant luminescence. Golden light spiraled up their arms from the point of contact, wrapping around them both in intricate patterns that matched the constellations above. The gathered wolves gasped in wonder. Such a visible manifestation of the mate bond was incredibly rare, a sign of perfect compatibility, of a union blessed by whatever forces guided their kind. As the light slowly faded, Mia and Callum remained standing with their forearms pressed together, newly formed scars already sealing into matching crescent patterns. Power flowed between them, healing Mia's exhaustion and Callum's remaining injuries, strengthening them both. When they finally lowered their arms and turned to face the assembly, they stood as true equals, their authority unmistakable not because of bloodline or tradition, but because of the palpable power they now shared. This is what we offer, Callum said, his voice steady with conviction. Not domination, but partnership. Not fear, but respect. Not the burden of the past, but the promise of the future. Mia took a step forward, her strength returning with each heartbeat. The choice is yours. Join us in building something new, or cling to the old ways as they crumble around you. But know this. She swept her gaze across the gathering, meeting eyes both hostile and hopeful. Change is coming with or without you. The moon has shown us the path forward. For a moment, silence hung over the clearing. Then, from the back of the crowd, a young wolf stepped forward, one of the turned wolves who had always been treated as inferior under the old system. The river pack stands with you, he declared, dropping to one knee, not in submission but in allegiance. Others followed, pack by pack, wolf by wolf, until nearly everyone present had pledged their support to the new vision. Even some of Edward's most loyal enforcers came forward, choosing future over past. As the ceremony concluded and the gathering began to disperse into smaller groups, Callum drew Mia slightly away from the crowd, into the shadow of the great oak's massive trunk. "We did it," he murmured, his fingers tracing the outline of her face with wonder. Against all odds, Mia leaned into his touch, still amazed at how natural it felt after beginning as such strangers. "This is just the beginning. The hard work starts tomorrow." "I know." His smile was tired but genuine. "But tonight, I want to savor this moment, standing here with my true mate, my partner in every sense, having chosen each other freely and completely." Mia rose on tiptoes, pressing her forehead against his in the gesture that had become uniquely theirs. "From desperate measures to destiny," she whispered. "Not the path either of us expected, but exactly where we were meant to be," he finished, drawing her into his arms as the moon watched over them, witness to the birth of something new and the fulfillment of a prophecy centuries in the making. Around them, pack members mingled freely for perhaps the first time in generations, former rivals sharing stories, turned wolves and born wolves finding common ground, mates chosen for love rather than political advantage, children, including Lily, who had finally been brought to join the celebration, played without regard for bloodline or status. The world they had imagined was taking its first breath. Imperfect, fragile, but alive with possibility. Whatever challenges tomorrow brought, they would face them together, bound not by contract now, but by choice, by love, by the indelible connection of true mates who had found each other against all odds. Chapter 8. New Beginnings. The former Blackwood ballroom had been transformed. Gone were the ostentatious chandeliers and gilded mirrors that had once reflected the elite of werewolf society. Now, soft lighting illuminated the space where simple pallets lined the floor, each occupied by a wolf awaiting healing. Mia knelt beside a young female whose pallid complexion and labored breathing spoke of the genetic damage that had plagued the purest bloodlines for generations. The woman, Sophia from the river pack, clutched her mate's hand, nervousness evident in her trembling fingers. "It won't hurt," Mia assured her, keeping her voice gentle. "You might feel warmth, maybe a tingling sensation." "Will it work?" Sophia's mate asked, desperation barely concealed. "We've been trying for 5 years to conceive." Mia met his gaze directly. "I can heal the genetic anomalies causing infertility, but I can't guarantee pregnancy. Nature still plays a role." He nodded, understanding the distinction. Sophia squeezed his hand, then looked back at Mia with determination. "I'm ready." Mia took a deep breath, centering herself. 3 weeks of healing sessions had taught her to pace herself, but each one still demanded significant energy. She placed one palm over Sophia's heart and the other on her abdomen, then closed her eyes. The Luna Prime power flowed through her, a sensation like liquid moonlight filling her veins. She'd learned to direct it precisely, seeking out the damaged gene sequences that prevented proper egg development. The energy pulsed between them, Mia's aura taking on a silvery glow visible to everyone in the room. Minutes passed as she worked, sweat beading on her forehead from the effort. Finally, she felt the shift, the subtle realignment of genetic material that signaled success. She withdrew her hands slowly, taking care not to sever the connection too abruptly. "It's done," she murmured, sitting back on her heels. Sophia gasped, hands flying to her abdomen. "I feel different. Lighter, somehow." "Your body will need time to adjust," Mia explained, suddenly feeling the weight of fatigue pressing down on her. "Follow up with Dr. Marshall next week. She'll confirm the changes and advise you on next steps." As Sophia and her mate left, Elena, now head of medical coordination for the coalition, approached with a tablet. "That's 15 healings today," she said, concern evident in her eyes. "Twice what we agreed would be your limit," Mia shrugged, pushing herself to her feet with effort. "There are so many waiting." "And they'll continue to wait if you collapse from exhaustion," came a deep voice from behind her. Callum stood in the doorway, looking every inch the leader in tailored slacks and a button-down with rolled sleeves. But it was the worry in his golden eyes, visible only to her, that made Mia's shoulders slump in acknowledgement. "Just one more," she suggested, gesturing to a teenage boy who'd been waiting all day. "Not today," Callum replied firmly, crossing the room to her side. He lowered his voice for her ears alone. "Your hands are shaking and your scent has changed. You're pushing dangerously close to depletion." She wanted to argue, but the room had begun to tilt alarmingly, confirming his assessment. "Fine," she conceded. "Tomorrow morning we start again." Callum exchanged a glance with Elena, who nodded and moved to address the remaining wolves. "Luna Mia needs to rest," she announced. "All remaining appointments will be rescheduled for tomorrow. Please see Claire for new times." A few grumbles rose from the crowd, quickly silenced when Callum's gaze swept over them. Whatever complaints they might have voiced died at the sight of Mia's evident exhaustion. As they left the ballroom, Mia's knees buckled. Callum caught her effortlessly, one arm around her waist. "I'm fine," she protested weakly. "Just need a minute." "Of course you are," he replied, humor threading through his concern. Without warning, he scooped her into his arms. "Callum," she yelped, arms automatically circling his neck. "Put me down, I can walk." "Humor me," he countered, striding through the corridor as if her weight was nothing. "I've a meeting with the legal team in 20 minutes, and I'd rather not spend it wondering if you've collapsed in a hallway somewhere." Mia sighed, relenting. "The supernatural protection statutes?" "Among other things," he confirmed. "The human side of our coalition is making progress. Judge Williams is helping draft legislation that will create a legal framework for non-humans without explicitly mentioning werewolves." "Protected minority status?" "Something like that. Genetic variances requiring special legal consideration." She rested her head against his shoulder, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat soothing her frayed nerves. "How are you balancing all this with the campaign?" "Surprisingly well," he said, navigating the grand staircase with practiced ease. "Turns out, honesty, or as much as we can safely share, is resonating with voters. The community renewal platform covers both our worlds. They reached their suite, and Callum nudged the door open with his foot. The space had been transformed from Edward's austere aesthetic to something that reflected both of them: warm colors, comfortable furniture, and personal touches that made it truly a home. He laid her gently on their bed, then knelt to remove her shoes. "You're making a difference," he said quietly, his fingers lingering on her ankles. "Every wolf you heal spreads the word. The old guard is losing support daily." "Not fast enough," Mia murmured, eyes heavy with exhaustion. "There are still those who would rather see us dead than change." "They're outnumbered now." His hands moved up to massage her calves, finding knots of tension she hadn't realized were there. Even the most traditional packs are sending members for healing. She hummed in appreciation as his skilled fingers worked their magic. "Don't stop that or you'll miss your meeting." Callum's lips quirked in a half-smile. "Are you trying to make me choose between legal protections for our people and giving my mate a proper massage? Because that's just cruel." "I'd never be so manipulative," she replied with mock innocence, then spoiled it with a yawn that cracked her jaw. His expression softened as he moved up to sit beside her on the bed. Gentle fingers brushed hair from her face, tucking it behind her ear in a gesture that had become intimately familiar. "Sleep," he urged. "I'll be back before you wake." "Promise," she murmured, already drifting. "I promise." He leaned down, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "Dream of running beneath the moon, Luna." Mia smiled faintly, curling onto her side as Callum pulled a light blanket over her. Through half-closed eyes, she watched him move to the door, his posture shifting subtly as he prepared to face the outside world again. Shoulders straightening, chin lifting, the mantle of leadership settling over him like a cloak. Yet she alone knew the man beneath, had watched him slowly shed the rigid control of his upbringing, seen him laugh without restraint when playing with Lily, felt his vulnerability in the darkest hours of night when old nightmares surfaced. As sleep claimed her, Mia's last thought was how far they'd come from that cold contract signing just months ago, from reluctant partners to true mates. Their lives intertwined in ways neither could have imagined. "This is a waste of time," grumbled Nathaniel Harris, alpha of the Stone Ridge Pack and notorious traditionalist. "Pack matters should be decided by alphas, not committees." His lip curled as he surveyed the circular arrangement of chairs in what had once been the Blackwoods' formal dining room. The massive oak table that had seated generations of pack leaders according to rigid hierarchy had been removed, replaced by this clear symbol of equality. "Yet here you sit," Mia observed pleasantly, "participating in exactly such a committee." Nathaniel's eyes flashed gold briefly before he controlled himself. "Only to ensure my pack's interests aren't trampled by this experiment." From her position near the back of the room, Mia exchanged an amused glance with Callum. They had deliberately chosen to observe rather than lead this first official council meeting, allowing the nominated representatives to find their own dynamic. Elena, serving as moderator, cleared her throat. "If we could return to the agenda." Point 3. Integration protocols for human mates and recessive gene carriers. A middle-aged woman with kind eyes and a no-nonsense manner stood. Sarah Chen had been mated to a wolf for 15 years, but kept in the dark about pack matters until the recent changes. "The transition support group has drafted guidelines," she said, distributing tablets around the circle. "We recommend a 3-phase integration process with emphasis on informed consent and ongoing education." "Informed consent," scoffed Nathaniel. "In my father's day, humans who discovered our existence had 2 options: mating or memory alteration." "And how's that working out for your pack's genetic diversity?" asked Derek, the young wolf from Mountain Shadow. "Statistics show packs that welcome human integration have 60% fewer genetic disorders." Mia bit back a smile as several heads nodded in agreement. The evidence was becoming irrefutable. Pack isolation led to decline, integration to strength. The debate continued, passionate but largely constructive. When voices rose, Alina skillfully redirected energy toward problem-solving. When consensus seemed impossible, smaller working groups were formed to develop compromise positions. "They're finding their way," Callum murmured, his shoulder brushing Mia's as they stood observing from the back of the room. "Better than I expected," she admitted. 3 weeks ago, Nathaniel wouldn't even sit in the same room as a turned wolf. Now he's arguing policy points with one. Callum nodded toward the animated discussion between the Stone Ridge Alpha and Marcos, a recently turned wolf who'd shown remarkable leadership potential. Progress. Small steps, she agreed. They watched as the council tackled the next agenda item: educational resources for children with mixed heritage. Lily, along with 5 other children with similar genetic markers, had become the test case for a new approach to young shifter education, one that embraced their unique attributes rather than forcing conformity to traditional pack roles. As the meeting progressed, Mia felt a quiet pride building in her chest. This room of diverse wolves and humans working together despite centuries of division was what they had fought for. Not perfect, not seamless, but real change happening before their eyes. Callum must have sensed her thoughts through their bond because his hand found hers, fingers intertwining in silent understanding. She leaned slightly into his solid presence, drawing strength from the connection that had become her anchor. Motion carries with 12 in favor, 3 opposed, 2 abstentions, Alina announced, concluding a vote on resource allocation. Next item, sanctuary protocols for wolves fleeing traditional pack structures. An older female wolf with silver streaking her dark hair stood. Hannah had nominated her to represent the elders who supported reform, and Mia had been impressed by her pragmatic approach to change. The Sanctuary Committee proposes designating 3 territories as neutral ground, she said, bringing up a map on the main display. Any wolf seeking refuge from coercive or abusive pack situations would be guaranteed safe passage and temporary residence while their situation is evaluated. And who decides what constitutes coercive? Nathaniel demanded. Some young wolf dislikes their alpha's decision and suddenly cries abuse? The evaluation panel would include representatives from multiple backgrounds, the elder replied calmly, including traditionalists like yourself, Nathaniel, to ensure fairness. His eyebrows rose in surprise at the inclusion. I would be willing to consider such service, he conceded grudgingly. Mia exchanged a triumphant glance with Callum. This was their strategy in action, not excluding the old guard, but giving them stake in the new system, allowing them to adapt rather than merely resist. As the council meeting continued past its second hour, Mia and Callum slipped quietly from the room. Their presence wasn't needed, and they'd both learned when to step back and allow others to lead. In the hallway outside, Callum pulled Mia into a small alcove, away from passing staff and council members. It's working, he said softly, wonder evident in his voice. Sometimes I can hardly believe it. Did you doubt us? She teased, though she understood his amazement perfectly. Never you, he replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. But centuries of tradition don't typically yield to a few months of reform. We gave them a choice, Mia said simply. Many were just waiting for permission to change. Callum's eyes darkened slightly as he studied her face. You've come so far from the woman who cleaned my office and feared for her daughter's school fees. And you've come far from the entitled Blackwood heir who thought he could buy himself a convenient wife, she countered, but her smile softened the words. He laughed softly, acknowledging the truth of it. The contract that saved us both. In ways neither of us could have imagined. Mia leaned forward, resting her forehead against his chest for a moment. His heartbeat was strong and steady beneath her ear, his scent a comforting blend of cedar, clean cotton, and something uniquely him that her wolf recognized as home. When she straightened, she caught sight of Lily skipping down the hallway, hand in hand with Claire, who had become her tutor and caretaker when Mia and Callum were occupied with coalition business. "Mom, Dad," the child called out, breaking free to race toward them. "We're learning about territorial markings today." Callum caught her mid-leap, swinging her up into his arms with practiced ease. "Is that so? And what have you learned?" "That different packs have different scent patterns, and Luna's can override them all," Lily announced proudly. "Claire says I might be able to do it too someday." "That's right, little wolf," Mia said, smoothing her daughter's wild curls. "But remember what we talked about using our abilities?" Lily's expression turned serious. "Only when needed, not just because we can, and never to make others feel less. "That's my girl," Callum praised, setting her back on her feet as Claire approached. "Sorry to interrupt," the young wolf said with a smile. "But we have shifter history with Hannah in 10 minutes. Go on," Mia encouraged. "We'll see you for dinner." As they watched Lily skip away, chattering excitedly to Claire about what she'd learned, Mia felt Callum's arm settle around her waist. "Sometimes I still can't believe she calls me Dad," he admitted quietly. Mia leaned into him. "You earned it. Not by blood, but by choice. The strongest bond there is." From inside the council chamber, they heard a burst of applause. Whatever resolution had passed, it seemed to have broad support. Another step forward on the path they'd forged together. "Choice," Callum repeated thoughtfully. "That's been the key all along, hasn't it?" Mia nodded, a smile playing at her lips as she surveyed what they'd built. "Not perfect, not complete, but growing stronger with each passing day. And we're just getting started." "Focus, Lily," Mia instructed, keeping her voice gentle but firm. "Feel the connection to your wolf. She's not separate from you. She is you." They stood in a sun-dappled clearing deep within the protected forest behind the estate, far from curious eyes. Lily, now 7 and growing into her abilities with surprising speed, sat cross-legged on the mossy ground, face scrunched in concentration. "I can feel her," the child said, eyes closed tight, "but she's jumpy today, excited." "That's because she senses what's coming," Callum explained, crouching beside her. "Your first full shift is a milestone. Your wolf has been waiting for this moment since you were born." Lily opened one eye, peering at him skeptically. "Were you scared your first time?" "Terrified," he admitted with a wink, "but also thrilled. Nothing compares to running on 4 paws beneath an open sky." Mia smiled at their exchange. In the 6 months since the challenge, Callum had embraced fatherhood with the same dedication he brought to everything important: learning, adapting, finding his own balance between protectiveness and encouraging independence. "Remember," Mia said, refocusing on the task at hand, "the shift starts from within. Picture yourself as the wolf. Feel your body wanting to change, then let it happen naturally. Don't force it," Callum added. "Intent guides, acceptance allows." Lily nodded, closing her eyes again. Her breathing slowed as she centered herself, following the meditation techniques Hannah had taught her. For several minutes, nothing happened except the gentle rise and fall of her chest. Then, a shimmer in the air around her, like heat rising from summer pavement. Her small form seemed to blur at the edges. "That's it," Mia encouraged softly. "You're doing beautifully." Lily's face relaxed, a smile spreading across her features as the change began in earnest. Unlike an adult's first shift, which was often painful and disorienting, children who grew up embracing their dual nature typically experienced a smoother transition. The transformation flowed like water, limbs elongating, then reshaping, spine curving, features melting and reforming. Within moments, where a little girl had sat, now crouched a wolf pup with russet fur and bright, inquisitive eyes. "Look at you," Callum breathed, pride evident in his voice. "Perfect!" The pup, Lily, yipped excitedly, spinning in a circle to examine her new form. Her tail wagged with such enthusiasm that her entire body wiggled. Mia laughed, joy bubbling up from deep within. "How does it feel, little one?" Lily barked once, then pawed at her mother impatiently. "I think she wants us to join her," Callum observed, already shrugging out of his shirt. Mia nodded, quickly removing her own clothes and folding them neatly on a nearby rock. Unlike traditional werewolves who required the moon's influence, her Luna Prime abilities allowed her to shift at will. Callum, though bound by more conventional limitations, had found that his mate bond with Mia enhanced his control significantly. They shifted together, the transformation smooth and painless after months of practice. Where they had stood moments before, now a large silver-white wolf and a powerful gray wolf faced the excited pup. Lily bounced between them, yipping her delight at seeing her parents in wolf form. Mia nuzzled her daughter's small body, inhaling the sweet puppy scent that was uniquely Lily beneath the new wolf musk. Callum moved to Lily's other side, gently herding her between them in protective formation, a natural parental instinct even in wolf form. He bumped Mia's shoulder with his muzzle, golden eyes meeting her blue ones in silent communication that transcended words. Pride, joy, love. The emotions flowed freely through their mate bond, stronger in this form, where human pretenses fell away. Lily, impatient with the adult moment, nipped playfully at Callum's foreleg, then darted away, clearly expecting to be chased. He obliged, loping after her with deliberately measured strides, to let her believe she was outrunning him. Mia watched them for a moment, her mate and her daughter playing in the sunlight, acceptance and joy replacing the fear and secrecy that had shadowed shifter children for generations. Then she joined the game, racing past them both with Luna speed that had them scrambling to keep up. For the next hour, they explored the forest together, teaching Lily to use her enhanced senses, showing her how to move silently through underbrush, guiding her through the basics of tracking and territory awareness. Throughout it all, they maintained a playful atmosphere, ensuring her first shift remained a joyful experience rather than a tactical lesson. As the afternoon waned, they made their way to a small, secluded meadow, where a shaft of sunlight broke through the canopy, illuminating a carpet of wildflowers in brilliant gold and purple. By unspoken agreement, they shifted back to human form, Mia helping Lily through the slightly more complex return transformation. "That was amazing," Lily exclaimed once she could speak again, bouncing on her toes despite the fatigue that typically followed a first shift. "I could smell everything and hear birds from miles away, and did you see how fast I ran?" "We saw," Callum confirmed, pulling a light sundress over Lily's head while Mia slipped back into her own clothes. "You're a natural, little wolf. Can we do it again tomorrow? Please?" Mia laughed, loving her daughter's enthusiasm. "Not tomorrow. Your body needs time to adjust, but soon, I promise." Rather than the disappointment Mia expected, Lily nodded seriously. "Because we have to be responsible with our abilities," she recited carefully, "not just use them whenever we want." "That's right," Callum confirmed, tousling her hair affectionately. "Power and responsibility go hand in hand." They settled in the meadow, Lily's initial burst of post-shift energy already fading as natural tiredness set in. She curled between them, head resting on Callum's lap while her feet pressed against Mia's thigh, needing physical contact with both parents to reassure her wolf that the pack was together and safe. "What color was I?" she asked drowsily. "I couldn't see myself." "Beautiful russet," Mia told her, stroking her daughter's hair. "Like autumn leaves with hints of gold when the sun hit your fur." "Will I be big like Dad someday or fast like you?" Callum chuckled. "Probably a bit of both. You carry unique genetics, little one. Your path will be your own, but will be with you every step of the way," Mia added softly. Lily's eyes drifted closed, her breathing deepening as exhaustion claimed her. Even in sleep, a smile played at her lips, contentment and security radiating from her small form. Over their daughter's head, Mia's eyes met Callum's. The depth of emotion she found there stole her breath. Love intermingled with fierce protectiveness, wonder at what they'd created together, determination that Lily would grow up in a world better than the one they'd known. "Thank you," he said softly, his voice rough with feeling. "For what? For this, for her, for trusting me to be part of your family when you had every reason not to." Mia reached across Lily's sleeping form, her hand finding his. "You're not just part of our family, Callum. You helped make us whole." He lifted her hand to his lips, pressing a kiss to her palm, a gesture that had become uniquely theirs, intimate in its simplicity. "I never thought I'd have this," he admitted. "Growing up in the Blackwood household, family meant politics and power plays. This," he gestured to their daughter, to the peaceful scene around them, "wasn't even something I knew to want. And now?" His smile was soft, unguarded. "Now I can't imagine any other life." They stayed in the meadow until sunset painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, Lily sleeping peacefully between them, tangible proof of the future they were building, one choice at a time. And with 97% of precincts reporting, the television announcer declared, "We can now project that Callum Blackwood will be the next mayor of Silver Lake City, defeating incumbent Mayor Wilson by a decisive margin." The campaign headquarters erupted in cheers and applause. Volunteers who had worked tirelessly for months embraced, staffers popped champagne bottles, and supporters chanted Callum's name. Through it all, Mia stood slightly apart, watching her mate as he moved through the crowd, shaking hands and accepting congratulations with genuine warmth. He'd changed so much from the coldly ambitious politician she'd first encountered, still confident and charismatic, but now guided by conviction rather than calculation. Mia accepted the offered glass with a smile. "Just admiring the view," she replied, nodding toward Callum. "Who'd have thought that arrogant pack prince would turn into someone I'd actually vote for?" Hannah chuckled. "Love changes us all, dear, some more dramatically than others." It wasn't just love, Mia pointed out. It was truth, finally seeing the lies he'd been raised with for what they were. Truth and love, Hannah mused. A powerful combination. They clinked glasses, sipping the bubbly champagne as Kim, the campaign manager, climbed onto a chair and called for attention. "Ladies and gentlemen," she announced, "please welcome your new mayor-elect, Callum Blackwood, and his lovely wife, Mia." The crowd parted as Callum made his way to where Mia stood. His eyes found hers across the room, a private smile playing at his lips before his public face slipped back into place. "They're waiting for us," he murmured when he reached her side, offering his arm. "Ready for the spotlight, Luna?" "Do I have a choice?" she teased, though they both knew she'd grown more comfortable with public appearances over the past months. "Always," he replied seriously, despite the playful context. It had become their watchword, their promise to each other. That choice would remain sacred between them, even in small matters. Together, they moved to the small stage that had been set up for the victory speech. Callum stepped to the microphone, Mia at his side, their hands clasped between them. "Thank you all," he began, his voice carrying easily over the enthusiastic crowd. "This victory belongs to every person in this room, and to the thousands of citizens who believed in our vision of a more inclusive, transparent government." He spoke for several minutes about unity, about community renewal, about bridging divides. Words that carried deeper meaning for those who understood they applied to both human and supernatural worlds. Throughout it all, he kept Mia's hand in his, drawing strength from her presence. "But I would be remiss," he continued, his tone shifting to something more personal, "if I didn't acknowledge the one person who has transformed not just our campaign, but my entire understanding of leadership." He turned to Mia, and the naked admiration in his eyes made her breath catch. "My wife came into my life at a time when I thought I had all the answers," he said, addressing the crowd but speaking directly to her. "I quickly learned how wrong I was. Her courage, her integrity, her unwavering commitment to what's right rather than what's convenient. These are the qualities that have shaped our campaign and will shape my administration." Murmurs of approval rippled through the audience. Mia felt a blush heating her cheeks, unused to such public praise, despite all they'd been through together. "So while I thank you all for your votes and your trust," Callum concluded, "my greatest thanks go to Mia, who believed I could be more than my past, who challenged me to be worthy of her trust, and who has stood beside me even when the path forward seemed impossible." The crowd erupted in applause. Someone shouted, "Kiss her, Mayor!" and others quickly took up the chant. Callum raised an eyebrow in silent question. Mia rolled her eyes but nodded, a smile tugging at her lips. For all her discomfort with public displays, this moment, this victory, that represented so much more than a political campaign, deserved celebration. He drew her into his arms with practiced ease, one hand coming up to cup her cheek as he leaned down. Their lips met in a kiss that started ceremonial but quickly became something more. A celebration of how far they'd come, an acknowledgement of all they'd overcome together, a promise of the path still ahead. Unlike their first public kiss months ago, calculated, controlled, part of their charade, this one held nothing back. When they finally parted to renewed cheers from the crowd, Mia saw her own joy reflected in Callum's eyes, golden flecks dancing in the brown depths. "I love you," he murmured against her ear, the words meant for her alone amid the public celebration. "Not for what you've done for me or the campaign, but for who you are. The most infuriatingly stubborn, compassionate, magnificent woman I've ever known." Mia laughed, the sound bright with genuine happiness. "Careful, Mr. Mayor, flattery like that might go to my head." "Not flattery," he corrected, his thumb brushing across her lower lip, just truth. The celebration continued around them, but for a moment they remained in their private bubble, foreheads touching, breathing each other in. Then reality intruded in the form of reporters calling questions and supporters seeking handshakes. Callum stepped back reluctantly, resuming his public role, but he kept Mia's hand firmly in his as they moved through the crowd, accepting congratulations and answering questions with practiced ease. Later, as official duties wound down and the gathering became more casual, Mia found herself approached by a group of women who had volunteered for the campaign, most of them human, though a few were wolves or human mates of wolves, integrated into the coalition's human-facing activity. "We wanted to thank you," said their unofficial leader, a retired schoolteacher named Margaret. "Not just for your work on the campaign, but for the community initiatives you've started." Mia smiled, genuinely touched. While Callum had focused on the political race, she had channeled her energy into grassroots programs, after-school education for disadvantaged children, support groups for single parents, health clinics in underserved neighborhoods, work that helped humans while creating spaces where supernatural individuals could also find assistance without revealing their nature. "The shelter program has been life-changing for so many women," another volunteer added. "My sister finally left her abusive husband because of the resources you put in place." "I've just connected existing needs with available resources," Mia demurred. "The community was ready for these changes." "Don't sell yourself short," Margaret insisted. "You have a gift for bringing people together, for seeing what's needed and making it happen. Have you considered running for office yourself?" Mia nearly choked on her champagne. "Politics isn't really my—" "You'd be amazing," another woman chimed in. "The work you've done with the Educational Reform Committee alone would make a great platform for the school board." Before Mia could formulate a response, she felt a familiar presence at her back as Callum joined their circle. "Trying to recruit my wife into politics?" he asked the women, amusement evident in his tone. "Someone needs to," Margaret replied tartly. "She's got twice your policy sense and 10 times your empathy." Rather than taking offense, Callum laughed. "On that we agree completely." He slipped an arm around Mia's waist. "I've been trying to convince her to take a more public role for months." Mia elbowed him gently in the ribs. "Some of us prefer to work behind the scenes." "For now," he murmured, dropping a kiss on her temple before turning back to the women. "But I wouldn't count her out. My wife has a habit of exceeding expectations, especially her own." The conversation shifted to campaign stories and plans for the transition, but Mia found herself pondering the unexpected suggestion. A year ago, she'd been juggling minimum wage jobs and drowning in debt. Now she was being encouraged to seek public office herself. The world had changed, but more importantly, she had changed. Where once she'd focused solely on survival, now she could envision creating larger change, building systems that would support others facing the challenges she'd overcome. As the evening wound down and they prepared to leave, Mia found herself watching the diverse crowd, humans and wolves, once rival packs, individuals who would never have interacted in the old hierarchy. Their coalition had created this bridge between worlds, and now Callum's election offered the opportunity to strengthen it from both sides. "Ready to go home?" Callum asked, appearing at her side with her coat. Mia nodded, suddenly eager for the quiet of their private spaces after hours of celebration. He helped her into her coat, his hands lingering on her shoulders in a touch both possessive and reverent. Outside, away from the cameras and crowds, he pulled her close in the back seat of their car, burying his face in her hair and inhaling deeply. "You smell like champagne and victory," he murmured, his lips finding the sensitive spot just below her ear. "Is that a good thing?" she asked, tilting her head to give him better access. "Intoxicating," he confirmed, trailing kisses down her neck. "But beneath it all, you still smell like you. Like home." Mia turned in his embrace, framing his face between her palms. "Congratulations, Mayor Blackwood," she said softly. "You earned this. Not through manipulation or family connections, but by becoming someone worthy of trust." His eyes darkened at her praise, and he captured her lips in a kiss that spoke of pride and passion and promises for later. "We earned it," he corrected when they parted. "Everything good in my life came through you." "Flatterer," she accused, but her smile belied any real complaint. "Truth teller," he countered, pulling her closer as the car carried them home. To Lily, to their pack, to the future they were building together, one choice at a time. Do you think they went overboard with the fountains? Mia asked, surveying the expansive central courtyard of what had once been the intimidating Blackwood estate. Water features now graced the formerly austere space, their gentle splashing creating a soothing backdrop for the wolves and humans moving purposefully between buildings. Probably, Callum admitted with a grin. But the symbolism works. Water for cleansing, renewal, fluidity, everything the old pack structure wasn't. They stood on the wide terrace overlooking the transformed property. 9 months of intensive renovation had turned the once forbidding mansion and grounds into the Silver Lake Sanctuary, a haven for supernatural beings seeking community, education, and healing. The East Wing dormitories are at capacity already, Mia noted, referring to the residential spaces created for wolves fleeing traditional packs. Elena says we'll need to expand by spring. We can convert the old hunting cabins on the North Ridge, Callum suggested. They're structurally sound, just need updating. A burst of childish laughter drew their attention to the spacious lawn where Lily and a dozen other children were engaged in what looked like normal play, but was actually controlled shifting practice, learning to manage partial transformations without drawing human attention. She's getting so good at control, Mia observed proudly. Last week she shifted just her eyes to intimidate that boy who was bothering her friend at school. Callum chuckled. Hannah nearly had a stroke when she heard, but I can't say I disapprove. Standing up for the vulnerable is exactly what we're teaching them. Just with slightly more discretion, hopefully, Mia added wryly. They continued their walk through the sanctuary grounds, stopping occasionally to speak with residents or staff. The community center bustled with activity. Support groups for newly turned wolves, training sessions for those learning to control their abilities, medical clinics offering care tailored to supernatural physiologies. The school building, once Edward's private museum of pack artifacts, now housed classrooms where young shifters learned both standard curriculum and specialized knowledge about their unique heritage. Through large windows, they could see Claire leading a biology lesson adapted to include werewolf physiology alongside human systems. Mayor Blackwood, called a voice from behind them. They turned to see Kim hurrying across the lawn, tablet in hand. Sorry to interrupt your sanctuary tour, but the governor's office just confirmed for next Tuesday's Urban Renewal Task Force. They want your preliminary recommendations by Friday. Callum nodded. Tell them we'll have it ready. Mia's already drafted most of it. Kim glanced between them, a knowing smile playing at her lip. I'll let them know. Also, the Luna Prime Healing Clinic has 19 appointments scheduled for tomorrow. Do you want me to cap registration? No need, Mia assured her. I've been working with the new Luna from the River Pack. She's ready to handle some of the simpler cases on her own. Perfect. I'll update the schedule. Kim turned to go, then paused. Oh, and the contractor called about your private project on the hillside. They've finished the foundation work and need final approval on the stonework. We'll stop by this afternoon, Callum promised. After Kim departed, Mia raised an eyebrow at him. Private project? I thought we agreed the cabin renovations could wait until after the education center expansion. Callum's expression turned enigmatic. Different project. Consider it a surprise. I hate surprises, she reminded him, though they both knew that wasn't entirely true. You'll like this one, he assured her, taking her hand. In fact, why don't we head up there now? The sanctuary tour can wait. Curiosity piqued, Mia allowed him to lead her toward one of the electric carts they used to navigate the extensive property. They drove in comfortable silence through the wooded area behind the main buildings, following a newly gravelled path that wound up the hillside overlooking the estate. As they climbed higher, Mia felt a sense of anticipation building through their bond. Whatever this project was, it clearly meant a great deal to Callum. His scent carried notes of nervousness beneath his usual confident exterior, a tell only his mate would detect. The path curved around a final bend, and Mia gasped at what came into view. On a natural plateau with a spectacular vista of the valley below, construction was underway on what appeared to be a small but elegant home. The foundation was complete, as were the lower stone walls, built from local granite that blended harmoniously with the surrounding landscape. Callum, what is this? She asked, though she had already guessed. He parked the cart and came around to help her out, though she hardly needed assistance. Taking her hand, he led her closer to the partially built structure. "This," he said quietly, "is ours. Just ours. Not the sanctuary's, not the PAC's, not the mayor's official residence. A home for our family." Mia walked slowly around the foundation, taking in the thoughtful design. Large windows positioned to capture both sunrise and sunset, a wraparound porch for enjoying the mountain views, enough bedrooms for Lily and potentially future children, plus space for visiting PAC members. "You built this without telling me?" she asked, unable to keep a hint of accusation from her voice despite her appreciation of the gesture. Callum had the grace to look slightly abashed. "I wanted it to be a surprise, but I didn't make any decisions without you. The plans are based on everything you've ever mentioned wanting in a home." He led her to where blueprints were protected in a weatherproof case. As he unrolled them, Mia recognized touches that could only have come from paying close attention to her casual comments over months. A reading nook positioned to catch morning light, an oversized bathtub, a kitchen with space for teaching Lily to cook, as her grandmother had once taught Mia. "You've been planning this for months," she realized, touched by the thought behind each detail. "Since the election," he confirmed. "We've given so much of ourselves to everyone else, the coalition, the sanctuary, the city. I wanted us to have something that was just ours, a place where we can simply be a family without responsibilities waiting at every door." Mia moved to the edge of the plateau, taking in the spectacular view. Below lay the sanctuary they'd created from the ashes of the old Blackwood regime, a symbol of everything they'd fought for. Beyond it spread the city where Callum now served as mayor, bridging human and supernatural worlds with policies that served both. She felt him approach from behind, his warmth enveloping her before his arms did. He rested his chin on her shoulder, their bodies fitting together with the practiced ease of mates who had learned each curve and angle of the other. "What do you think?" he asked, a rare note of uncertainty in his voice. "It's perfect," she said sincerely, leaning back against his solid chest. "Though I'm still annoyed you kept it secret for so long." He chuckled, the sound rumbling through both their bodies. "Forgive me." "I'll consider it." But she turned in his arms, rising on tiptoes to press a soft kiss to his lips, belying her stern words. The kiss deepened naturally, months of intimacy having taught them exactly how to please each other. His hands spanned her waist, holding her close but not possessively, a partnership of equals as it had been since that fateful challenge beneath the great oak. When they parted, Callum took her hand and led her to a flat boulder positioned at the very edge of the clearing. They sat side by side, watching as the setting sun painted the valley in shades of gold and amber. "1 year ago today," he said softly, "you signed a contract in my office. 2 strangers agreeing to a business arrangement that would solve both our problems." Mia smiled at the memory. So distant now, it almost felt like someone else's life. "You were such an arrogant ass." "And you were terrifyingly direct," he countered with a grin. "I remember thinking no one had ever looked at me with such unimpressed eyes before." "Your money and family name didn't impress me, still don't." "Thank the moon for that." His expression turned serious as he reached into his pocket. "Which brings me to the real reason I brought you up here today." From his pocket, he withdrew a small wooden box carved with intricate moon phases and wolf silhouettes. Mia's breath caught, recognizing the traditional craftsmanship of mate gift boxes. "The contract that brought us together expired 3 months ago," Callum continued, his voice steady, though his scent betrayed his nervousness. "We've been so busy with everything else, we never actually discussed what comes next." "I thought the mate bond made that fairly obvious," Mia pointed out, though her heart raced with unexpected anticipation. "The bond tells us what we are," he acknowledged, "but I want to tell you what I choose." He opened the box, revealing not a conventional ring as she had half expected, but a delicate bracelet of braided silver strands interspersed with tiny moonstones and sapphires that matched her eyes in wolf form. "Mia Winters," he said, using her original name purposefully, "I entered our arrangement seeking political advantage and genetic salvation. I found instead a partner who challenges me, a mate who completes me, and a future brighter than anything I could have imagined." He lifted the bracelet from its box. Our contract is fulfilled and expired. I release you from all obligations it created. And I ask, with no documents binding us, no advantages to be gained, will you choose me again? Not as Callum Blackwood, heir to a corrupt legacy, but as the man I've become, with you by my side. Mia felt tears prickling behind her eyes, moved by the simple sincerity of his words. This man, who had once approached everything through the lens of advantage and calculation, now offered his heart with no strings attached. "The contract brought us together," she said softly, extending her wrist for the bracelet. "But love kept us that way. Yes, Callum, I choose you. Today, tomorrow, and all the days after." With reverent care, he fastened the bracelet around her wrist. As the clasp closed, the moonstones seemed to glow with inner light, a manifestation of their bond responding to the renewed commitment. "I had a whole speech prepared," he admitted with a self-deprecating smile, "about legally changing my name, about forsaking the Blackwood heritage entirely, about—" Mia pressed her fingers to his lips, silencing him. "You don't need to erase your past to prove your commitment to our future. You've already shown me who you truly are in every decision, every sacrifice, every moment we've faced together." She replaced her fingers with her lips, sealing their renewed commitment with a kiss that spoke of acceptance, of his past, his present, and the future they would build together. The sun dipped lower on the horizon, bathing them in golden light as the kiss deepened, hands beginning to wander with familiar intent. "Should we head back?" Callum murmured against her lips, though his body's response suggested he'd prefer the opposite. Mia glanced toward the partially constructed house, then back at her mate with a mischievous smile. "The foundation is solid, isn't it?" His eyes darkened with understanding. "Very solid, and the workers have gone for the day." "Then I think," she said, rising and drawing him toward their future home, "that we should properly christen our new territory, don't you? As wolves do." Callum growled low in his throat, the sound sending a delicious shiver through her. "Lead the way, Luna." Hand in hand, they walked toward the house that would become their private sanctuary, one small piece of a world they had transformed together. From desperate strangers bound by a cold contract to true mates joined by choice, by respect, and by a love neither had been looking for but both had found. As the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, their silhouettes merged into one, illuminated by moonlight that seemed to bless their union anew, not with ancient tradition or mystical prophecy, but with the simple power of two souls who had found in each other exactly what they needed to become their truest selves. The contract that had brought them together was long fulfilled, but the covenant they had forged in its place would endure, choice by choice, day by day, moon by moon, for all the seasons of their lives,